The Swan and the Jackal by J. A. Redmerski. The room reeks of copper and perfume, the scent of death clinging to the white walls where streaks of blood stand out like macabre artwork. No bullet did this. The woman sprawled on the floor, half-dressed in her own ruin, was carved open with something precise. A blade, no doubt, the kind with a cruel curve and an inscription along its edge, something poetic and vicious. Serafina's signature. I recognized the wound, a clean slice just above the collarbone where the skin is softest. She was here minutes ago. The air still carries her scent, that expensive jasmine she loves, the one I used to breathe in like an addiction. For months I've tracked her, ever since I realized her love was just another lie. Before that, she was betraying Vonnegut, our employer, feeding secrets to the enemy. I should have turned her in. Instead, I chose her. I thought I could save her, pull her back to my side. Stupid. Love makes you reckless. It makes you believe in second chances when there aren't any. Serafina taught me that. She played me until the very end, then left me with bodies as her calling cards. This woman, the second in 2 days, was someone we both knew intimately, a shared indulgence, a dark thrill. Now she's just another message in blood. Come find me. The headlights outside flare to life, cutting through the sheer curtains. The engine growls, impatient. I don't run. I step over the body, gun already in hand, and walk into the cold. The car idles across the street, taunting. This time I won't let her walk away. A vicious dog snarls and lunges against the chain-link fence in the corner house's backyard, its teeth bared like it senses something dark in the air. What's your game, Serafina? I growl, stepping closer to the car, my finger tense on the trigger. Even for you this is low. She lounges in the driver's seat, her polished nails tapping the steering wheel. Her sleek black bob never frays, not even in chaos. The wail of sirens cuts through the night and my head jerks toward the sound, then a rhythmic thudding from the trunk steals my attention. Thump, thump, bang, my pulse hammers as I flick my gaze between the trunk, Serafina's smirk, and the empty street where the cops will appear any second. You're running out of time, she purrs, her grin sharp enough to draw blood. She's winning and she knows it. Even with a gun aimed at her, she's got me cornered. The sirens scream closer, but no flashing lights pierce the dark yet. I exhale, my breath a ghost in the cold. Then her voice shifts. No more games. I'll give you what you want, she snaps, but you listen first. Got it, Fredrik? My jaw locks, my grip on the gun turning my knuckles white. For a heartbeat, we're frozen in that silent standoff. Then she floors it, tires screeching as she vanishes into the night. I lower the gun, defeat bitter on my tongue. She's right, I can't pull the trigger. Not until she talks. Vonnegut thinks I'm just another hired gun. He doesn't know about the basement, the interrogations, the bodies left in my wake. Serafina dragged me into this mess, showed me how to feed the hunger I've spent years choking down. And now, she's the only one who can finish what she started. With seconds to spare, I stash the gun and melt into the shadows, leaving the crime scene and the dead woman behind. The cops won't find me, but Serafina. She's not done with me yet. After all these years of dodging me, keeping secrets about what she's been up to behind my back, Serafina finally decides to come clean. Is this just another lie? Some twisted attempt to shake me off so she can slip away and live free? But that's not like her. The woman I love thrives on cruelty as much as I do. Pleading for mercy, even in her usual mocking way, would be completely out of character. No, there's more to this. I make it back to our Boston brownstone in under half an hour, and there it is, her sleek black sedan parked right in the driveway. The audacity of this woman. She knows exactly what's coming, knows I'll savor every second of it. Betrayal like this doesn't go unpunished. I pull in beside her car, my gaze lingering on the trunk for half a second before I shut off the engine. The muffled thumps I heard earlier flash through my mind, but right now I don't give a damn. I'm out of the car in an instant, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. The front door crashes against the wall as I storm inside. Serafina, my voice echoes through the empty halls, but I already know where she'll be, down in the basement where the real work happens. The door's unlocked, slightly ajar. I shove it open without hesitation, my boots thudding against the concrete steps. A single dim bulb flickers at the bottom, casting jagged shadows as I descend. Then I hear its soft, broken whimpers, but this isn't the kind of sound we usually draw out of people. This is raw terror. At the bottom of the stairs, Serafina stands like some kind of nightmare goddess, all sharp edges and dark allure. Strapped to the old dentist's chair, our favorite piece of furniture, is a woman I don't recognize. She's barely dressed, her blonde hair matted with blood, her face streaked with ruined makeup. The gag muffles her sobs, but her wide, panicked eyes say everything. Serafina grins at me, slow and wicked, twirling the knife between her fingers. Miss me? She purrs. I step closer, pulse roaring in my ears. What the hell is this? Who is she? We've always had rules. This breaks every single one. She tilts her head, pressing the blade to the woman's throat. Oh, darling, she murmurs, you're going to want to hear this story. Don't come any closer, sweetheart, she warns, wagging a finger at me. She's the one who knows everything. She's the one you need. It hits me then, this isn't about desire. It's something deeper, darker. My pulse quickens as I lower myself, placing my gun carefully beside my worn dress shoes before rising slowly, hands raised to show I mean no harm. The blonde woman's eyes flicker between me and Serafina, though the leather strap pinning her head to the chair keeps her from seeing much. Serafina's gaze drifts to the wooden chair against the wall. Taking the hint, I grab it, dragging it forward with a scrape before sitting. Crossing my legs, I rest my hands on my knee. Why her? I ask, keeping my voice steady. Because of her we're here, Serafina replies, easing the blade from the woman's throat. She made me what I am, just like I helped you take down that monster from your past, you'll help me end her. The knife points straight at the trembling blonde. You owe me, Fredrik, just like she does. Silence stretches as I process her words, searching for meaning. How does this woman connect to Serafina's betrayal of me of the Order? I need to piece this together before speaking. Control has always been my advantage, but now that grip is slipping, unease coils in my gut. What did she do to you? A slow, chilling smile curls Serafina's lips before her hand lifts, fingers threading through the woman's golden hair with eerie tenderness. So soft, so perfect. Then crack, her palm strikes the woman's cheek, the sound sharp as a whip. Blood trickles from the blonde's nose as she strains against the restraints, legs tensing in futile struggle. Her eyes beg me for mercy, but I can't give her hope. The truth, I'm not her savior. Answers are all I care about. I don't want her dead. If I can stop it, I will. But right now, she's just a means to an end. Even if she dies tonight, I won't lose sleep over it. Maybe that makes me a monster. Why don't you ask her yourself? Serafina snaps, stepping in front of the woman and yanking the gag from her mouth. Please let me go. The woman's screams claw at my ears, sharp and raw, twisting something inside me. That ache only comes when they're innocent, I've learned that much. It's the one thing that never lies, the gut-deep certainty that tells me who deserves mercy and who doesn't. But sometimes, no matter how loud my instincts scream, I ignore them. She writhes in the chair, her whole body trembling as she sobs. I'm begging you. Just let me go. Her voice cracks, desperation thick in the air. I lunge forward just as Serafina swings the hilt of her knife toward the woman's face. Grabbing Serafina from behind, I wrestle her arms down, but she fights like a wild thing, elbows flying until I pin her fists against her chest. The knife clatters to the concrete. Then white-hot pain explodes across my face as her skull slams into me. I stagger back, vision swimming, and by the time it clears, she's already snatched the knife again, lunging for the woman. Serafina, don't. Too late, the world freezes. The woman's answers spill out in a crimson flood, her throat torn open. I collapse into the chair, legs sprawled, watching helplessly as her body fights for one last breath. Her eyelids flutter, her chest heaves, then nothing. Her fingers go slack, her gaze empty. Blood pools beneath the chair, dark and endless. How much can one person bleed? I shut my eyes, the weight of it crushing me. Serafina finally turns, her lips parted, something like horror flickering in her eyes. She stares at her hands, the knife, the blood, then drops it like it's poison. For a second, she just stands there as if she can't believe what she's done. And honestly, neither can I can't make sense of it. Serafina is a trained assassin, a woman who's ended countless lives, most of them justified, at least in her twisted moral code. But these last 3 murders, different. Cold, calculated, and all within the past 24 hours. Did I somehow trigger this? Did my presence push her over some invisible edge? No, the truth is she was always broken. Even when I first met her, even when I stupidly fell for her, that cruel streak ran deep. But this, what I'm seeing now, it's something else entirely. Her voice breaks as she looks up at me, blood smeared across her fingers. It wasn't me, she chokes out, tears spilling down her face. Fredrik, I'm so sorry. Her knees hit the concrete and she collapses into herself, shoulders shaking. I don't hesitate, I pull her against me, holding her tight, my lips brushing the top of her dark hair as she sobs. I let her cry, but not for long. I need answers. Tell me, I murmur, gripping her. Who did you think she was? Let me help you. She shakes her head violently. You'll hate me if I say it. Never, I promise, and I mean it. Even now, even after what she's done, I love her, not the monster who killed in front of me, but this shattered woman in my arms. You said she owed you. What was it? She hesitates, trembling. I wait, squeezing her shoulder gently. Finally, she whispers, I was 10 when I met her. Then silence, her breath hitches like she's fighting herself. I never wanted to hurt you, she blurts, dodging the question. But I knew you had to leave. I just couldn't make myself walk away, so I lied. I started staying at Safe House 16. My stomach twists. I already know where this is going, but I hold her tighter, bracing for the blow. I slept with Marcus, she admits, voice barely audible. The one who ran the place. Every muscle in my body locks. I force myself to breathe, to stay still. Inside, I'm picturing her tied to that chair in the corner, the leather straps cutting into her skin. Why? I ask, my voice eerily calm. Why would you want me to find out? She opens her mouth, then stops. The hesitation makes my fingers twitch, the straps in my mind tighten. Wait, what did you just say? I murmur, my chin brushing against her hair as I hold her close. I wanted to make you hurt, she admits, her voice barely above a whisper. Why? I ask, though part of me already knows. I love you, I hate you. Because love is just pain in disguise, she says, and the raw honesty in her words lodges in my throat. Because it's the biggest lie we ever tell ourselves. And because no matter how much I love you, I loathe you for making me feel it. Then sharp pressure. A slow, creeping warmth spreads from my leg, seeping into my veins. The edges of the room blur just enough to send panic shooting through me. I fight against the drug's pull, but it's relentless, smothering my thoughts like a thick fog. When did she slip away? When did I hit the floor? The air reeks of gasoline, sharp enough to sting my nose. Sierra, where are you? My voice feels distant, like it never left my lips. Darkness presses in. The air isn't cool anymore, it's scorching, thick with smoke. I try to move, to claw at my collar, but my limbs won't obey. I love you, Fredrik. Her voice curls around me, sweet and deadly. I crave her touch, the heat of her mouth on mine. And because I love you, I feel myself being dragged. You have to let me go. The fire roars, devouring the walls, the ceiling. I can't see it, but I hear it, a hungry, crackling beast. Lungs burn, every breath is agony. Sierra. My voice cracks. Dawn breaks cold and bright. I blink up at a sky so blue it feels like a mockery. Snow clings to me, grey with ash. When I try to sit up, my body screams in protest. I barely manage to roll onto my side. Dead grass prickles my skin. My breath melts the snow beneath me in shallow puffs. I'm shivering, yet my skin feels feverish. Beyond the trees, a thin trail of smoke rises. The remains of my house. She didn't leave me to burn. The realization hits like a fist. My skull throbs where she must have struck me. Every muscle aches. She dragged me out up those stairs. I'm alive because she allowed it, and I will find her. No matter how long it takes, the dangerous dance between us has always been high stakes, but this time she's raised the bet, and I'm not folding. Chapter 1. Fredrik. Present day. 5 pairs of eyes track my every move. 2 men flanking me on either side, another seated at the head of the long dining table watching like a hawk. My gun was confiscated at the entrance. A peaceful dinner, sir, the doorman had said, his tone smooth but firm. No weapons permitted. Understood, I replied, sliding the pistol from the back of my waistband and setting it on the table. I'd expected the pat-down, so I came prepared. No backup piece, no hidden blades, just me, a bottle of wine, and a room full of Francois Moreau's most trusted enforcers. The wine was taken immediately, placed at the center of the table like some kind of peace offering. Francois gave a polite nod. Of course he'd thank me for the expensive Bordeaux, even if we both knew why I was really here. Is it true? Francois asked, swirling his glass. The wine in mine wasn't from the bottle I'd brought. Vonnegut's put a price on 3 of his own men, including you. I shrugged. Seems the gossip finally got something right. A smirk tugged at Francois's lips, his graying hair slicked back with too much gel. Lucky for you I don't do business with men like Vonnegut. His grin widened like he expected gratitude. I took a slow sip, watching as the scarred man beside me unfolded his napkin with deliberate precision. The others followed suit as waiters slipped in, balancing plates of food. Francois didn't even glance at his meal, his fingers steepled under his chin. So Gustavsson, he said, you're here to squeeze me for intel on my employer, that right? Correct. I kept my answer clipped, letting him sweat. His amusement flickered. And why would I ever give that to you? I held his gaze, my face unreadable. He shifted in his seat, unnerved by my calm. Just one unarmed man in a room full of killers. And yet I was the one making him nervous. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. 5 men surrounded me at the table, each one undoubtedly armed despite the doorman's earlier assurances. Here I was, alone in a sprawling estate just outside Nice, France, with at least 9 more armed guards patrolling the grounds. Francois, the man across from me, had to know I wasn't just some random guest. I mirrored his posture, steepling my fingers. Before this delightful evening ends, I said, flicking my wrist slightly, I guarantee I'll walk out with exactly what I came for. I raised a finger, calm but firm, and you'll hand it over willingly. Francois arched a brow, amused. He took a slow sip of wine, savoring the moment before setting the glass down with deliberate care. The blond man to my right watched me over the rim of his own drink, his expression unreadable. We were all dressed the same, sharp black suits, silk ties, though I'd argue mine fit better. As if on cue, the men picked up their forks in unison and began eating. Francois finally joined them, though I doubted hunger had anything to do with it. He was just dragging out the silence, savoring his little power play. After chewing deliberately, he finally spoke. Is that so? His voice dripped with condescension, his fork clinking against the plate as he set it down. Absolutely, I replied, as casually as if I were commenting on the weather. I know your order is led by Sébastien Fournier. He took over last year after Julien Gerard was gunned down in Marseille. Francois dabbed his mouth with a napkin, listening. And I know your operation deals in the black market, with American mercenaries carrying out hits on innocent women back home. Francois tilted his head, a smirk playing at his lips. Really, monsieur, don't pretend you care about a few lost lives, he goaded. His words hit harder than he realized, but I kept my expression neutral. I took a slow sip of wine, locking eyes with him across the table, daring him to push further. He chuckled softly and drank again. Setting my glass down, I leaned in. If I already know so much, why bother talking to you? Francois mused, feigning disinterest as he glanced at his plate. Because I want the key to the safety deposit box in New York, I said. His smile deepened, the lines around his mouth creasing. Without a word, he signaled to the waiter hovering nearby, who stepped forward obediently. Would you be so kind as to open that excellent bottle of wine Monsieur Gustavsson brought tonight? He motions toward the bottle with a casual flick of his fingers. The waiter obeys, placing the uncorked wine at the table's center. The four other men set down their forks in unison, their napkins dabbing at lips that suddenly taste more of tension than Bordeaux. They exchange glances. This isn't dinner anymore. Francois snaps, and through a side door slips a delicate woman with golden hair coiled at her nape. Her black skirt hugs her waist, and the sheer fabric of her blouse does nothing to hide the fact she's forgone a bra. My gaze lingers on the shadow between her collarbones, the way her pulse jumps when our eyes meet for half a second. She looks away fast, but not before I catch the quickening of her breath. Fresh glasses, if you please, Francois commands, and she vanishes like a spooked deer. He smirks at me. I see you've got an appetite after all. Shame you won't live long enough to indulge it. He leans back, all false benevolence. Consider it my last gift, one final pleasure before the inevitable. I'll pass, I say, pushing my untouched plate away. We both know why I'm here, the key, nothing else. His chuckle is ice. We're as stubborn as they warned. With a nod to the blond man beside me, he orders, fetch the box from my desk. The woman returns, balancing stemware between her fingers like a magician with cards. She serves me last, her wrist brushing the tablecloth in slow retreat. Francois watches, amused. Pour for our guest first, he tells her, gesturing to my wine. As she obeys, he adds, did you really think I wouldn't see your play coming? His fingers dance through the air, a conductor marking the orchestra. You think I only know about your little incident in San Francisco, that poor woman you killed? My blood boils, but I keep my composure. Francois is trying to rattle me, and that tells me everything about how desperate he really is. Oh, I know far more than that. His grin twists into something ugly, and suddenly I realize he's holding back. There's something worse he hasn't revealed yet. For the first time since stepping into this gilded prison, I hesitate, but I won't let him see it. A dying man's taunts won't shake me. The server fills my glass and retreats, leaving silence between us. When I don't bite, Francois leans in, savoring his wine like it's his last. I've heard stories about you, he muses, rubbing his fingers together. About how you earned that charming nickname. What was it again? Ah, right, the little jackal, a scavenger, pathetic. I'll savor his last breath, keeping my face blank. I tilt my head. Sounds like you're stalling. A glance at my watch. Time's running out. Francois laughs, baring his teeth as he props his arms on the table. The blonde bodyguard returns, setting a sleek black box in front of him. Francois flips it open, pulling out a gold key on a heavy chain, dangling it like bait. I'm not afraid of you, he says, tucking it into his jacket. I thought I'd give you a chance to bargain, but you're even more arrogant than I expected. His gaze flicks to my untouched wine. Why not drink? After all, you brought it. His smirk is poison. Isn't this what you wanted? Beside me, the dark-haired man fidgets, tugging at his collar. His face turns ashen. Excuse me, he mutters, standing abruptly. I need air. Francois barely glances at him. By all means. The man staggers away, napkin crumpled in his fist. He swipes the dampness from his brow with his sleeve as he exits, nearly tripping before vanishing around the corner. Guess I dodged a bullet skipping dinner, I remark, nudging my plate away with one finger. The others, Francois included, glance at their own meals before tossing their napkins over the untouched dishes. Servants swoop in to clear the table, their movements sharp with urgency. Francois' jaw tightens, his mind clearly racing through a mental list of kitchen staff to replace. Perhaps a drink would help, he offers, redirecting the tension. His gaze lingers on my untouched wineglass. Unless you suspect it's tampered with, I counter. Lips curl as he laces his fingers together, watching me with unnerving calm. Indulge me, he insists. The room holds its breath. Francois, the remaining guests, the waiter frozen by the wall, even the blonde woman hovering at his side. With a slow exhale, I wrap my fingers around the stem and raise the glass. Just as the wine touches my lips, a choked gasp comes from across the table. One man clutches his throat, his face paling. Francois barely spares him a glance. Every last drop, he orders. Your wish is my command, I murmur, smirking as the glass meets my mouth. A crash reverberates through the adjacent hallway, then a shriek followed by panicked French. Someone call 911. Mr. Bertrand is down. Francois' head snaps toward the commotion, then back to me, his composure cracking as the other guests slump in their chairs. One topples sideways, his fall punctuated by the clatter of silverware. You, Francois lurches upright, his finger trembling as he accuses me. This is your doing, explain yourself. His words dissolve into a wheeze as he collapses back into his seat, his face flushing an impressive shade of Merlot. Across the room, another man retches onto the Persian rug. The sharp pop of gunfire outside sends the waiter bolting, his footsteps drowned out by the cacophony of breaking glass and screeching metal. Francois knuckles whiten as he grips the table, his complexion shifting from furious red to sickly grey. Note to self, that exact shade would pair well with a silk pocket square. Rising smoothly, I adjust my suit sleeves, savoring the chaos. You really should have hired a better sommelier, I muse, stepping over a convulsing body. The chandelier above us flickers as screams echo down the corridor. Somewhere a door slams shut, but not before the scent of gunpowder drifts. I lift the wineglass I'd brought as a gift and drain it in one go, placing the empty crystal back on the table with deliberate calm. Francois stares in disbelief, his face paling as his trembling fingers clutch the armrests. When I pick up the untouched second glass and move toward him, panic flashes in his eyes. He fumbles for his shoulder holster, but his body convulses violently before he can draw. I pause, wrinkling my nose as he retches onto the Persian rug. His back arches against the chair, desperate gasps turning to wet gurgles as he collapses face first onto the mahogany table. The poison works faster than expected. His corpse slumps before I can explain how I laced the bottle without ever touching it. Distant gunfire echoes through the estate walls, growing louder. I place the full glass beside his thinning hair and heave his limp body upright. His frozen expression, tongue swollen, lips parted in a final grotesque gasp, almost makes me laugh. The key slides easily from his inner pocket into mine. Technically, he did hand it over willingly. His overconfidence led him to adjust that jacket pocket 3 times during dinner. "Good girl," I murmur to the honey blonde hovering near his chair. She bites her lip, eyes darting away like some virginal ingenue. Please, I'd seen her snort lines off a toilet tank 2 hours ago. Now she's practically vibrating, fingers digging into her biceps. "Where is it?" she whines, heels tapping. The gunfire stops. Dorian strides in, his 9 dripping onto the parquet, blonde spikes matted with someone else's blood. The woman scrambles behind me like a startled rabbit. "Got it?" he asks. I tilt my head at his splattered sleeves. "Must you redecorate every crime scene?" He grins, flicking gore from his watch. "Where's the fun in clean?" Then, jerking his chin toward the hallway, "Police sirens now." The woman grabs my sleeve. "Hey!" Dorian's bullet shatters a vase beside her head. She freezes. "Next one's a freebie," he says. "What about me?" She folds her arms and shoots Dorian a sharp look before turning to me for confirmation. "You're not going anywhere until I get what you owe me." Dorian's patience snaps. In one swift motion, he raises his gun. A single shot echoes through the room. The woman collapses onto the marble floor, lifeless. "Waste of time," he mutters, shaking his head. "Let's move." I adjust my suit and step past her without a second glance. Chapter 2. Fredrik back in Baltimore. By the next afternoon, I wait for Victor Faust, my employer and in some strange way my only friend. It's 3 o'clock and the urge to check the basement gnaws at me. Normally I'd have visited her hours ago, but today isn't normal. She hates when I'm late and the guilt eats at me, but she knows my work demands my attention. Still, I make it up to her. She always forgives me, because she's more than just a responsibility, she's my secret. No matter what Victor needs, I carve out time for her. There's progress now and I won't risk losing it. After a late lunch, I'm at the kitchen counter, laptop open when Victor arrives. "Good to see you," I say, waving him inside. He settles into one of the black leather chairs in the den, Italian craftsmanship, dark wood legs, while I take the other. I pull the key from my pocket and set it on the table between us. Victor barely glances at it. "Morrow didn't make it easy, I assume," he says, arms resting on the chair, his silver watch glinting under his sleeve. I chuckle. "Francois Morrow is exactly what you warned me about, arrogant and impossible." I signal Greta as she enters. "Get us something to drink, beer's fine," Victor cuts in. "2 Guinness, I tell her. Greta nods and disappears into the kitchen. Victor finally picks up the key, turning it over in his fingers, the gold chain catching the light. "So this box in New York," I say, crossing my legs, "has everything you need, or am I heading back to France soon?" Victor tucks the key into his jacket and mirrors my posture. "No," he says, "this is it." Victor leans back in his chair, swirling his beer before taking another sip. "This is more than enough to work with," he says. "Tracking down Sebastian Fournier might be tricky, but we don't actually need him to take over his network." He handed off all his operatives' identities and personal details to Francois Morrow, called him the gatekeeper, like some kind of fantasy novel. Morrow did a decent job hiding the data, stashing it on a standalone device halfway around the world. But let's be real, nothing stays buried forever. Greta walks in carrying 2 open beers, her sensible navy skirt swishing just above her ankles. She hands one to Victor, then passes the other to me. "Should I set an extra place for dinner tonight?" she asks, smoothing the front of her pale pink blouse. Her grey hair is pinned neatly in a bun, but time has left its mark, tiny veins spiderweb across her calves, a roadmap of years gone by. Victor shakes his head. "No need, I won't be staying." She gives a small nod, but before she leaves, her eyes lock onto mine, sharp, knowing. The unspoken message is clear. Kasha's asking for me again. I exhale and turn back to Victor. You were right, I admit. I didn't expect taking over these operations would go this smoothly. Victor sets his beer down with a quiet clink. Smoothly, he smirks. I believe my exact word was manageable. I can't help but grin. The man's expressions are rare enough that seeing one feels like spotting a shooting star. Okay, fine, manageable, I concede. But 3 operations in 3 months, that's not just good, that's borderline ridiculous. He shrugs. Team effort. Couldn't have pulled it off without you 4. That's Victor always sharing credit, even when he doesn't have to. The truth, he could have done it alone. Me, Dorian, Nicholas, even Isabel were useful, sure, but expendable. Victor treats us well, but I've seen enough to know he wouldn't blink before putting a bullet in any of us if it came to it. Respect, absolutely. Fear, no, but I'm not stupid. If he ever found out about Kasha, the life he saved from Vonnegut's hit squad wouldn't be worth much. Vonnegut, our old boss, the head of the order, still thinks we owe him, and Victor, he collects debts the price on our heads, keeps us in hiding, forcing us to watch our every move. What's our current status? I ask, leaning forward. How many do we have now? 6 black market rings are ours, Victor replies. 4 stateside, 1 in Mexico and another in Sweden. That's 133 new operatives, not counting our original crew. 133. I tilt my head, studying him. Nicholas took one out yesterday. The guy cracked under pressure, fed Isabel all the fake intel we planted. Got it, I say, exhaling sharply. And Isabel, how's she holding up? She's fine, Victor answers, his tone clipped. The lack of detail makes me pause. Not my business, I add, but should we be concerned? Victor meets my gaze and shakes his head. Not your problem, he clarifies, but my brother. Every damn day I wonder if she's finally put a knife in him. I fight back a grin, but it wins. Taking a swig from the bottle, I try to hide it. Can't say I'm shocked. You really thought they'd play nice? Setting the bottle down, I catch the faint amusement in Victor's voice as he says, no, I didn't. Those 2 hopeless. Nicholas never knows when to shut up, and Isabel, he runs a hand through his short brown hair. She's just as bad. As long as their little feud doesn't screw up our work, I say with a shrug, let them tear each other apart. Besides, Nicholas could use a good beating now and then. He's almost, I hold up a finger for emphasis, almost as insufferable as Dorian. Victor shifts in his chair, crossing his legs. Speaking of Dorian, he says, how'd he handle France? I groan, rubbing my temples. A disaster like always, gets the job done, never slips up, but damn, he's ruthless. Even I'm surprised sometimes. Victor raises an eyebrow, surprised. Now that's hard to believe. Yeah, well, I mutter, chewing my lip. He's reckless, doesn't think before pulling the trigger. That's his job, Victor counters. Eliminate threats, no hesitation. Sure, but I hesitate. He enjoys it too much. Victor actually laughs, shaking his head in disbelief. The moment leaves me briefly speechless, but I regain my composure fast. He lifts his beer bottle from the table, gesturing toward me before taking a slow sip. You of all people calling Dorian brutal because he acts without hesitation. The amusement lingers in his tone even as his laughter fades. Maybe it unsettles you because he doesn't draw things out like you do. He's your mirror opposite. Ever wonder how he reacted the first time he saw you in action? He drains the last of his drink and sets the bottle down with a quiet thud. All right, fine, I see where you're coming from, I admit, my smile thin. Victor's expression shifts, the humor vanishing. So he's holding up, he asks, all business now. No red flags since you've been paired, I exhale, shaking my head. None, he's cleared every evaluation. Another pause, longer this time. Hate to admit it, but you might have been right about him. And I do hate admitting it. When I first met Dorian Flynn, I wanted to duct tape him to a chair and dose him with something lethal. The guy never shut up, arrogant, reckless, infuriating, he still is. But damn if he isn't one of the best operatives I've seen, which leaves me with one burning question. How much longer am I stuck with him? The word partner tastes like ash. I work better alone. Unless it's you, then I'll tolerate it. Dorian, half the time I'd rather jab myself with a syringe. Victor's mouth quirks. A couple more weeks just through the DC job. After that, he's on his own. He leans back, arms crossed. Same reason I paired Nicholas and Isabel. You all need to learn to coexist without bloodshed. I raise an eyebrow. And you, Mister, gets along with everyone. My tone is dry, but he knows I'm not serious. He just shrugs. Usually, the room falls quiet. From the kitchen, Greta's movements echo, pans clattering, water rushing as she rinses vegetables, always leaves it running. Fredrik, Victor's voice cuts through the silence. His gaze locks onto mine, heavy with something unspoken. Word is you've been digging into Serafina again. True. I don't flinch, though the name coils like smoke in my chest. Yeah, I say evenly, but it's not affecting the job. He nods, but his eyes say he's not convinced. Just a few months back, Victor saved me from an ambush set by Vonnegut, the former leader of our order who wanted me dead. That's when I finally told him the truth. I never killed my ex-wife Serafina despite what he'd believed for years. The truth was, I couldn't do it. Even after she betrayed me and nearly took my life, there was still something about her I couldn't bring myself to destroy. When I had the chance to end her, I hesitated. She was the only interrogation I ever walked away from unfinished, the only one I couldn't break. And because I let her go, 3 innocent women paid the price. After she burned my house down, she vanished until a year ago when I spotted her on the evening news walking through a crowd in New York. I've been hunting for her ever since. Victor leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Fredrik, he says, meeting my gaze, you know I'd give you whatever you need to track her down. I shake my head before he even finishes. No, this is my burden, not yours. I appreciate it, but I have to handle this alone. You get that right? He nods slowly, his eyes drifting to the floor before he stands, adjusting his jacket. I follow him to the door. Keep me updated on Dorian, he says. I'll send you the Washington intel as soon as it's ready. Got it, I reply. As soon as his car disappears down the driveway, I head to the kitchen to check on Kasia with Greta. The moment I walk in, Greta's sharp gaze locks onto me, her fingers twisting the dish towel in her hands. What's wrong? I ask, lingering in the doorway. Kasia's been restless, Mr. Gustavsson, she says, setting the towel on the dark granite counter. 3 days is a long time. Disrespect, but you should have seen her sooner. I give a slow nod. I know, but I had my reasons. Reasons I don't owe her. She's here to clean and look after Kasia, not question me. My bare feet press against the cold tile as I step closer, my hands clasped loosely in front of me. Her throat bobs as she swallows, her eyes darting away. Tilting my head, I study her. You're still scared of me, even after all this time. Why? I've never hurt you, I say, watching Greta struggle to meet my eyes. Her fingers twist nervously near her waist. I'm sorry, she murmurs, but you're the first assignment I've had who acts the way you do. It's not something I can adjust to, maybe I never will. Greta and Dorian joined us when Victor seized control of a black market operation stateside last year. Just like the one Sébastien Fournier still runs in France, for now we eliminated the leaders of Greta's old organization and took their files. Names, aliases, every detail. That kind of leverage keeps people in line. It's not so different from a corporate takeover. New management, new rules, everyone under a microscope. Most don't care who signs their checks, but loyalty, that's harder to measure. Victor knows how to handle it, and me, I'm the final test. Every operation we absorb has around 90 operatives, assassins, spies, safe housekeepers. Most never make it to my chair. Victor and Nicholas filter them first, but the ones who do. They're the ones who pass every check and still set off alarms. Isabel Seyfried calls them my victims. She thinks Vonnegut's method, swift elimination at the first red flag, is kinder. Maybe, but there's no kindness in what we do. And if there were, I wouldn't be the one they call in. Greta's never sat in that chair. I trust her. Some people you just know she's steady. Nervous around me, sure, but she's had every chance to turn me in about the woman in the basement, about any of it. She hasn't. Maybe fear keeps her quiet. Not ideal, but we'll see. I drop my hands to my sides. If you want reassignment, I offer, I'll arrange it, but Kasia stays between us. I'll deal with Victor when it's time. This isn't betrayal, it's a choice, and I'll answer for it. Greta's head dips slightly, her eyes flickering to the floor before she looks back up. No, she replies, lifting her gaze to meet mine, fingers still intertwined in front of her. I'd rather stay. Kasia's grown on me. I want to be sure she's looked after when you're not around. I appreciate that, I say, and I do. Finding someone to replace Greta would have been a hassle, and worse, if she'd taken the offer, I'd have had no choice but to silence her. She's the only one who knows about Kasia, and loose ends aren't an option. Greta exhales, her hands falling to rest on the countertop. The tension creeps back into her posture. There's something I need to say, she begins, and I brace myself. I honestly don't think she knows anything about this Serafina. I've got a good sense for people, Mr. Gustavsson, and that girl, she's not lying to you. I fold my arms behind my back, pacing a few steps before pausing near the kitchen window, its glass stretching from floor to ceiling, framing the overgrown yard outside. Maybe, I concede, eyes fixed on the tangled grass, but I have a feeling she'll remember more eventually. Greta's voice tightens, frustration edging into concern. That doesn't make sense. How can she tell you where someone is if she swears she's never met them? And not that I'd ever want you to hurt her, but if you really think she's hiding something, why is she the exception? My stare sharpens and she flinches, fingers fidgeting against the counter. She knows better than to second-guess me. Her doubts aren't unfounded, but my reasons for keeping Kasia unharmed are my own. The quiet stretches between us. You can leave early tonight, I tell her. I'll be staying in town a while longer. She hesitates, glancing at the half-chopped vegetables in the sink and the pot simmering on the stove. What about supper? Forget it, you can deal with it tomorrow. Nodding, she moves to turn off the burner, then stows the strainer in the fridge. Grabbing her purse from the chair by the window, she digs out a key and presses it into my palm. Same time tomorrow, that'll do. My fingers close around the key as she slips out. The front door clicks shut behind her. I turn toward the hallway where a single door waits at the end. The one that leads downstairs. Kasia's delicate features flash through my mind, her wide, honey-colored eyes and full lips that always seem to curve into a smile even when she's not trying. That stubborn little organ in my chest, the one that refuses to obey me, starts its familiar, slow thud the moment she crosses my thoughts. It's a traitorous rhythm, one that makes me want to claw it out just to stop the ache. Before I know it, I'm turning the key. Greta slipped me in the lock, stepping into the dim stairwell without hesitation. Every step takes me closer to her. Kasia, the woman who might just destroy me if I don't destroy her first. The corner of this room fits me almost perfectly, the way the walls press against my back if I tuck myself just right. I shift, trying to press my spine flush against the cool drywall, but my limbs always get in the way. Everything here gets in the way, the chain bolted to my ankle just long enough to let me pace but never reach the stairs. The blank ivory walls, smooth and windowless. The concrete steps leading up to that door, always locked, always out of reach. But the real prison isn't the room. It's the questions without answers, the things I can't remember no matter how hard I try. Freedom would mean sunlight on my skin, rain soaking through my hair, the night sky stretching endlessly above me. And yet some part of me clings to this place, to the quiet and the shadows. Maybe because leaving would mean facing what's out there, or worse, what's inside me. Fredrik isn't cruel, that's the strangest part. He's a puzzle I can't solve, a man who demands something I don't know how to give. But I keep trying because one day maybe he'll decide I've earned my way out, or maybe I'll decide I'm ready to take it. The click of the door echoes down the stairs and I pull my knees tighter to my chest. The thin white gown he gave me brushes against my skin, soft but never enough to feel safe. His footsteps are silent, no shoes, just the whisper of fabric as he descends. The shadow on the wall grows taller, darker. He's here. Again my pulse quickens, a wild drumbeat of longing and dread tangled together. With him those emotions are never far apart. Kasia, his voice wraps around me, deep and smooth like a river carving through stone, powerful yet precise. You know I don't like you sitting on the floor. He moves from the shadows into the dim light, his broad frame looming over me, close enough that his presence alone feels like a weight. Even his silhouette seems alive, as if it's watching me when he isn't. Sorry, I murmur, tilting my head up. I just feel safe down here. His hand extends toward me and after a pause I take it, my fingers disappearing into his grip. He pulls me up gently, the chain around my ankle clinking softly as I rise, my thin dress settling just above my feet. Fredrik's sharp blue gaze sweeps over me, inspecting every inch like he's searching for cracks in glass. It isn't about perfection, he claims he's checking for harm. As if Greta, the woman who's cared for me like family, would ever let anything happen. He guides me to the bed, turning me with firm hands before sitting in his usual spot on the wooden chair beside it. I missed you, I admit, folding my hands in my lap. I thought, don't. His voice is flat, final. Nothing touches me unless I allow it. I bite back a sigh, glancing away before meeting his eyes again. That look, the one that turns my bones to liquid, always catches me off guard. Greta's been kind, I say before he can ask. You don't need to worry. Fredrik leans back, crossing his legs, his fingers interlaced. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing forearms dusted with faint scars, and his bare feet press against the floor. They're as solid as the rest of him, strangely captivating. Maybe because even the smallest parts of him feel deliberate, like every detail was crafted to demand attention. Every imperfection about him feels flawless to me. The faint scar tracing 3 inches behind his ear, the thicker one cutting across his abdomen, even the small birthmark at the base of his neck. Maybe it's love, or maybe I'm just hopelessly infatuated for the first time. Every woman falls for it eventually, whether it's the guy down the street or some unattainable celebrity. Mine just happens to be the man holding me against my will. I force myself to sit up straighter, my hands twisting nervously in my lap. Fredrik hasn't looked away once and I already know what's coming, the part I hate most. My gaze drifts past him unfocused as he murmurs, "Remembered anything new?" I press my hands together to steady them before answering, "Nothing important." His stare lingers, demanding my attention. Even if it's the same thing, Kasia, I need to hear it. My throat tightens as I glance down. Just the fire again, I admit. Yesterday I saw it in my mind, flames climbing the walls just like before. Was she there? The question stings like always. I nod, slow and unwilling. Yes. He waits, motionless, expecting more, but I don't want to give it to him. I want him to pull me close like he did once when I felt safe for the first time, not because I'm afraid of him, but because of her. The woman in my memories with her black hair and cold eyes. I keep telling Fredrik I don't recognize her, but the truth is I refuse to. The harder he pushes, the closer I get to remembering something terrible. And if I do, if I finally give him what he wants, what if he leaves me behind to chase her? That's the real fear, losing him to the past I'd rather forget. Kasia, talk to me, what comes back to you? His voice pulls me from the haze, but my gaze drifts past him, past the messy dark strands of his hair and those intense blue eyes, past the rough stubble I can almost feel against my skin even when he isn't near. The memory sharpens, jagged and bright. The fire, the shrieks jolt me awake. I bolt upright, sheets tangled around me, my skin slick with sweat. The air is thick, acrid, my lungs sting with every breath, but it isn't just the smoke that tells me something's wrong. It's the terror in those voices. If I'd been alone here, I'd have never opened my eyes again. My stomach twists as I glance at the bed, picturing myself still curled there, the striped sheets wrapping around me like a shroud. Flames claw at the mattress, race up the walls, slither toward my hair fanned across the pillow, fast, relentless, like a sidewinder cutting through sand. I don't remember moving. How did I get to my feet? The hallway erupts in chaos, thuds, splintering wood, a crash that shakes the walls. Not my door, someone else's. The ceiling, the light under the door flickers once, twice, then dies. The screams cut off, my pulse hammers in my throat. Then a blink, a skip in time, and I'm at the window, scrambling onto the fire escape. My foot slips, darkness swallows me. Silence except for my own ragged breathing, the frantic drum of my heart in my skull. The sirens fade, distant now, then her voice, cold, close. I told you I'd find you. I fight to open my eyes, but they won't obey. My fingers scrape against something rough. Concrete, asphalt. My body locks up as a cough tears through me, my cheek grinding against the unforgiving surface. Smoke coats my tongue, sears my throat. Another cough, violent, helpless. I gasp, tasting blood where my lips have split. Every breath burns. I whimper, pressing my face into the ground, trying to breathe through my mouth. The air is poison, and she's still laughing. Cold tears streak down my face as my body trembles against the unforgiving pavement, every muscle clenched tight. This might be the end. I don't even know where I am anymore, just that the chill is eating me alive. You really should have seen this coming, Kasha. The voice taunts, so close I swear I feel breath on my neck. I strain to open my eyes, but the searing pain keeps them sealed shut. Who are you? My voice is a ragged whisper, throat so dry it feels lined with sand. Her laugh is soft, deliberate, and it sends a jolt of terror through me. Heat brushes my cheek, the only warmth in this frozen hell, before her lips press against mine, startlingly gentle. I'm too numb to resist, too weak to care. Her tongue slips past my lips and my body betrays me, eyelids fluttering closed like dead weights. You'll never escape me, she murmurs against my mouth, fingers tracing my jaw. You're mine. Then her touch turns vicious. I gasp as her hand shoves into my sweatpants, nails digging where they shouldn't. My eyes fly open just in time to see her smirk, backlit by a flickering street lamp. Short black hair frames her sharp features, those dark eyes gleaming with something cruel. Gorgeous, terrifying. The city noise crashes back, horns, shouts, the distant wail of sirens. I roll onto my back, coughing so hard my ribs scream. The sky is a void, choked with clouds. My leg throbs, broken maybe. How did I not notice? Around me alley debris looms. A busted mirror, a torn trash bag spilling fabric, a milk crate stuffed with junk, cracked Tupperware, a dented thermos. Boots crunch in slush behind me, gone now, or was she ever here? Voices cut through the haze. Over here, a flashlight beam blinds me. Emps. I fight to stay awake, but the pain drags me under, pulse thudding in my ears like a countdown. My vision blurs as I try to take in the chaos around me. The paramedics hover nearby, their voices muffled as they check my vitals, but I barely register their presence. My focus locks onto the street beyond them, a pulsing sea of emergency lights reflecting off brick buildings, casting eerie shadows across the gathered crowd. People huddle together in puffy jackets, their breath visible in the cold air as they gesture toward the inferno behind me. Then I spot him, a lone silhouette standing unnaturally still amidst the chaos. His black trench coat swallows him whole, hands casually tucked in pockets as if this were just another Tuesday. Our eyes meet through the flashing lights and moving bodies, and suddenly my ribs feel too tight. Your gaze pins me like a butterfly to corkboard, igniting something primal in my gut, terror and fascination twisting together until I can't tell them apart. Hot tears well up as my chest caves inward, collapsing like a dying star's final gasp before it vanishes forever. Then darkness swallows me whole, and when I surface again in your house, even my own name feels foreign on my tongue. Fredrik's thumb brushes away the dampness beneath my lashes, his touch featherlight. I catch his wrist, pressing his palm against my cheekbone for just a second longer before letting go. She claimed you owed her, he murmurs, withdrawing his hand to rest on his knee. The words land like a brick between us. My pulse stutters. Wait, I never told you that part. His head cants slightly, sunlight glinting off the silver streaks in his stubble. It just came back to me, he says quietly, like a puzzle piece clicking into place. The admission coils around my lungs. She did say that, I whisper, but I don't know why. Shame curdles in my stomach as I stare at our intertwined shadows on the hardwood. After all these months, I'd hand him my still beating heart if he asked, even if it meant watching him walk away with her. That's the cruelest joke of all, loving a man who keeps secrets in his basement, loving him without knowing why, without remembering how to do anything else. The world spins on outside these walls, but I'm stuck here, a ghost haunting my own hollowed-out life. Kasha, Fredrik's voice gentles as I lift my gaze. His exhale carries the weight of 1,000 unsaid things. My fingers dig into the mattress as I press myself against the wall, trying to put distance between us. I'm sorry, I whisper, my voice cracking under the weight of his glare. He leans in, his expression sharp as a blade. Don't use my name, he snaps, though something flickers in his eyes, regret maybe, or exhaustion from his own rules. Fredrik rises from the chair, the wood creaking under his weight, and sits beside me on the bed. His hand extends, palm up, an unspoken command. Despite the fear coiling in my stomach, I take it, letting him pull me close. My head rests against his thigh, his fingers tracing slow circles through my hair. The tenderness of it makes my chest ache, because I've seen what those same hands can do. The blood, the screams, the way he can turn mercy into a weapon. You know, I can't let this go, he murmurs, his voice too soft for the threat beneath it. If you won't remember on your own, I have to push you. A shudder runs through me. Not like that, I plead. Not again. His fingers pause, then resume their path, soothing and terrifying all at once. It's the only way, he says, like he's explaining the weather. Pain unlocks what you've buried, the fire, the girl. You wouldn't know any of it if I hadn't made you see. I tilt my head back, searching his face. Then tell me why, I press, my voice barely there. Who is Serafina? What did she take from you? He jerks away like I've burned him, sending me sprawling. But this time I don't stay down. The chain bites into my ankle as I lunge forward, gripping his sleeve. Tell me. The words tear out of me, raw and ragged. A year in this basement, a year of your games. I deserve the truth. My hands shake, not from fear now, but fury. You think I can find her? Fine, but I won't be your puppet unless you look me in the eye and say why. For a heartbeat, he just stares. Then his jaw tightens, and I see it, the war inside him, not refusal. Fear. For months I've been trapped in this cycle with him, a prisoner by choice. My fingers tremble as they wrap around his wrists, my voice barely above a whisper. Fredrik, I murmur, and for once he doesn't scold me for saying his name. His eyes, cold and distant, refuse to meet mine. If I knew more about her, maybe I could remember, I plead, trying to steady my voice. Who she was to me, how we were connected, what I owe her. But like always, he shuts me down. He'd rather drag me through horrors, forcing me to witness his brutality, than give me a single answer about the woman from my past, the one I supposedly knew before the fire stole my memories. My breath comes in ragged gasps, my chest tight with frustration. He towers over me, his expression unreadable, anger, regret, something darker lurking beneath. There's a monster inside him, one I've glimpsed but never faced. And though he fights to keep it caged for my sake, I know it's only a matter of time before it breaks free. I step closer, my hand brushing his cheek before I press my lips to his. When I pull back, his gaze burns into me, still impossible to decipher. But I already know the truth. One day his hands will be my end. Fredrik, I force myself away from Kasia before I lose control. Not again, I can't let this happen. Serafina, my ex-wife, the only one who ever saw the real me, is all that matters. She's darkness incarnate, and I won't rest until I find her. Kasia's voice trembles as she calls my name, her eyes wide with innocence. It makes me want to ruin her, to carve my mark into her skin the way I once did with Serafina. But I won't. I grit my teeth and turn away before the hunger wins. Fredrik, don't leave, she whispers, but I have to, please, she shouts as I walk away. The chain around her ankle clatters against the floor as she tries to follow, but it yanks tight when I move beyond her reach toward the basement stairs. Her sobs echo behind me, each one like a needle under my skin. I can't stand it, those tears, that helpless sound. With a slow turn, I face her again. Her light brown eyes, wide and pleading, lock onto mine, the same eyes that once drew me in, the same eyes that now trap me. Tonight, I'll have to spill blood just to quiet the storm inside me. I'll be back in 4 hours, I say, my voice flat, detached, and you'll watch. I leave her there, swallowed by her own despair, as I climb the stairs and shut the basement door behind me. Chapter 6. Fredrik. If Dorian Flynn weren't part of our new order and my assigned partner, he'd be the one bleeding out tonight. The guy grates on my last nerve. Hell, I might still put a bullet in him just for the satisfaction. What the hell is this garbage? Dorian mutters, flipping through a glossy magazine with some celebrity couple cradling a baby on the cover. He snaps the spine with his thumb, then tosses it onto the table between us. You ever read this trash? No, I answer, barely glancing at it before taking a sip of coffee. My focus stays fixed on the street outside the cafe window, scanning for my next target, a short, bald man who's been dodging death for too long. You should, Dorian says, tapping the magazine. This is what passes for culture now, a bunch of loud, talentless hacks getting rich off manufactured drama. He leans back in his chair, shaking his head. I could make a fortune wiping these idiots off the map, bet even Faust would sign off on it. I couldn't care less about Dorian's rant, but silence would only egg him on. Those people might be useless, I say, meeting his gaze, but they're not targets, not yet anyway. Dorian shrugs, nudging the magazine shut. Well, when they are, I call dibs. I nod, turning back to the window. I'll pass it along to Victor. Then with a dry edge I add, seems like they're already getting under your skin. The fact you even care proves they're winning. Dorian smirks, crossing his arms. His dark brown leather jacket creaks as he shifts. He's shorter than me, maybe 6 feet, with spiked blonde hair and sharp blue eyes usually hidden behind sunglasses. At 26, he's been in the game for 8 years, and he's damn good at it. He told me that fact like it was nothing, like admitting he sold houses for a living. And that's the problem, he treats everything like a joke. Even Death Dorian shares more than a few traits with Victor Faust's brother Nicholas Flesher, unpredictable, impulsive, and utterly unrestrained. Oddly enough, his chaotic approach seems to pay off. He flashes me a grin, shaking his head. All right, fine, I'll admit it. I wouldn't mind taking one of those high-end mighty types for a spin. Just to watch the shock on her face when I toss her out afterward. Nothing like humbling someone who thinks they're untouchable. I raise an eyebrow. Charming. He leans back, stretching. Sure, I'd have my fun, but when it comes down to it, I want someone decent, someone my parents would have approved of. Weren't your parents dead before you could walk? I take a slow sip of coffee. Dorian shrugs. Figure of speech, you know what I mean. I mutter, wishing he'd stop talking. Somehow I can't picture you playing the domestic type. His expression darkens. Who said anything about settling down? Nice, quiet, respectable sounds like settling to me. He barks out a laugh. Maybe for you, then again you've got a twisted streak. Doubt any respectable girl would stick around long enough for you to find out. True, though technically I've got one locked in my basement. Kasha's sweet, well-mannered, if you ignore the fact that she's chained to a radiator. But hey, she hasn't tried to stab me in weeks. Progress. Outside, a black sedan idles in the parking lot, exhaust curling into the frosty December air. A heavy-set man in a thick coat steps out, oblivious. James Woodard, I murmur, tracking him through the window. Dorian follows my gaze as Woodard moves toward his own car. Right on schedule. Consistency's his downfall, I say, shrugging into my coat. We wait until the sedan pulls away before stepping into the cold. Woodard barely spares us a glance as we cross the lot. Just two more strangers leaving the coffee shop. Pathetic. The man couldn't spot a threat if it bit him. No wonder he's expendable. His incompetence is exactly why we need to eliminate him. That, plus the fact he's been leaking fabricated intel about our organization to a rival black market group. Victor S. had his doubts about Woodard ever since absorbing his faction last month, deliberately feeding him bogus details just to test his loyalty. Predictably, Woodard took the bait twice. The guy in the black sedan who just dropped him off, that was our own buyer, playing both sides. My job is to extract the truth, whether he's sold secrets elsewhere and if he's working with anyone else. Perfect night for breaking a man. I've got 2 hours left before I need to haul Woodard back to my place. Kasha expects me in 4 and I don't break promises. Dorian slides into the passenger seat as the engine hums to life. Woodard pulls out first and I give him a 30-second head start before tailing him east. Unbelievable, Dorian snorts. How long did Victor say this idiot lasted under Norton? 2 years, I reply, keeping my eyes locked on the dimly lit road. 2 years, he barks a laugh. I'm shocked he survived 2 weeks. Can't argue with that. I ease off the accelerator just enough to keep Woodard's taillights in view. Dorian shoots me a sidelong glance. You never agree with me. I do, I counter. Just takes a minute to get used to your shoot first, ask, never approach. He practically howls. Me, you're the one who creeps people out, man. I just pull triggers. You're out here methodically dismantling lives. You need to adjust. He's joking, but there's truth in it. Fear doesn't touch Dorian. Arrogance and recklessness armor him too well. So you're sitting this one out? I tilt my head, smirking. Hell yeah, he grins. All yours, no complaints. Good, tonight's interrogation isn't standard and the audience exclusive. Woodard leads us to a rental, his supposed hideout since Victor wiped out his old boss. Meanwhile, his actual family sits clueless in their Roland Park home, a wife and 2 daughters left vulnerable while he plays fugitive. Pathetic. Some men don't deserve the lives they gamble. A wait night feels like community service. Taking out James Woodard might just be the charitable act his family needs. As his car rolls into the driveway and the engine cuts, he bolts inside like a scared rabbit. Dorian and I lurk by the curb, hidden beneath the skeletal branches of an oak tree. A single yellow light bleeds through the downstairs window. I creep toward the front steps while Dorian circles back, his boots leaving crisp imprints in the fresh snow. After a beat long enough for him to case the rear entrance, I rap my knuckles against the crimson door 3 times. The curtain twitches, Woodard's desperate attempt to id me before flipping on the porch light. I grin straight at the peephole, waving 2 fingers like we're old pals. Who the hell? His voice cracks through the door. He knows, of course he knows. James, open up, I croon, sweet as poisoned honey. We need to chat. Get lost, he barks, but the bravado crumbles when I don't budge. His fingers fumble with an alarm panel, beep, 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 until a robotic voice chirps, back door open. Then chaos, a thud, glass exploding, Woodard's choked please. Dorian's voice cuts through the noise, sit down. The porch light snaps off, plunging me back into shadow before the front door creaks open. Inside, Woodard's wedged into a recliner, sweating through his shirt. I don't cut the act, I interrupt, nudging aside shattered ceramic with my boot. I drag the ottoman closer and sink onto it, elbows on my knees. His jowls tremble under the lamplight. Somewhere upstairs, a faucet drips, a detail he'd never noticed before tonight. Funny how fear sharpens the senses. Woodard's outfit is a mess, navy and tan plaid with the top buttons hanging open, a wrinkled white undershirt peeking through. The sharp scent of dollar store cologne and dried-out markers clings to him. He adjusts his glasses with a stubby finger, pushing them up his nose with an "Look, I don't get why you're here," he stammers, his small eyes darting between me and Dorian. "I'm not with Norton anymore, someone else runs things now, I just follow orders." I let out a dry laugh, my gaze drifting past him like he's already irrelevant. The thought of him sitting in my chair, acting like he belongs there, makes my jaw tighten. "So you do know why we're here," I say, tilting my head. "Honesty would have been smarter, Woodard. Now you're just wasting my time. I don't want the truth." I want him to lie so I have an excuse to dig deeper. His eyes flick to Dorian, desperate. "Who are you people?" he whimpers, then freezes as recognition hits. "Wait, I remember you, the coffee shop, you followed me." "Does it matter?" I stand, straightening my coat. "Search the place," I tell Dorian. "I'll call cleanup when you're done." Woodard's voice cracks. "Wait, what are you doing?" I pull a syringe from my pocket, flicking off the cap. His face pales. "Hold on, you didn't even ask me anything." "Give me a chance." I don't care what he has to say. Dorian hesitates, his grip tightening on his gun. "Maybe we hear him out first," he suggests, nodding toward Woodard, who flinches at the weapon. "Could save us time." Woodard nods frantically, sweat beading on his forehead, then his expression shifts like he just pieced it together. His finger trembles as he points at me. "Gustavsson, the specialist." His whole body starts shaking. "I'll talk, I swear." "I didn't know it was you. I would have rolled out the damn welcome mat." "Too late," I say, though I'm bluffing. "We already know everything. I just need him silent. I need this over with. Get up." Woodard looks to Dorian, pleading, but there's no help coming. Woodard owes his life to Dorian's hatred of paperwork. This mansion packed with files needing sorting is the only reason he's still breathing. Under normal circumstances, Dorian would have already painted that ugly tapestry behind him with Woodard's brains. 5 minutes, Dorian offers, nudging me. "You know I prefer quick work," but he's finally ready to talk. Woodard bobs his head frantically, fingers digging into the armrests, his jowls trembling like gelatin. I exhale, letting the syringe, loaded with enough sedative to drag him unconscious back to my place, swing from my fingers. 3, I counter. "Okay, 3, Woodard stammers. "I swear I'm not a traitor." Dorian scoffs beside me. "So you're just a liar then?" "No," Woodard's voice cracks. "I did pass intel to Marion Callahan, the guy who dumped me in that parking lot, but sounds like treason to me." Dorian cuts in, raising his pistol. I grab his wrist, forcing the barrel down. "The last thing I need is a dead witness or a gunshot blowing out my eardrum." "Tick-tock," I warn Woodard. He lifts his hands, then drops them onto his khaki-covered thighs. "I needed to prove my worth to the new boss," he blurts. "After Norton got whacked, I knew I was disposable. Look at me, I'm not exactly prime muscle, couldn't even get a meeting." His shoulders slump, disgust prickles under my skin. "Callahan ambushed me outside my house where my family sleeps, promised me a cushy job if I delivered intel on the new operation. And not field work," he adds with a queasy grin. "I'm no killer, well, except that one-time accident." 2 minutes, I snap. He swallows hard. "I gave Callahan 2 flash drives, fake intel, made up names, bogus locations, even invented a mission that never happened." "Why?" I demand. "Kasha can wait, this mess is my responsibility." Faust expects nothing less than perfection. "Because Callahan's a ghost," Woodard rasps. "I hacked FBI, CIA, Interpol, nothing on him. Took his prints off a business card, ran them for weeks. No hits." That's when I knew. His eyes dart between us. "He's not just some rival, he's something worse." "Nothing, not exactly shocking," I remark, considering his line of work. Woodard pushes up from the chair, lost in thought, so much so that he doesn't even seem aware of the movement. I don't stop him. Dorian doesn't either, though his grip on the gun stays firm at his side. Woodard starts pacing, pausing every few steps to glance back at us, hands slicing through the air as he makes his case. "Seriously," he says, like we're idiots for not seeing it. "There's always some kind of paper trail, even if it's buried in a little league registration. Nobody just vanishes, not like this." "So he's using an alias and his prints aren't in the system," Dorian snaps, his patience wearing as thin as mine had earlier. "Big deal, that just means he's careful, doesn't prove a damn thing." Woodard's smile turns icy. "Unless he's the boss, that shuts us up." Dorian and I exchange a quick look. "Got any proof?" I ask. "None," Woodard admits. "But think about it, the guys at the top, they're untouchable, no connections, no loose ends, just their inner circle and a handful of gatekeepers. They don't trust anyone and they don't hesitate to clean house at the first whiff of betrayal. That's why you never find them." He jabs a finger at me, that unsettling grin still in place. "Tell me you ever laid eyes on Vonnegut?" The question throws me. I didn't realize he knew about my past, let alone the name of the man I used to work for. "No," I admit, "not in person." Woodard's lips curl, cracked and dry. "You even know his first name?" I stay silent, but my expression must give me away. "Didn't think so," he says, smug now. Meanwhile, my concern has shifted from making it back to Kasha in time to whatever the hell Woodard's implying. Dorian shoves the gun barrel into Woodard's chest, forcing him back into the chair. It's your game, Dorian snarls. Callahan's been reporting your sorry ass up the ladder. Our boss knows exactly what you did. If he was running another outfit, why waste time with you? Why not go straight for the top? Because Callahan can't reach our boss, I cut in, pulling Dorian back. He's playing the long game, working his way up, earning trust by pretending to expose traitors. Dorian scoffs. Since when do bosses get their hands dirty like this? Why risk it? Why not send one of his guys? Best hiding spot is right out in the open, I say. And if I wanted to take down a rival, yeah, I'd do it myself too. Woodard nods at me like I just handed him the winning argument. Victor Faust isn't immune to this either. He's got that same hunger to personally take down the big players. It's like adding another notch to his belt, something to brag about later. Totally human, really. When he shipped me off to Paris to retrieve that deposit box key from Francois Moreau, he made it crystal clear Sébastien Fournier was his kill. There's one thing we need to confirm before I take anything you say seriously, I tell Woodard, dropping onto the footrest across from him. I let the syringe swing lazily between my fingers, making sure he gets an eyeful. The intel on those drives you sold to Marion Callahan. Woodard's double chin wobbles as he nods too fast. It's legit, he blurts, hands up like he's surrendering. Swear to God. I shoot a look at Dorian, still planted at my side. Guess you're on babysitting duty, I say. His face immediately twists into protest. I'm calling our boss after this. He'll get the full rundown. Are you kidding me? Dorian snaps, waving his gun like it's an extension of his frustration. I'm not staying in this dump. Smells like a menthol factory exploded in here. And what the hell is that, cheddar? Standing, I fish the needle cap from my pocket and snap it back on. If his story falls apart, I say, brushing past Dorian, then by all means put a bullet in him. I give his shoulder a pat, already bracing for the inevitable earful later. Leaving Dorian with Woodard, I step out to handle my next move. Victor picks up on the second ring and I lay out everything. His orders, stand by. For once, I'm grateful for the delay. It means I can finally turn my attention to Kasia. My pulse hammers, my mouth's bone dry, and my brain spinning worst-case scenarios. Interrogations, flashes of her past, Serafina's name surfacing again, but time's slipping away. No lids, no leverage, fury boils over. I slam my palms into the steering wheel. My shirt's sticking to my back and my jaw aches from clenching it the whole drive. Just as I resign myself to weeks of dead ends, the old instincts kick in. No other options left. The road forks and I wrench the wheel hard, tires screeching as I swing east. There's a name on my backup list, someone I swore I wouldn't touch unless it came to this. Chapter 7, Kasia. The screams claw at me, searing like flames licking at my skin. I press my hands over my ears, but it's no use. They're inside my head now, burning. Relentless, I try to keep my eyes shut, but something inside me keeps forcing them open every few seconds, like I can't help but look. I'm huddled on the floor in my usual spot, the corner farthest from the massive TV screen behind its thick plexiglass shield. The screen shows live footage from the other side of the basement, separated by a flimsy wooden door and a brick wall. The sound carries so clearly I barely need the volume up. Please, I can't, no more, the man in the chair begs, his voice ragged. Blood drips from his split lips, his face swollen from the beating. Fredrik never usually goes this far, why now? Did I do something to set him off? My throat tightens as I press my knees to my chest, trembling so hard I might shatter. Tears burn down my face, my arms wrapped tight around myself as I rock back and forth. Then, without thinking, I start singing. The words come to me like a memory I can't place, and I press my hands over my ears, drowning out his screams with my own voice. Fredrik, the pliers freeze in my grip, hovering over Dante Furlong's head. The West Side dealer reeks not just of blood but something fouler like decay. Can evil have a scent? His terrified eyes lock onto me, confused, desperate. He knows the singing stopped me, saved him for now. What is that? He slurs through broken teeth, his tongue struggling to form words. His fingers claw at the chair's arms, the leather restraints digging into his wrists. He doesn't even realize he's still fighting. Then silence. Kasia stops singing where the boys are mid-verse, snapping me back to the moment. A shame, I was almost lost in it, but work calls. Dante's pleading starts again, sharp and panicked. No, please. Dante's curses dissolve into choked gurgles as I twist the pliers, feeling the sickening crunch of bone beneath my grip. Another tooth clatters into the metal tray beside me, joining the others. Blood bubbles at the corners of his mouth as he convulses against the restraints, his pale eyes flickering between terror and exhaustion. But this is just the beginning. I'll quit, he slurs, spitting crimson. I swear to God, no more dealing. His greasy curls stick to his forehead under the harsh light of the surgical lamp. I lean in close enough to smell the sour sweat and fear on him. Liar, I say, my voice low and steady. You're gutter trash in human skin. The second I cut you loose, you'll be back in some crack house peddling poison to kids. His breath hitches. Kids, I don't mess with kids. I seize his jaw, my gloved fingers pressing into his stubble. How many did you trade dope for favors, huh? His head jerks against the strap, but I hold him firm. ID don't know, maybe some teens, but not how many. His whole body locks up, muscles straining against the leather bonds. The pliers find their next target, and his scream is muffled by the tool wedged between his teeth. His jeans darken with sweat as he writhes, his knuckles white against the armrests. Then, like a ghost in the room, her voice drifts in, Connie Francis, soft and sweet. My grip falters. I never lose control like this, never let them see me flinch. But Dante's bloodshot eyes widen as he catches it, the crack in my armor. I drop the pliers, my hands shaking. The concrete floor is cold under my boots as I step back, dragging in ragged breaths. The song lingers, twisting in my chest, and for the first time I have to look away. The heat of unshed tears presses against my eyelids. Why is she putting me through this? How did I let it come to this? I drag my sleeve across my face, smearing tears and leaving faint streaks of blood on the fabric. I'm usually so precise, this isn't like me. The moment Dante's pain fades, her singing stops. It clicks then, she was drowning out his screams. I hurt her and the guilt coils tight in my chest, but the worst part, I despise myself for caring at all. Yanking off the gloves, I toss them near the pliers, careful not to touch the blood. Then I shove through the door to find her curled in the corner, face buried in her hands. The bathroom is just past her bed, pristine as always, ivory walls, marble countertop, gleaming tile. Greta makes sure of it, scrubbing every surface, replacing towels and toiletries like clockwork. Kassia's space is spotless, a stark contrast to the mess I've made. My hands grip the counter, leaving smudges of red on the white stone. How did I even get blood on them? My head's a storm. I crank the faucet, water roaring over my skin as I lather soap like I'm prepping for an operation. The scrubbing isn't just about cleanliness, it's a delay tactic. Facing her means facing what I've done. But that singing, it's new, she must be remembered something. The thought needles me even as I lean into the sink, head bowed under the weight of it all. Pull yourself together, Fredrik. Serafina's the only reason any of this started. When I took Kassia from the shelter that night, her refusing medical care, the smoke still clinging to her clothes, I never imagined it would spiral like this. A year later, and what do I have? No Serafina, just this gnawing guilt over Kassia, who wouldn't harm a fly. I've twisted her into bait, squeezing her for answers like venom from a wound. And God, I hate myself for it, there's no other choice. Kassia is my only path forward. My grip tightens on the counter, fingers pressing so hard my knuckles turn pale. I force myself to meet my own gaze in the cracked bathroom mirror. Dried blood dots my stubble like some grotesque constellation. With a grimace, I cup water in my hands and scrub my face raw, the cold liquid dripping down my neck. Frayed towel scratches my skin as I dry off, revealing fresh crimson stains on my collar. How did I let this happen? The moment I turn off the faucet, Kassia's sobs slice through the silence, sharp enough to make my ribs ache. This isn't me, I wasn't built for this kind of weight. Serafina and I, we were different, two broken shadows feeding on agony, ours or anyone else's. Pain wasn't just familiar, it was home, now it's suffocating. Do I keep resisting? I mutter to my fractured reflection. Or do I finally let it swallow me whole? The answer comes in a flash of movement. My fist crashes through the glass. Shards tinkle into the sink, but my hand stays intact. The mirror now shows only fragments of a man who was never complete, not even before his mother abandoned him in a gas station restroom. Stepping into the dim hallway, I catch Dante writhing on the security monitor. His eyes dart around the damp basement, searching for escape like a trapped animal. Pathetic. Those ropes would hold a bull. Fredrik, make it stop, Kassia whimpers, her voice frayed. For once, I ignore the itch beneath my skin, the one that wants her to feel every second of this and kill the feed. Her knees press into her chest, fingers twisting in her hair hard enough to tear strands free. Dante's muffled screams leak through the door. Help, somebody, enough. I'm moving before I think, throwing the door open so hard the knob punches through the drywall. Kassia flinches as splinters rain down. The scent of iron and sweat hits me like a wall. Dante's chair screeches against concrete as he jerks toward the sound, his split lip smearing red across his cheek. Kassia's breath hitches. I can almost hear her pulse stuttering between us. This isn't just about him anymore. Dante's eyes widen under the harsh fluorescent lights, the white stark against the dark blood smeared across his face. The crimson liquid, now more like tar than blood, drips from his chin, staining his already ruined shirt. His features are distorted, swollen lips tinged with shades of bruise. Shut up, I growl, his slurred pleas only make my grip tight. My fingers close around one of the syringes waiting on the metal tray. I flick the needle, watching a thin stream of liquid arc through the air. His ragged breathing hitches as he tries to twist his head toward me. "Wah, what are you doing?" Panic bleeds into his voice. "I told you to be quiet." The words come out sharp, each one a blade. Tourniquet digs into his arm as I find the vein and push the plunger down. In the bathroom, water runs over my hands, the sound drowning out Kassia's muffled sobs. The cracked mirror reflects a version of myself I don't recognize. Dante's silence is a relief, but her tears still claw at me. I kneel beside her, my voice softening. "Look at me." My fingers tilt her chin up. Her blonde hair is tangled, her brown eyes red-rimmed. I won't hurt you, I say, though the words feel hollow even to me. You have before, she whispers. You strapped me into that chair the first night. How do I know you won't change your mind? Because I'm telling you I won't. I sink to the floor, my knees bent, arms loose. Things were different then, I thought. I bite back the rest. Truth is, I was wrong about her. She shifts closer, her body fitting against mine like she belongs there. Her fingers curl around my arm, her head resting in the crook of my shoulder. The warmth of her is a betrayal, one I don't fight. My hand cradles the back of her head, her hair slipping through my fingers like water. For a second, I let myself forget. Then the old anger stirs, the kind that makes me wish I'd never crawled out of that fire. You were singing, I murmur against her hair. Connie Francis, why were you singing, Kasia? She shook her head, avoiding my eyes. I don't know, I'm sorry. My arms wrapped around her a little tighter, but I kept my voice gentle. It's okay. I hesitated before asking, do you remember anything? Kasia lifted her head, angling herself to meet my gaze. Fredrik, she murmured, matching my quiet tone. Can I be honest with you? Can I say what's really on my mind? The question unsettled me, stirring something uneasy in my chest. Part of me wanted to shut it down, but I didn't. Yeah, I said, even though I knew I shouldn't. She shifted between my legs until we were face to face, her white dress pooling over her knees, her hands resting lightly on her feet. Somehow my fingers had found their way to the sides of her neck, tracing the curve of her jaw like they had a mind of their own. I didn't stop them. Her eyes softened, and for once so did the weight in my chest. The urge to kiss her flickered, but I held back. That would only lead somewhere I couldn't afford to go, not with her, not again. What is it? I pressed, my thumb brushing her skin. She reached up, her fingers circling my wrists as she searched my face. The things you do to those men, she said, her voice gentle but firm. I need to know why, because I don't think it's just a job like you've said. I think it's something deeper, something darker. My hands fell away, dropping uselessly to my knees. 11 months and 19 days, that's how long she'd been here, and in all that time she'd never asked about me. Only Serafina. Only the past that tied us together. I guess I'd fooled myself into thinking she'd never look past that. She leaned in, closer than I thought possible, and cupped my face before I could stop her. You've asked so much of me, she whispered, her thumb grazing my cheek. But when I ask for one thing, you shut me out. I don't care about Serafina anymore. I don't even care why I'm here. Her eyes held mine, raw and unguarded. All I care about is you. What are those inner demons fighting so hard to destroy? I shove her hand away harder this time, ignoring her question completely. Do you remember anything at all? Enough, she snaps, her voice sharper than I anticipated. You owe me this. Before you walk out and leave me in this basement again, you're going to tell me. Her pleading stare pins me in place. I glance away, but my eyes drag back to hers. Please, she whispers, my throat tightens, the weight of her request settling in my chest. I rake both hands through my tangled hair, exhaling in surrender. I never talk about my past, not to anyone. Some days trying to forget it is as impossible as holding my breath forever. Then I met Serafina. 8 years ago, she taught me how to leash the rage inside me, how to stop being the monster who hunted men like Dante Furlong, torturing them, killing them, chasing a high that never lasted. I was an addict, always craving more blood, more pain. Serafina showed me another way, quieter, cleaner, no more bodies, no more trails. But the real gift she gave me, making me believe I had a life worth living. Before her, I was nothing, just a ghost drifting through shadows, fueled by fury and vengeance. She was the first light in my darkness, and then she was gone, left me standing in a field, watching my house burn. Ever since, I've been slipping back into the old hunger, the old violence. I need to find her before I lose myself completely. Kasia's waiting, her eyes searching mine. Why does she even care? I glance past her to the corner where she always sits, the same spot every time I come down here. A memory claws its way up, bitter and reluctant. 23 years ago, the heavy chamber door creaked open, stirring dust into the stale air. A dim, grayish glow seeped into the room from the corridor, casting faint shadows across the cold stone floor. The light stung my eyes, already raw from exhaustion. Without thinking, I rubbed them with grimy fingers, only to grind more filth into them. I hissed through my teeth, squeezing my eyes shut as frustrated tears trickled down my cheeks. The steady clack of boots echoed, Olaf's unmistakable. I knew the sound of every guard's footsteps, just like I knew the stench of the morning watchman's sweat or the way the afternoon guard's lighter clicked like a broken toy. Even the rustle of the third guard's coat, flapping like a trash bag in the wind, was burned into my memory. These details weren't just observations, they were survival. Because no matter what, I would get out of here. I lifted my head from the sagging wire cart, springs digging into my thighs, and saw Olaf looming over me. My eyes still watered from the dirt. The other boys sat frozen on their own carts, silent, tense, each praying he wasn't there for them. But I knew better. Today was different. Come, he said, tilting his head slightly. I'll take you to your new room. 6 months. That's how long I'd been locked in this hellhole before Olaf decided I'd learned my lesson. The last time I tried to run, I'd almost made it over the brick wall. Almost. Eduard, the only one who ever spoke to me in his quiet French, hadn't been so lucky. A single gunshot and he was gone just like that, a warning, a message. Olaf had always been kinder to me, if you could call it that, pulling me away from the worst of the beatings, letting me sleep in his room, sometimes on the floor, sometimes closer. I never wanted it, but saying no wasn't an option. I stood, keeping my gaze fixed on the cracked stone beneath my feet, my hands clasped like a child in prayer. The sour reek of urine clung to me, a humiliating reminder of the nights I couldn't control my own body. The things they did here, what they made us endure, were worse than anything I could put into words. The hallway air was thick with mildew and rot as Olaf led me through the iron door. Rats, fat from scraps we never got, skittered past my feet. Funny how even the vermin lived better than we did. Olaf's cologne hit me then, sharp and cloying, and my stomach twisted. That smell meant nothing good. He wore a suit, though it was slightly ill-fitting, the pants stopping just short of his ankles, no tie in sight. This was a far cry from his usual navy slacks and thick sweaters. Olaf reserved suits and cologne for moments he deemed significant, and those moments usually involved teaching me lessons I dreaded. I kept silent as he led me down the dim, dusty corridor and out into the open air. The sunlight hit my skin like a blessing, the fresh breeze filling my lungs as we crossed the uneven grass. For a fleeting moment, I savored the scent of delicate white blossoms clinging to the building's side. But the warmth vanished as we stepped inside, replaced by the sting of artificial orange light and the heavy mix of incense and cigar smoke. Willa stood waiting, her plain grey dress brushing just above her ankles, black flats peeking out beneath. A crisp white blouse peeked from beneath the dress, its collar neatly fastened with a tiny clover brooch. Unlike the others trapped here, Willa was someone I didn't wish dead. At 15 or 16, she was older than me, softer in a way, taken young like I was, yet spared the worst of it. Still, she wore a mask around the men, just as I did. "Why do you give me the runt?" She sneered, her accent thick, lips twisting in disdain as she glared down at me. "Always the hopeless ones." Olaf chuckled. "Because you, my dear, make even the hopeless seem worthwhile." I barely had time to brace myself before her hand shot out, gripping my elbow hard enough to make me stumble. The slap came next, sharp and sudden, sending me reeling. My knees hit the rough wooden floor, stinging as I caught myself. "Get up," she barked, yanking me to my feet. "Willa," Olaf warned, voice edged with impatience. "Not the face, now go, clean him up," the man ordered. "Right away," Willa replied with a quick curtsy before gripping my arm and steering me toward the stairs. As we climbed past other servants in identical grey uniforms, she suddenly yanked my hair, forcing me forward with rough hands. "Stand straight, boy," she snapped, her voice sharp. The moment we reached her room, she shoved me hard, sending me sprawling onto the floor. The door locked behind us, and in an instant her harsh demeanor melted away. She dropped beside me, pulling me into her arms, her voice trembling. "Forgive me, Fredrik," she whispered into my hair. Tears cut through the grime on my face, but they weren't from pain, just relief at seeing her again. "I'd forgive you anything," I said. Her lips brushed the top of my head, sending warmth through me. "We have to hurry," she said, helping me up. "Olaf can't have any excuse to lock you up again." My stomach twisted. "I'm scared." "I know," she murmured, pressing a quick kiss to my cheek before guiding me to the bath. She washed me with gentle hands, careful not to hurt me, just like she did with all the boys under her care. I never wanted to leave, but staying too long risked her position. Once I was clean and dressed in fresh clothes, a plain white shirt and tan pants, she hugged me tightly, her kindness slipping away the moment we stepped back into the hall. Olaf was waiting, his cheap cologne thick in the air, his suit straining at the seams. "Before I show you your new room," he said, hands clasped behind his back, "there's something you should see." A chill ran through me, my legs trembled, my stomach tight. I kept my eyes ahead, silent. "Remember when I punished you for skipping your teeth?" he asked. I nodded. How could I forget? He jammed the brush so far down my throat I gagged, scrubbing until my gums bled for days. We turned down the hall, stopping at a door. The screams from inside made my knees buckle. Olaf rested his calloused fingers on the lever handle and leaned closer. "Listen well, this is your future if your teeth rot, break, or come in wrong after the baby ones fall out. You've had luck so far, but luck runs out. Soon you'll be a man, and every scar, every flaw sticks with you if something's not perfect." He shrugged. "Either we fix it, or if you're not favored, you become useless." My stomach twisted, but I locked my knees before they could shake. When he swung the door open, the screams hit me like a wall. I clenched my hands behind my back, nails biting into my palms, anything to keep from slapping them over my ears. The room reeked metallic and thick, like licking a rusted pipe. My cursed nose caught every note of it. Olaf steered me into a side chamber where a blonde kid, maybe Willa's age, was strapped to a tilted chair, leather bands pinning him down at the wrists, ankles, even his forehead. Writhed, spitting blood, his hair plastered to his scalp with sweat. A grey-haired man in a stained lab coat loomed over him, pliers dripping red, no gloves. The way his tongue darted over his lips as he worked made my skin crawl. This wasn't just a job for him, it was a feast. "Ah, the little fox arrives," the man said, spotting me. His grin showed too many teeth. Olaf nodded. "Fredrik, meet Dr. Hale." Excellent, Dr. Hale purred, his gaze locking onto mine like a predator sizing up. The pliers twitched in his grip. Let's see what you're made of. I couldn't bring myself to meet his gaze, though part of me desperately wanted to. But he didn't care about enforcing rules. This man lived in a world beyond discipline, his thoughts drifting through shadows too grim for ordinary cruelty. His attention returned to the trembling boy bound to the chair as he forced the pliers between clenched teeth. The kid choked back a scream, muscles straining against the metal invading his mouth until a vice-like grip pried his jaw wider. My fingers dug into my palms behind my back, nausea twisting my gut. I nearly turned away before remembering Olaf's watchful eyes. His displeasure meant consequences far worse than vomit. The sickening crack of enamel splintering sent my legs folding beneath me. Olaf's grip on my arm yanked me upright before I collapsed, his touch colder than the sweat slicking my skin. I swallowed bile, forcing air into my burning lungs as another tooth hit the tiles with a wet tap. By the fourth extraction, my vision swam, but Kash's face flickered in the haze, an anchor I couldn't reach for. Even now, the memory sits like a stone in my ribcage, so dense I wonder how my heart still beats around it. The dreams haven't stopped. Some nights I jolt awake gasping, sheets tangled, the scent of blood and antiseptic clinging like a second skin. It's why I can't quit. Why the hunger gnaws deeper each year. That room didn't just steal teeth, it carved out whatever might have been human in me and left something sharper in its place. Kash's fingers graze my cheek and I flinch. Don't, I mutter, catching her wrist. Pity tastes more bitter than fear. Her tears glint under the flickering bulb as I stand, putting distance between us. You think this is about sadness? My laugh scrapes raw. That chair didn't make me mourn, it made me hungry. The chain rattles as she follows, her whisper slicing through the silence. Did he ever strap you down? I don't answer. The truth echoes in the way my shoulders tense, in the phantom ache along my gumline. Some silences speak louder than screams. Fredrik turns to face me, his towering frame and striking features sending my pulse racing. The way he looks at me like he's starving makes my stomach tighten. There's a darkness in him, something primal that drives him to dominate me in ways I can't recall but know no one else ever has. No, he answers, voice rough. I never went through that, but a lot of the others weren't so lucky. His gaze drifts away, his muscular arms tense across his chest. They did other things to me, I'd take the teeth pulling over that any day. My chest aches just imagining it. I inch closer, cautious not to push too fast. What kind of things? I ask. Fredrik's eyes narrow as he fully turns toward me. Why do you care, Kasha? Suspicion sharpens his tone. What's your angle? I shake my head, frustration flaring. You really think I'd manipulate you with this? The idea stings, even if I get why he'd doubt me. Closing the distance, I meet his gaze, defiance burning. Do you honestly believe I'd use your past against you, Fredrik, that I'm that cruel? He tilts his head, cold amusement in his expression. If our roles were reversed, yeah, I would. The words hit like a slap. I look away, suddenly exhausted. Do you remember anything? He presses, shifting back to the inevitable. No, I admit, defeated, nothing at all. The chain scrapes against the floor as I retreat to my corner. Kasha, Fredrik murmurs, softer now, don't sit there, please. I ignore him, curling against the wall, knees drawn to my chest. The weight of everything presses down, hollowing me out. Why am I not enough? The question slips out, barely a whisper. I don't need to look up to feel him watching me. Why her? I continue, voice brittle. You won't tell me who she is, but I know she's done something awful to you and still you love her. I can see it. You're missing the point, he says, stepping closer. I keep my eyes fixed ahead, the blur of white furniture swimming in my vision. Then explain it to me, I choke out, fighting the tears. Because I'm right here, Fredrik, and you still choose a ghost. His reply is quiet, deliberate. I don't love anyone. But we both know it's a lie. His words hit me like a slap. My eyes finally meet his, but the lump in my throat won't let me speak. How can someone be so broken they don't recognize real love staring them in the face? Last chance, he says, voice low. Anything you want to share about what you remember? Nothing, I lie, blinking back tears. My nails dig into my palms as I hold his stare, but my defiance crumbles. My gaze falls to the scuffed floorboards just as he turns toward the exit. Are you planning to kill him? The words slip out before I can stop them. He pauses mid-step, shoulders tense but doesn't answer. The door slams shut behind him, leaving me alone with the hum of the flickering overhead light. Fredrik, for the first time in weeks, I've put distance between Kasha and myself, leaving her with Greta. It's a relief and a necessity. She's a distraction I can't afford, a spark too close to the gunpowder of my resolve. Yeah, I'm no saint, but I'm not a complete monster either. The guilt gnaws at me, especially when I catch the way she looks at me like I'm something worth saving. But Serafina's the only thing that matters, the rest is noise. Earth to Fredrik. Isabel's voice cuts through my thoughts, her grin sharp as a switchblade. She flicks a strand of auburn hair over her shoulder, her green eyes glinting under the dim bulb. You zoning out or finally admitting this meeting's a waste of time? I roll my shoulders, leaning into the scarred wooden table. Around us, the usual suspects are sprawled. Nicholas scowling at his coffee, Dorian cleaning his glasses for the 10th time, and God help me James Woodard reeking of stale Doritos and bad decisions. The photos in front of us show two faces from our Washington hit list, the same ones mirrored on every other file-strewn surface. Victor presides at the head, throne-like, while Isabel claims the seat that should have been mine. Not that I'm complaining. She'd stab me for less. The basement's damp walls and single dangling lightbulb scream clandestine hideout, but it's home base for tonight. I force a smirk at Isabel, just admiring your stellar leadership skills. She flips me off, but there's no heat in it. We're cut from the same bloody cloth after all. That smile is about as real as a $3 bill, she says, cutting straight through my act. Come on, what's really going on with you? I've just been running on fumes lately, I mutter, keeping my gaze fixed on the table. Isabel's the last person I want making eye contact with. She's got a sixth sense for sniffing out lies, probably because she's spent years perfecting the art of deception herself. Victor leans forward, arms crossed. If you need to sit this one out, no hard feelings. We'll only call if we need you for questioning. No, I say quickly, eager to put distance between me and Kasia. I'm fine. I'll catch some sleep on the plane. My fingers tap against the surveillance photos spread across the table, shots of a man and woman outside diners, gas stations, and one unsettling frame of him leaving a daycare. Besides, something tells me this woman won't give him up without a fight if we don't get to him first. Isabel tilts her head. What makes you say that? I study the photo of the blonde woman clutching a soda and a small handbag. Call it instinct. She's got that look like she won't crack easy. They'll need me. Woodard's chair screeches as he shifts, drawing everyone's attention. He adjusts his glasses with a stubby finger, grinning at me like a kid meeting his favorite superhero. You've been doing this long enough to spot those tells, huh? I've got major respect for your work, not in a creepy way, just damn, you can break anyone. His grin widens, revealing teeth stained from too much coffee. Dorian snorts, barely holding back a laugh. Nicholas smirks and nudges him. Sounds like Woodard's got a serious crush, Gustavsson. Jesus, dude, Dorian says, shaking his head. Could you be any more obvious? Woodard flushes. I'm just saying the specialist reputation is legendary. He points at me suddenly. Always wondered, though, why do they call you the Jackal? My jaw tightens. I turn to Victor. Why is he even here? You might want to quit while you're behind, Dorian warns Woodard. Isabel crosses her arms. Yeah, why is he here? Letting him see your face was already a risk. Nicholas nods, hand twitching toward the pack of cigarettes in front of him. And he's annoying as hell. Woodard shrinks back, looking wounded. The tension in the room spikes, and for the first time I notice the faint tremor in Nicholas's fingers, like he's itching for a smoke or a fight. Maybe both. Victor's restraint surprises me. I expected him to light up a cigarette by now, but he's holding out, at least for the moment. His loyalty to his brother and leader, Victor Faust, keeps him in check, though I doubt it'll last. Victor sits quietly, unfazed by the chatter around him, but when the room finally falls silent, all eyes lock onto him. Woodard is here for a reason, Victor states, fingers pressed together. Marion Callahan doesn't know we're onto him. Woodard will feed him exactly what I want him to hear. The rest of you focus on Seattle. Callahan is my problem to handle. Isabel's head whips toward him, her auburn hair catching the light. I don't like this, she snaps. Sending us all away while you... I've been doing this longer than anyone here, Victor interrupts, his voice calm but firm. No offense, Isabel, but I don't need a babysitter. Her nostrils flare and I pretend not to notice. Victor doesn't appreciate personal concerns bleeding into business, and Isabel still hasn't learned that lesson. Love makes people reckless. Woodard, ever the opportunist, pipes up. Hey, I'm reliable. A sharp screech cuts him off as Isabel lunges across the table, her knife sinking into the wood inches from his fingers. Woodard freezes, his beady eyes bulging. Nobody asked you, she hisses, yanking the blade free before settling back into her seat. Woodard's gaze darts to Victor, who just shrugs. Don't look at me, he says. If she decides to gut you, I won't interfere. Maybe watch your mouth. Woodard shrinks into his chair, arms dropping to his sides. Dorian and Nicholas barely contain their amusement. I shake my head and push the conversation forward, sliding a photo onto the table. This guy was accused of molesting a kid, I say, tapping the image. So why is he walking out of a daycare? Victor leans back, his hands relaxing. He was never convicted. Dorian leaned in, hands clasped on the table. Let me guess, parents of that little girl hired us. Hell yes. I respect their approach. If some creep laid a finger on my kid, I'd do worse than sue. He paused, then smirked. Actually, I'd handle it personally. Nicholas toyed with an unlit cigarette, reclining with his fingers laced behind his head. What's the deal with the girlfriend? Victor cut in before I could. She's his partner and the reason he was at the daycare, dropping off their toddler. A ripple of tension passed through the room. Isabel crossed her arms, shifting in her seat. This stinks already, she muttered. Both parents' targets? I asked. Victor shook his head. Just the man Paul Fortright, the woman's Kelly Bennings, Dorian scoffed. Why the full team, one of us could wrap this up by lunch. You could, Victor admitted, but we're not the only ones on the job. First to finish gets paid. Nicholas grinned. A race, now that's my kind of gig. Dorian tapped his chin. So if the stakes are this high, do we eliminate the competition too? Especially the competition, Victor confirmed. The payout's 20 grand peanuts, but that's not why I took it. Isabel narrowed her eyes. You want to lure the rivals out? Exactly, Victor said. Dorian frowned. Thought we were recruiting, not wiping them out. Don't we need more bodies? I spoke up before Victor could. We've got numbers. If all we do is recruit, they'll stop fearing us. Only the top dogs will watch their backs. Victor nodded. Time to send a message. The past year's shown us too many turncoats, people who'd betray their own for pocket change. I want recruits joining because we're the most ruthless, not just the highest bidder. Around the table, heads dipped in unison. Victor stood, smoothing his jacket. The room hummed with anticipation. This wasn't just a job anymore, it was a statement. Our methods differ from the competition, he explains, resting his hands on the back of his chair. Clients recognize our work by the signature. A clean shot behind the ear, quick, professional. He straightens up, pushing the chair in with a quiet scrape. Isabel sighs, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Well, that rules me out. Shame, I wouldn't mind putting a bullet in some sick bastard's skull. Nicholas grins, leaning back. Face it, Izzy, your aim's about as sharp as a butter knife. Go to hell, she fires back, glaring. Maybe I'll use you for target practice. Victor pinches the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly before locking eyes with me. The choice is yours, he says. They might track Fortright without involving his girlfriend. She's just insurance, probably unnecessary. I push to my feet. I'll tag along, better to be on site if things go sideways, especially with rivals in play. Victor gives a curt nod, approval flickering in his gaze. It's unusual for him to leave the call to me. Usually he dictates every move. He's not a tyrant, just precise, always calculating risk. But this time he hands me the reins. Everything's in the dossier, he says, tapping the envelope. 3 days, keep me in the loop. The team rises except Woodard, who hesitates, his nervous swallow audible. He scrambles up when Victor jerks his chin toward the door. Woodard, with me. The guy trips over his own feet. He'll need thicker skin if he plans to last, even as our tech guy. By noon, I'm buckled into a window seat, Seattle-bound. Normally, I'd be laser-focused on the job, but this time Kassia's face lingers in my thoughts, unshakable. Chapter 11, Greta gathers the empty plates, her movements gentle. She's been nothing but warm since Fredrik brought me here, fussing over me like I'm her own. There's fruit in the fridge, she offers, drizzled with honey, your favorite. I curl on the bed, knees drawn up, the pillow cool against my skin. The quiet hum of the fridge upstairs is the only sound. For a moment, I let myself forget why I'm here. The metal cuff around my ankle clinks softly as it hangs off the edge of the mattress. I give Greta a polite shake of my head. Not today. She settles beside me with that familiar look, the one that says she's about to dig deeper than I'd like. The quilt, the one with the faded blue and white pattern, gets tugged up over my legs, her fingers lingering just a second too long before she pulls away. Fredrik still doesn't know, I murmur, barely loud enough to hear. Know what? Her voice is gentle, coaxing. I let the memory flicker behind my eyes before answering that I used to love Connie Francis. The confession pulls a grin from me, wider than I expected. There was this girl, Lainey, I think, who lived down the hall. She teased me for listening to ancient music. Greta's face lights up, wrinkles deepening around her smile. Connie Francis, oh, I adore her. What got you into her songs? I stare at the wall, searching for answers that aren't there. I don't remember, but it feels like more than just listening. Maybe my cheeks burn. Maybe I sang her stuff. Sounds crazy, right? Not at all, Greta says, nudging my side. I bet you've got a lovely voice. You should prove me right someday. No way, I laugh, but the warmth in my face gives me away. The heater kicks on, filling the quiet with a low hum. Her tone shifts. Why keep it from Fredrik? The smile drops. I wanted him to talk about himself, about her. He did, but it wasn't what I needed. He owes me the truth about Serafina. Did you push him? I lied, I admit, pressing into the pillow. Told him I didn't care anymore, stupid, hoping he'd spill if I played it cool, but his fixation on her, it's messed up. Greta's hand rests on my hip, steady. Kassia, why fight for a man who stole you, who keeps you locked down here? Her voice is soft but firm. I get Stockholm Syndrome, but I cut her off. It's not that. The chain rattles as I sit up straighter. It's the pieces, the ones he won't give me, and I hate that I still want them. A beat passes, then quieter. Maybe you don't want him, she says. Maybe you just want to remember who you were before all this. The truth of it hits like a punch. Outside, wind rattles the basement window, a sound I've memorized. But for the first time, it doesn't feel like home. For years, I assumed your situation was textbook, but Greta's gaze lingers on me, heavy with unspoken words. I push myself up from the mattress, my stomach tightening as the silence stretches between us. Fredrik hired me just 7 days after bringing you here, she continues at last, and Kassia, you never flinched around him. Even with Stockholm Syndrome, victims still show fear in those early days. You had none, at least not directed at Fredrik. My fingers dig into the sheets. Then who was I afraid of? The question comes out sharper than I intend. Me, she admits, her voice dropping. At first, yes, you were shattered when we met, mumbling in your sleep, whispering Serafina's name. Her hands twist in her lap, the fabric of her faded pink shirt rustling as she hesitates. Greta, I reach for her, my pulse thrumming. What else? She exhales. Don't repeat this to Fredrik. He doesn't know I've kept this from him. Her knuckles whiten. You and Serafina, you were connected deeply, and whatever she did to you, it's why this place feels like shelter, why you don't fight to leave. The truth of it coils inside me, undeniable. I can't leave, I murmur, more to myself than to her. Out there, it's not safe. Greta's calloused hand brushes my ankle, a fleeting comfort. Fredrik's hunting her, she says quietly. I've seen that kind of obsession before. But there's something else. She stops, lips pressed tight. Tell me. I grip her wrist. Her eyes flicker with something like pity. It's the look of a man who knows he'll have to lose something to get what he wants. The room tilts. What does that mean? She doesn't answer. Maybe she can't. For a brief second, I wondered if she was implying Fredrik had feelings for me, that he'd eventually have to walk away once he reunited with Serafina, his true love. But the shadow that crossed her face told me otherwise. Whatever the truth was, it wasn't romantic. It was something worse. I don't know for sure, she continued, but maybe that's why he doesn't want your memories back. At first you were just a tool, now things have changed a lot. She gave me a tight smile and stood, brushing off her skirt. Look, Kasia, I don't have all the answers, but keeping you locked down here, it doesn't sit right with me. Still, he's never laid a hand on you. It's obvious he's trying to shield you. Serafina's dangerous. If he hadn't hidden you away, you'd probably be dead. But let's be real, he's protecting you, sure, he's also using you. My fingers trembled in my lap, and I hadn't even noticed until now. I shifted on the bed, careful not to jostle my injured ankle, and laced my hands together to stop the shaking. She tried to kill me that night, I murmured, staring past her. The shelter burned because of her. I barely made it out, climbed down the fire escape, fell, hit my head. I remember her voice, her face, but she couldn't finish the job, not out in the open. I dragged my hands through my hair, suddenly drained. I don't want to think about this anymore. Then, like flipping a switch, Greta lit up the room with her grin. I've got something better, she announced, wagging a finger. Before I could ask, she darted toward the stairs. Back in a flash. The second the TV flickered to life, my stomach dropped, my smile vanished, every muscle locked up. That screen meant nothing good. Fredrik used it like a weapon. But instead of retreating to my usual spot in the corner, I forced myself forward, the chain clinking with each step. The screen froze on some web page, and before I could process it, light spilled down the stairs as Greta reappeared, her footsteps quick and light. Greta holds a sleek tablet in her palm, its glowing screen casting sharp shadows across her features in the dim stairwell after the door shuts behind us. Fredrik's always fussing over this thing, she murmurs, studying the display with hesitant fingers. He'd kill me if he knew I borrowed it, so this stays our little secret. Got it? I mimic, locking my lips and tossing away the key. My lips are sealed, I whisper, grinning. With a careful swipe, Greta navigates to YouTube and types in Connie Francis. My pulse quickens as the search results pop up. Not with anxiety this time, but a giddy anticipation that floods my veins like warm syrup. When she selects Fallen, I let out an involuntary squeak, earning a knowing smirk from Greta. No backing out now, she declares, hitting play before setting the tablet on the step. The opening notes burst from the ceiling speakers, and suddenly I'm moving without thinking, as if my body remembers every beat. Fredrik, the opening chords of Fallen blare from my pocket, cutting through the tense silence of the warehouse interrogation. Every head swivels toward me, including Kelly Bennings, tied to a chair in the center of the room. Dorian arches an eyebrow, lips twitching. Seriously, that's your jam? The room erupts in snickers. My stomach drops. It's not a ringtone, it's the damn tablet syncing to my phone, but explaining that would only dig the hole deeper. Isabel sidles up, failing miserably to hide her amusement. Always knew you had hidden depths, Fredrik, she deadpans, nodding at my pocket. But Connie Francis, bold choice. Dorian wheezes with laughter. Better pick up Loverboy, might be your special someone. Kelly jerks against her restraints, eyes wild. What kind of psychos are you people? I clench my fists. Torturing Dorian suddenly sounds like a fantastic stress relief activity. Answer me. Her demand falls on deaf ears, just like every other time she's tried since we grabbed her from the grocery store parking lot and shoved her into the trunk of our rented car. Isabel's fingers brush my arm and I glance over. The amusement in her eyes is gone, maybe because despite the jokes I haven't cracked a smile. She studies me, concern flickering in her gaze. Why don't you step outside for a minute, she suggests, nodding toward the exit. Handle whatever's on your phone, this can wait. It really can't, but it'll have to. Yeah, take your time, sweetheart. Kelly chimes in, her voice dripping with false cheer. We've got all night. She's desperate to delay whatever's coming. Dorian steps away from her chair, joining us. You okay? He asks, finally picking up on the fact that I'm not in the mood for his usual antics. I don't respond. His voice, Isabel's, everything sounds muffled, drowned out by the echo of Kash's words in my head. Isabel's hand drops from my arm as I shove my twitching fingers into my pocket, gripping my phone. Be back soon, I mutter before striding across the icy warehouse floor, the steel door slamming shut behind me. The cold bites at my exposed forearms, my sleeves still rolled up from prepping for Kelly's interrogation. My fingers fumble with the phone, nearly dropping it, but the second the screen lights up, the chill vanishes. The live feed from my iPad, Greta must be accidentally activated. It holds me frozen. 1,000 miles away, time slipping, an urgent interrogation waiting inside. None of it matters. All I see is her. She remembers. My breath catches as I watch, unblinking. Kasha moves with effortless grace, singing every word perfectly, like she stepped out of another era. If I didn't know better, I'd swear she was channeling Connie Francis herself. My throat tightens, eyes burning from staring too long, but I can't look away. Kasha, the music pulses through me, my hips swaying, hands clapping as I belt out the lyrics like they're mine. It feels right, like muscle memory, but I'm too caught up in the moment to question it. Greta matches my steps, surprisingly light on her feet for someone who usually scowls through life. For once, I'm not overthinking, just dancing, laughing, lost in the rhythm. Our hands clap in perfect sync with the music, the rhythm binding us together like performers sharing an intimate spotlight. The fantasy unfolds, some upscale jazz lounge hidden in the heart of Chicago, where crystal glasses glint under low lighting, and the air smells of aged bourbon and expensive perfume. I'm wearing a sleek black dress that skims every curve, paired with stiletto heels that click against the hardwood. Mirrors stretch along the walls, reflecting candlelight flickering inside amber glass holders on every table. A polished grand piano sits to my left, and beside me a woman with sharp dark hair sways to the beat. Then Greta's voice cuts through the daydream. "Kasha, you sound incredible," she calls as the final notes fade. Euphoria rushes through me, my cheeks aching from grinning so wide. Still buzzing, I gesture to the speaker on the step. "Duffy, Mercy, play that next." Greta cues it up, and soon we're lost in a whirlwind of songs, my voice soaring like I've known every lyric forever. We circle back to Connie Francis, Fallen, my absolute favorite, until my throat burns and my lungs beg for air. Collapsing onto my bed, arms flung wide, I stare at the ceiling, still smiling. My pulse thrums in my fingertips, my toes, pure joy humming through me. But that phantom memory lingers, sharpening with every second. The lights dim in my mind, shadows creeping in, a tear escapes before I can stop it. "Kasha," Greta murmurs, leaning closer. "You okay?" I tilt my head toward her, swiping at my cheek. "Yeah, just caught up in the moment." My laugh sounds thin even to me. Does she notice the cracks in my voice? Fredrik Nicholas strides over, scowling. "Seriously, you paused an interrogation for a phone call." His cigarette glows between his fingers, smoke curling into the cold air. Unless it was Victor, I swipe the screen shut, silencing the live feed before shoving the phone back into my pocket. "Wasn't him," I mutter, pathetic. Nicholas isn't wrong, and I hate that he isn't. He holds my gaze a beat too long before abruptly turning away. "Should we get back to the loudmouth in the chair?" he mutters. "Yeah," I agree, following him inside. The warehouse feels cavernous, our footsteps echoing off the steel beams overhead. Dorian peels off his jacket as we approach, rubbing his arms. "Your turn," Nicholas says, exhaling sharply. "It's freezing out there." Dorian shoots me a look as he zips up his coat. "Hope you got your head straight," he says, clapping me on the back with just enough sarcasm to make it sting. Then nodding at Kelly, he adds, "Honestly, prefer guard duty over babysitting that psycho." Every time she glares at me, I swear I can feel my skin crawl. He shudders for effect before disappearing into the shadows near the exit. I don't waste time. Kelly Bennings is still tied to the chair, her wrists raw from struggling. Her greasy hair clings to her face, but her expression is anything but broken. If anything, she looks amused. "You people are insane," she spits as I drag a chair in front of her. "This isn't how things work." I sit, crossing my legs. "You talk, we listen, simple." For a second, her bravado flickers. Then, unbelievably, she grins. "What's the magic question then? Paul Fortright, where is he?" Her smirk vanishes. "Why, that's not your concern." She stiffens, eyes darting between us. I won't let you hurt him." I'm done playing. In one motion, I snatch Isabel's knife and drive it into Kelly's hand. The scream that follows could shatter glass. "Fredrik," Nicholas barks, but it's too late. The game's changed, and so have I. What the hell? Isabel's wide-eyed stare burns into me, but she hasn't found the words yet. I drop back into the chair, spreading my legs and resting my hands between them like nothing happened. "Where's Paul Fortright?" I tilt my head, studying Kelly. Tears streak her flushed cheeks, but they're not from pain, they're pure rage. If looks could kill, she'd be grinning while doing it. "He's at his buddy's place," she snaps, "watching some damn wrestling pay-per-view." A quick glance at Isabel confirms she's still processing this, her green eyes sharp with disbelief. Nicholas stays quiet, but the tension rolling off him says he won't stay that way for long. "And your daughter?" I press. "My daughter." Real terror flickers in her expression. Why are you asking about her? She won't be touched, I say evenly. But if you answer me with another question, I'll put Isabel's second blade. I nod at her uninjured hand. In your other one. She's with him. Just don't hurt her, okay? This isn't supposed to be happening. Her voice cracks into sobs. Why is this happening? I stand abruptly and Isabel's fingers instinctively curl around the knife at her thigh. What the hell are you doing, Gustavsson? Nicholas demands. You lost it or something? Yeah, Fredrik, seriously, Isabel adds, not letting go of the blade. Come with me, I say, already moving toward the side exit before they can argue. Kelly's scream follows us, you sick son of a bitch, as we step into the biting cold. Dorian leans against the steel siding, but he straightens the second he sees us, alert. What's going on? Dorian asks. That's what I want to know, Nicholas mutters. Isabel plants herself in front of me, searching my face. This isn't you, she says. You didn't even let her talk. Dorian cuts in, eyes locked on me. What'd he do? Oh man, tell me you didn't. No, Nicholas interrupts, arms crossed against the chill. But I'm starting to think we shouldn't let him back in there. She's not the mark. She's involved, I say, and the silence that follows is thick. They're all waiting. Something was off from the start. She's not scared of us. Isabel nods slowly, defiant, and she barely flinched when I asked about the boyfriend. It was all staged, I said. Isabel crossed her arms. She folded too fast. Nicholas scoffed, adjusting his leather jacket. The guy stabbed her hand. That tends to loosen lips. I got answers, didn't I? I shot back. Nicholas hesitated, then shrugged. Fine, you've got a point, but Isabel's right, you're off tonight. That was putting it lightly. 35 years in this line of work and I'd never been too distracted to do my job. Tonight, I couldn't even stomach the usual methods. That wasn't me. Enough standing around, Nicholas snapped. We need to move. Let's find Fortright's buddy before the competition does and wrap this up. Did you even listen? I gestured sharply. She was part of it, kept saying this wasn't supposed to happen, like she helped set the whole thing up. Isabel's eyes widened. Damn, he's right. She turned to Nicholas. The client's the father of the girl Fortright allegedly hurt. Single dad, lost his wife last year in a crash. Nicholas rolled his eyes. And none of that changes the job. It does if Fortright's innocent and this is a setup, I pressed. No conviction, just a hit ordered. Normally I wouldn't blink, but something's off. Isabel nodded. That woman's story reeks worse than a back alley dumpster. Nicholas groaned, shoving past us. We're here to work, not play judge and jury. I called after him. We're not hired killers, Nicholas. If Fortright's clean, pulling that trigger makes us worse than the scum we hunt. Isabel's voice was quiet but firm. I won't have that blood on my hands. Nicholas stopped at the steel door, exhaling sharply. He pulled out his phone. Dorian, he barked, stay with Bennings, make sure she doesn't wiggle free and keep her in the dark about this. Dorian, clearly eager to escape the cold, just nodded and ducked back inside. Nicholas spent several minutes on the phone with Victor, laying out the entire situation. Just from the tone of his voice, it was clear our objectives had shifted completely. The money was never the real prize. Victor's usual jobs paid 10 times what this one offered. Tucking his phone away, Nicholas exhaled sharply. We'll use Fortright as bait to draw out the other team, he said, then we eliminate them. Isabel crossed her arms. And what about Fortright or that unhinged woman inside with their kid? For now, we keep up the act, Nicholas replied, flicking his lighter open and lighting another cigarette. We get the house location, let her think we're following through on her demands. He paused, his gaze locking onto both of us. But we stay out of their mess. Victor's orders neutralize the operatives, leave Fortright breathing, and honestly, this whole thing might be a setup. You two could be imagining half of it. Isabel stiffened. That's bullshit. Sure it is, Izzy, Nicholas said, taking a slow drag, the cigarette's glow casting shadows across his face. But I don't care either way. Isabel's glare could have melted steel. My phone buzzed in my pocket and my pulse spiked. Greta calling about Kasia, but the screen flashed Victor's name instead. It's Victor, I muttered, answering fast. Nicholas and Isabel leaned in just as curious as I was. Stand down, Victor said without preamble. Head back to Baltimore, we'll reconnect in a week. The order hit me like a gut punch. I can handle this, I argued. Yeah, I lost my temper with Bennings, but it worked. That's the problem, Victor cut in. You're off your game. Yesterday's meeting proved it. We can't risk errors, take the break, that's final. I exhaled, defeated. As much as I wanted to see this through, Kasia was the bigger priority. Fine, I said, I'm on my way. By the time my flight left Seattle, I'd watched the basement footage of Kasia singing at least 20 times, earbuds in to block out the cabin noise. Every note, every flicker of recognition in her eyes, she knew something. Serafina's name burned on my tongue. After 6 years of chasing ghosts, I was so close I could almost touch her. Fredrik hadn't slept all night, yet adrenaline kept him sharp as he pulled into his Baltimore home's driveway just past 10 in the morning. Greta's faded tan Honda sat parked near the garage, its familiar presence doing nothing to calm the unfamiliar anxiety twisting his gut. He grabbed his travel bag and hurried up the brick walkway, each step heightening his urgency. The locked front door surprised him, no cheerful greeting from Greta this time. After fumbling with his keys, he slipped inside to the warm scent of breakfast lingering in the immaculate house. The kitchen looked untouched except for his iPad resting precisely where he'd left it before Seattle. Too precisely. He activated the basement feed and watched them, Kasia listening with rapt attention as Greta described some European vacation. That radiant smile on Kasia's face hit him like a punch. Here she was, finding joy in someone else's memories while hers was stolen. His grip tightened on the counter as self-loathing washed over him. Then he saw it. The realization jolted him upright. Before he could process, he was sprinting down the hall, throwing open the basement door hard enough to rattle the frame. Both women startled violently, Kasia scrambling backward as he charged across the room and yanked her against him. The iPad screen still glowed on the counter upstairs, showing what Fredrik had finally noticed. Kasia's fingers subtly tracing escape routes on the bedsheet while she smiled. Fredrik's voice cracked like thunder as he rounded on Greta, his glare sharp enough to cut glass. Kasia buried her face against his chest, her fingers clutching his shirt like a lifeline. He could feel her shaking as he scooped her up, one arm supporting her back while the other cradled her legs. His gaze flicked to her bare ankle where the damn restraint should have been, then back to Greta, who looked like she might faint on the spot. "Please," Kasia murmured against his collarbone, her breath warm through the fabric. "It wasn't her fault. I couldn't stand it anymore. It burned." Her palm pressed against his neck, and for a heartbeat his anger wavered. He forced himself to set her back on the mattress, though every instinct screamed to hold her tighter. "Hand it over," he snapped at Greta. The maid flinched but obeyed, retrieving the discarded chain with trembling hands. Kneeling, Fredrik pushed the hem of Kasia's sundress up her calves, his fingers skimming skin that prickled at his touch. The sight of her ankle made his stomach twist. Raw blisters ringed the bone, the metal having gnawed at her flesh until it bled. Ointment glistened over the wounds, but nothing could disguise the damage. "I told you," he bit out, glaring up at Greta, "never to take it off." The words tasted like ash. Kasia whimpered, and just like that, his fury crumbled. He dropped the shackle with a clatter, suddenly disgusted by the weight of it in his hand. When he lifted Kasia again, she clung to him like a vine, her legs locking around his waist. He could feel her fear, not for herself but for the woman who dared to show her kindness. "We'll talk tomorrow," he told Greta, his voice quieter now. The maid fled without another word. Alone, Kasia's whisper tickled his throat. "Promise you won't punish her." He exhaled, pressing his lips to her hair. "I promise." He lied. The sensation of Kasia's bare legs wrapped around me sends a rush of heat through my body. Her warmth presses against me and I grip my teeth, forcing myself to push the desire away. But it's relentless, an agony I can't escape. She's my penance, I'm sure of it. After everything I've done, every life I've ruined, this is my reckoning. I'd take a knife to my skin, let my bones break, anything but this torment of wanting her and knowing I shouldn't. It's worse than death. The only thing that burns deeper is my need to find Serafina, but even that pales next to the ache of resisting Kasia. "I should be around more," I murmur into her hair, my voice rough. "Work's been relentless. I didn't mean to leave you alone." She lifts her head, her gaze locking onto mine as I hold her up, her weight balanced in my hands. I know I should set her down, put space between us, but I don't. Her fingers trace my jaw featherlight before her lips brush the corners of my mouth once, then again. Every instinct screams at me to stop her, to walk away. Instead, I pull her closer, my breath hitching as I fight the urge to kiss her. At the last second, I force myself to step back, carrying her to the bathroom. My hands linger on her skin as I set her on the counter, then I shake off the dangerous thoughts and focus on her injured ankle. "This shouldn't have gotten so bad," I mutter, inspecting it. "Greta handled it," she says softly. Still, I grab the peroxide and a clean cloth from the unlocked cabinet, odd since it's usually sealed tight. "I'll be here every day this week, maybe that's for the best." Being benched from work gnaws at me, but I can't deny I've been distracted. "Fredrik." I keep my eyes on her ankle, dabbing at the already cleaned wound. "Yeah," she hesitates, then whispers, "I don't want you to leave again. Stay with me or take me with you when you go." I finally meet her eyes. Her smile is gentle, but there's something raw beneath it, a plea I don't know how to answer. That can't be true. My gaze drops to her injured ankle again. The warmth in her expression fades, replaced by something heavier. "I wouldn't leave," she insists, her voice tight with urgency. "I choose to be here with you. You have to believe me." I let go of her ankle too roughly, and the sharp sound of her heel hitting the cabinet makes me wince. "Why would you say that?" My voice comes out harsher than I mean it to. "Kasia, look at what I've done. How can you even think that? Stop, you're only making this worse." The words slip out before I can stop them. She stares at me, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Worse for you, how?" Turning away, I shove the peroxide back into the cabinet, my hands unsteady. "Because it's impossible. Whatever this is, it ends here." I can't bring myself to face her. "Because of Serafina," she murmurs, my jaw tightens. "Yes, because of her." The truth twists like a knife, and I hate it, hate myself for letting it matter this much. Then she says it's soft, devastating, "But I love you." The words hit me like a punch to the chest. Don't, I spin around, my voice raw. You don't mean that, Kasia. You don't even know what you're saying. Tears cling to her lashes, and for a heartbeat I want to pull her close and forget everything. But I don't. Her eyes, wide, wounded, hold mine, and the way her lip trembles makes my throat ache. The thin yellow fabric of her gown clings to her frame, her hair spilling over her shoulders like sunlight. Why does she never wear the clothes I bought her? The thought vanishes as fast as it comes. She's suffocating you, Kasia whispers. Serafina. She's poisoning your heart, can't you see it? My hands curl into fists. Look at me, she pleads, her voice fraying. When I finally do, she doesn't flinch. She's evil and she's destroying you. There's fury there, but something else too, something hidden. What are you trying to say? I demand. She looks away, her shoulders tense. Kasia, my tone sharpens. Tell me. Nothing, she lies. I step closer. You're hiding something. Her eyes meet mine again, hurt, defiance, longing, all tangled together. What did you remember? I didn't. Tell me. My nails bite into my palms, the air between us crackles, and for the first time I wonder if I'm the one who doesn't understand the truth. What do you remember? Nothing. Her palms slam against the counter, rattling the dishes. Damn it, I don't remember a thing. You're lying to me. I grab her arms, shaking her hard enough that her head snaps back. Tell me the truth, Kasia. A sharp sting burns across my cheek as she breaks free and strikes me, the impact ringing in my ears. I seize her wrists, pinning her against the bare wall where the mirror once hung, my body pressing between her legs. Her feet lift onto the counter, her wide eyes locked on mine, lips parted as her breath comes fast. I can feel her pulse racing beneath my grip. Leaning closer, my voice drops to a dangerous whisper. You're going to tell me what you know, Kasia, or I swear to God I'll strap you into that chair myself. Go to hell, she spits, and the words hit harder than the slap. I pull back slightly, studying her. Tears streak down her face, not defiance but raw, unfiltered pain. I remember, she chokes out, trembling. All of it, Serafina, why she wants me dead. I remember. My chest tightens at the sight of her breaking, but I can't afford to soften, not now. Say it now. She shakes her head, defiance flickering through the tears. Not until you tell me everything first. I hold her there, my jaw clenched, before finally releasing her. Stepping back, my thoughts spiral into something cold and unfeeling. For a moment the room blurs, and all I see is who I wish stood before me, Serafina. The only one who ever matched my darkness, who craved the violence I needed to unleash. With her I never had to hold back. She wanted the pain, the blood, the chaos. She thrived in it. But Kasia isn't her. Kasia can break, and that's the last thing I want. When my vision clears, she's standing in front of me, no longer trapped against the wall. I blink, disoriented. When did I leave the bathroom? The hallway stretches behind me, but I don't remember walking out. Fredrik, Kasia's voice is quiet, filled with concern and something close to desperation. I raise both hands, creating a barrier between us. She freezes, her eyes reflecting pain. I'll ask one last time, I say, my tone steady but my gaze fixed on the floor. Tell me what you remember. I meant what I said, she replies softly, no trace of anger in her words. You owe me that much. Do whatever you think is necessary. Chain me up again. I don't care. She moves closer, but I retreat another step. Just do it. Frustration surges through me and I whirl around to face her. I can't tell you. I snap, leaning in, but she doesn't flinch. Instead, she holds her ground, her expression unreadable. Why are you making this impossible, Kasia? My voice cracks, shifting from fury to something raw. I can't talk to you about Serafina, not you of all people. Why won't you just accept that? She wipes her tears away with slow, deliberate movements. Then, hesitating like every step costs her, she turns and walks to the corner where she often sits. She sinks down, pressing her back against the wall and pulling her knees to her chest, the fabric of her gown stretching tight. When she finally looks up at me, her voice is steady. Do what you have to. I clench my fists, fighting the urge to slam them into something. Instead, I grab the shackle and chain, my grip tight as I move toward her. Kneeling beside her, I fasten the metal around her uninjured ankle. She doesn't resist, doesn't even look at me. As I stand and head for the stairs, her words stop me cold. I'll forgive you, Fredrik, no matter what. The pain in her voice lodges in my chest, but I force myself to keep walking. I won't hurt her. Maybe she knows that. Maybe she's playing me, twisting my own mind against me. Either way, I can't bring myself to break her, but I will get the truth. Before the sun sets, she'll tell me everything she remembers, one way or another. Chapter 14. The rest of the day passes in tense silence. I avoid Kasia, only checking the video feed from her room when necessary. My thoughts spiral. One idea stands out, making her watch another interrogation. Not from a screen this time, but up close where she can't look away. I imagined forcing her into the room, strapping her down, letting her see the brutality firsthand, the blood, the screams, the fear. But there's a problem. I don't have anyone left to interrogate. No one like Dante Furlong, no one who deserves that kind of suffering. The room stays empty, the tools untouched. And Kasia waits, still chained, still silent. The nearest help I can call is a 4-hour drive away, and leaving Kasia alone in the basement that long isn't an option. Frustration boils inside me, anger, resentment, because she's holding back the one thing I need. I shove myself off the couch, my knee catching the edge of the tray, sending my dinner crashing to the floor. My fingers knot into my hair, jaw clenched so tight I can taste the fury burning in my throat. For a second, I just stand there, staring at the ceiling, letting the helplessness sink in. Then, like a spark in the dark, an idea hits me. I grab the iPad from the couch and pull up the camera feed from my bedroom. On the split screen, Kash's head jerks up at the sudden sound of the TV flickering to life in her room. She freezes, eyes locked on the empty bed, suspicion and unease tightening her expression. If fear won't make her talk, maybe something else will. I slide into my dress shoes, shrug on my suit jacket, then my coat, snatching my keys from the counter as I stride out the door. This dive bar reeks of stale beer and cigarette smoke, the kind of place I'd normally avoid. The air vibrates with slurred laughter and a jukebox blaring old rock anthems. Not exactly my scene. I prefer quiet lounges with expensive wine and space to breathe. But tonight isn't about preference, it's about speed. My tailored suit and polished shoes stick out like a sore thumb, but that just works in my favor. I prop my feet on the stool, scanning the crowd, and spot her almost immediately. Dark hair spilling over her shoulders, brown eyes that catch the dim light. She's small, dressed in a loose black skirt and boots, a silver necklace glinting against her skin. The two guys hovering near the pool table are laying it on thick, making her and her friend laugh, but I've already seen the way her gaze flicked to me once. Too easy. Leaning against the polished mahogany bar, I cradle a whiskey glass between my fingers, tracing the intricate grooves along its surface. The dim lighting casts shadows across my untucked dress shirt, my suit jacket hanging open as my long coat drapes over the stool behind me. I take a slow sip, letting the warmth linger before catching the gaze of a woman to my left. She'd been waiting. A knowing smirk plays at her lips before she murmurs something to her blonde companion. The two men at their table barely glance up from their drinks, but the dark-haired woman rises, her movements deliberate as she smooths her skirt and approaches. "Hey," she says, feigning hesitation though her confidence radiates. The way she carries herself tells me she's no stranger to attention. "Evening," I reply, offering a slight nod as I motion to the empty stool beside me. She slides onto it, her knee-high boot tapping against the bar's footrest. The scent of vanilla and something faintly floral drifts between us, mingling with the sharpness of whiskey. The bartender appears and I raise a brow at her. "What'll it be?" I ask. "Rum and coke," she answers, her fingers mimicking my earlier gesture along her glass. As the bartender steps away, she studies me, her gaze lingering on the glint of my watch beneath my sleeve. "You don't strike me as the usual crowd here," she muses. "Oh," I tilt my head. Business types with accents and expensive tastes don't exactly blend in. Her observation is sharp. She recognizes the watch without a second glance. Not just a casual drinker then. There's a practiced ease in the way she navigates the conversation, a quiet certainty that tells me she's no pushover. Money matters to her, but she's not desperate, just calculating. And that makes her far more intriguing than she lets on. Gwen's good at playing her own game. She's the type who could make a man believe she's fragile, but I don't fall for that act. The real question is whether she's sharp enough to see I'm not an easy mark. "Gwen," she says, flashing a practiced smile, "what's a guy like you doing in a place like this? Running from something or just avoiding the wife?" Her gaze lingers on my empty ring finger. "Fredrik," I reply, my tone edged with amusement. "No wife to avoid, and no problems worth drowning either." She takes another sip of her drink, then pushes the glass aside with those long fingers of hers. Leaning an elbow on the bar, she crosses her legs and subtly adjusts the hem of her dress, just enough to draw attention. Confident, calculated, she's playing the part of the coy girl next door, but I know better. Gwen's a predator, same as me. She's used to men who can't see past their own hunger, too distracted by her looks to notice they're being led. Tonight might be a wake-up call for her. If I weren't preoccupied with tracking down my ex, I'd drag this out, see how deep her game goes, but time's a luxury I don't have. "What's that?" she asks, tilting her head. "Your accent." There's a flicker in her eyes, like the idea of a foreign flavor excites her. I close the distance between us, breathing in her perfume, letting my gaze trace the curve of her throat. "Swedish," I murmur, holding her stare. My lips brush close to her ear. "Let's skip the small talk, Gwen. I don't do the slow dance, no trading life stories to warm up. If you're coming with me, we go now." She stiffens, but she doesn't pull away. Her breath hitches, the smug act falters. For once, she's the one off balance. After a beat, she lets out a shaky laugh. "And what's your big promise that you won't leave me in a ditch somewhere?" The joke lands half-hearted, like she's testing the waters. I take a slow sip from my glass, then set it down with deliberate calm. "No ditches," I say. "I will get what I want if you can keep up." Gwen's breath hitches as I lean closer, my words low and deliberate. "Fair warning, I don't do gentle." Her teeth catch the edge of her lip, that familiar mix of hesitation and hunger flickering in her eyes. She turns on the bar stool, the movement slow, deliberate, her fingers tracing the rim of her half-finished drink. The neon glow from the backlit liquor bottles paints streaks of amber across her collarbone, her pulse visible beneath the soft light. She doesn't speak, but she doesn't have to. That look, part curiosity, part reckless abandon, is one I've seen before. The kind that says she's already made up her mind, consequences be damned. Her fingers tap idly against the glass, restless, while her tongue darts out to wet her lips. The bass from the speakers thrums through the floor, vibrating underfoot, but the real tension is between us, thick and unspoken. I let my hand drift from the bar, sliding between her thighs. She doesn't resist, just exhales sharply as her legs part. The booth we're tucked into is dim, the only light coming from the flickering bulbs behind the counter, casting long shadows that dance across her throat when she swallows. My fingers find the edge of her underwear and her breath stutters just once before she leans back slightly, surrendering to the touch. When I press inside her, her hands fly to the edge of the bar, knuckles whitening. She arches, trying to stay composed, but her body betrays her, every hitch of her breath giving her away. For a second, she looks almost prim, like she's fighting to keep her back straight, her shoulders squared. But then she tilts her head back, lips parting, and the act crumbles. I withdraw slowly, watching her shiver before lifting my own drink. My finger drags through the whiskey before I bring it to my mouth, tasting salt and sweetness. Her eyes lock onto mine, dark and wanting, but I'm already standing, shrugging into my coat. She doesn't call after me, just watches, caught between regret and the memory of my touch. A50 lands beside my empty glass. The bartender barely glances up as I weave through the crowd, past the haze of smoke and the clatter of ice in glasses. The cold hits me like a wall when I push through the door, but I don't look back. Some doors are better left closed. As I pause at the edge of the sidewalk, the muffled sound of music and chatter spills from the bar's open door behind me. Gwen steps out, her voice cutting through the noise. "I'd rather take my chances with the dumpster," she says, and I can't help but smirk without turning around. When I finally face her, my hands are shoved deep in my coat pockets. Her dark hair peeks out from beneath the faux fur hood of her long coat, strands dancing in the wind. She's striking, no doubt about it. "Glad to hear it," I reply, my tone dry. Her smile softens the tension, shifting it into something lighter. "You're really direct," she observes. I shrug, lips quirking slightly. "Guess so." My own smile is faint, controlled as I extend my hand. She hesitates only a second before slipping her fingers into mine. 15 minutes later, we're at my place. Gwen fills the silence with nervous chatter, probably overthinking the fact she just got into a stranger's car after midnight. Honestly, I couldn't care less what's running through her head. Small talk wasn't why I invited her. "This place is incredible," she murmurs, stepping inside. "From the outside, I never would have guessed it looked so high-end." She glances back at me, eyes gleaming with something calculating as I slide her coat off from behind. "Not that the outside isn't nice, just unexpected." Her smile is practiced, but I don't play along. This already feels like some awkward first date, and I don't do dates. I don't do normal. The house is a deliberate contradiction, unassuming brick exterior, lavish interior. The basement, though, got the real attention. It had to be perfect for Kasia, even if she wasn't here by choice. Gwen watches as I strip off my coat and start unbuttoning my shirt, her gaze flickering between hunger and hesitation. "How long have you lived here?" she asks. I exhale through my nose. "Take off your boots," I say flatly, cutting her off. She blinks. "What?" I tilt my head, holding her stare. "You heard me." My expression doesn't waver. Her lips part slightly, teeth catching her bottom lip. I toss my shirt over the arm of the leather chair, then close the distance between us. "I won't make you stay," I murmur against her mouth, fingers skimming up the hem of her skirt. She inhales sharply as my hand finds the damp fabric beneath. "But if you do," my lips brush hers, tongue tracing the seam before slipping inside. "You follow my rules." Understood. Drawing a slow breath, I press my lips to hers with deliberate hunger, lingering just long enough to leave her dazed when I pull back. Her eyelids flutter open a beat too late. "Now lose the boots," I murmur. This time she kicks them off without hesitation, her lips curving into a knowing smile as she anticipates my next move. But what I crave isn't obedience, it's fire. I want her to shove me away, to spit curses like Serafina used to. I need that electric tension of a woman who fights even as she surrenders. Yet tonight isn't about my hunger, it's about Kasia. My fingers work the buttons of Gwen's blouse, peeling it away to reveal the swell of her breasts straining against lace. The delicate chain resting between them glints as I unhook the bra with practiced ease. Her gaze locks onto mine, searching, but I withhold mine. Let her work for it. The bra joins the discarded clothes at her feet, and now she's half bare before me, all jitters replaced by eager anticipation. Her downcast eyes and demure posture grate on me, but I push past it. Gripping the waistband of her skirt, I drag it down her hips inch by inch until it crumples around her ankles. Then I fist my hand in her hair, yanking her head back hard enough to startle a gasp from her. Wide eyes flicker with uncertainty, maybe even fear, but she stays silent as I steer her down the hallway. The bedroom light blazes on at my touch, banishing any shadows for Kasia's benefit. Gwen drops to her knees without protest, her body already arching toward me like she's done this dance 100 times before. And she probably has. Most men would revel in such pliant submission, but it only hollows me out. A woman who bends too easily holds no thrill. Even Kasia, with her quiet devotion, would never debase herself like this. That's why she matters. My gaze drifts to the camera nestled among the dresser trinkets. Is Kasia watching? The thought knots my stomach, though I can't decide if I want her to look away or meet my eyes. Gwen's palm slides up my thigh, pulling me back to the moment Gwen's gaze meets mine, her dark eyes filled with a mix of surprise and anticipation. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, but it's quickly replaced by something more primal. If only Serafina were here, she always knew how to turn submission into something electric. My fingers tighten in Gwen's hair as I yank her upright. I prefer you on the bed, I say, my voice low. She obeys without protest, crawling onto the mattress and glancing back just enough to let me know she's willing. But the truth is, this isn't what I want, not really. I force myself to play the part, pressing a hand against her lower back to arch her hips. The brush of my fingers against her skin sends a jolt through me, but my focus is already slipping. 2 sharp slaps land on her backside, drawing a soft gasp from her. Stay still, I order, stepping away to grab what I need from the nightstand. A sound cuts through the silence, faint but unmistakable. Kasia. Her voice drifts up from the basement, a muffled cry that claws at my attention. Gwen lifts her head, frowning. Did you hear that? She asks. I shake my head, forcing indifference. Probably just the TV. She hesitates but settles back down. My hands grip her thighs, but my mind is elsewhere, torn between the moment and the pull of something darker. Kasia's scream echoes in my skull, sharp enough to make my chest ache. Gwen shifts beneath me, confused by my hesitation. Are we doing this or not? The question snaps me back. You should go, I say abruptly. Her eyes widen in disbelief before she turns, scrambling off the bed. The room feels suddenly too quiet, too empty. All I can think about is the basement and what's waiting for me down there. You can't be serious, she says, her voice laced with disbelief. Do I sound like I'm joking? She blinks rapidly, as if trying to process my words, then presses her hands into the mattress for balance. Her shoulders tense as she leans forward, tilting her head with a sly grin. Is this some kind of act? She asks, her tone playful. She shifts her weight, tilting her head the other way. I'm game for whatever you've got planned, sweetheart. But my patience is wearing thin. Kasia is all I can think about. Without another word, I grab Gwen's arm and yank her off the bed. Just get out, I snap. For a second, she just stares, stunned. Then fury flashes across her face, her lips parting in silent outrage. It's like I've struck her. I'll get you a cab, I offer, but she cuts me off with a sharp wave of her hand. Save it, jerk, she hisses, storming naked toward the door. I'll call my own and wait at the gas station down the street. Minutes later, after she's dressed and slammed the front door hard enough to rattle the walls, I'm still frozen in place. My chest tightens at the thought of Kasia. What the hell is wrong with me? Fumbling in my pocket, I pull out my phone and check the feed to her room. She's curled up on the bed, not hiding in the corner, her face buried in her hands as quiet sobs shake her shoulders. I watch, my own guilt twisting inside me. Everything hurts, but I don't fight it this time. I'm too exhausted. Tossing the condom in the trash, I grab my boxers and head for the basement, desperate to fix what I've ruined. Fredrik, each step down feels heavier, like I'm dragging a weight in my gut. The concrete is icy under my bare feet, the chill deepening as a winter storm rolls. I remind myself to crank up the heat later. Kasia shouldn't have to suffer the cold, but the thought is just a distraction, a way to delay the inevitable. At the bottom, my gaze drifts to the TV behind the glass, still showing the feed from my bedroom. My stomach churns at the memory of what Kasia must have seen, what I almost let happen, the kind of monster I was willing to be. With a shaky hand, I turn the screen off. Kasia, my voice is barely above a whisper. She doesn't answer immediately, curled on her side with only the thin fabric of her nightgown covering her. The sight makes me ache. I want to drape the blanket over her before the chill sets in, but I hesitate. Does she even want me here? And why does that thought claw at me so much? Since when did Kasia's desires start dictating my every move? If I'm honest, it wasn't just tonight. It's been this way since the moment I brought her home, though I've fought admitting it until now. Stay away from me, she murmurs, her voice fragile, broken, but instead of retreating, I step closer. I never meant to hurt you, I say, moving toward the edge of her bed. Before I can finish, she whirls around, launching herself at me with a fury that takes me by surprise. I said stay away, she screams, her face streaked with tears. I hate you, you bastard, I hate you. Her fists strike my chest, small but relentless. I don't stop her. I let her hit me, absorbing every blow, knowing I deserve every one. Her sobs shake her whole body, her eyes squeezed shut so tight it's a wonder any tears escape at all. The raw pain in her voice scrapes against my ribs like a blade. I'm sorry, I murmur, though I'm not sure what I'm apologizing for or why it matters so much. Then I see it, the shackle at her ankle unlocked, my pulse spikes. How? But now isn't the time for questions. She keeps swinging, her nails digging into my skin until I finally pull her against me, locking her in my arms. She fights at first, but I hold on tighter, my own hands trembling. My chest burns, my throat tight. Her resistance crumbles, her body sagging into mine. I hate you, she whimpers, but the fire is gone, leaving only exhaustion. I press my lips to her hair, breathing in the scent of her. She doesn't hate me, she loves me more than anything. And that's the cruelest joke of all. Why didn't you just put me in the chair? She sobs. I hold her closer, wishing I had an answer that didn't taste like regret. How could you do this to me? Her fingers dig deeper into my chest, nails pressing against my skin. You can shatter my body, crush my spirit, Fredrik, but don't you dare destroy my heart. I'm sorry, the words feel hollow. How can I explain something I don't even understand myself? It's like waking up to find a stranger wearing my face, someone whose thoughts and emotions are foreign to me. I want to tear him apart just to feel like myself again, to go back to the days when indifference was my armor. I couldn't go through with it, I murmur against Gwen's hair, her tears soaking into my skin. Kasha's voice is sharp, venom lacing every word. I hope Serafina is already dead when you reach her. She shoves away from me, fists clenched, her delicate face twisted in a rage I've never seen before. The anger burns in her eyes, something raw and dangerous, but just as quickly it fades, leaving only devastation behind. She stumbles back, collapsing onto the rug with a quiet sob. I drop to my knees in front of her, but she flinches when I reach out. Defeated, I sink down, legs sprawled, arms resting on my knees. Why can't you love me? She whispers, and the ache in her voice cuts deeper than any blade. What's wrong with me? Nothing, I say, brushing my thumb along her jaw. You're everything good in this world, Kasha, my failures aren't yours. Her fingers tighten over mine, pressing my hand against her cheek. I don't care about your flaws, she says, voice trembling. I just need to know why I'm not enough. I look away. I don't know how to love anyone. That's a lie. She shifts closer, the fabric of her gown pooling around her as she kneels between my legs, her gaze unflinching. You just won't let yourself try. You're lying to yourself, and we both know it. I force myself to meet her gaze, even though every instinct tells me to look away, because she's not wrong. Love is a cruel joke, a melody that plays just out of reach. The memory of Serafina's voice echoes in my mind, that night in New York when she sang Wicked Game on stage, her words wrapping around me like a promise. Just like Kasha, she had been a performer, her voice carrying secrets I never fully understood. And yet right now, with Kasha's fingers tracing my jaw, I don't care about the past. I don't care about the answers I've chased for years. All I care about is the way her breath hitches when I pull her closer. Her lips brush mine, soft and hesitant at first, but then my hands are on her waist, dragging her against me. The thin fabric of her dress does nothing to hide the heat of her skin as I crush her to my chest, my mouth slanting over hers with a hunger that surprises even me. She tastes like mint and something darker, something desperate. Her fingers knot in my hair, nails scraping against my scalp, while mine grip the curve of her hips, lifting her onto my lap. The hem of her dress rides up, her bare thighs pressing against me, and I groan into her mouth, the sound swallowed by her kiss. Then she bites, sharp, deliberate, her teeth sinking into my lower lip until I taste copper. The sting ignites something raw inside me, a fire that races through my veins. She licks the blood away, her tongue teasing the wound before diving back in as if she wants to claim every part of me. My hands tighten on her, urging her hips forward, the friction maddening. Blindly, I tug at the last barrier between us, fabric tearing in my haste. When she pulls back, her eyes are dark, pupils blown wide. Her fingers trail down my chest, pausing at the waistband of my boxers. The teasing press of her body against mine is torture, the thin layer of cotton the only thing keeping me from losing control completely. I lift my hips, letting her strip them away, but patience isn't my strong suit. One arm locks around her waist as I finish the job myself, my breath ragged. Skin against skin, she sinks into me, her breath warm against my lips. I study her face, the curve of her mouth, the way her top lip dips just slightly beneath her nose. The scent of her skin, something sweet and intoxicating, wraps around me like a drug. I'm yours, she murmurs, her voice barely more than a whisper. Always. And then she kisses me again, sealing the words between us. I'll always be yours, even if you can't love me the way you loved her. The words hang between us, raw and desperate. Before she can say more, I pull her close, my hands cradling her face as I kiss her hard, stealing her breath and replacing it with my own. My chest tightens, every nerve alive with need only for her. The urge to destroy something, to drown this hunger in violence, claws at me, but right now all I can do is surrender. I lift her, her legs locking around my waist as I carry her to the bed, my body pressing between her thighs. Her eyes search mine, wide and trusting, and for a second doubt flickers through me. What am I doing? But the heat of her skin, the way she arches beneath me, it's too much. I'm sorry, Kasha, I murmur, my voice rough, for everything. Her fingers trace my jaw featherlight as I lower myself onto her. The moment I push inside, her breath hitches, a soft sound that sends fire through my veins. She's so tight, so perfect, and when her nails dig into my back, I lose control. I want her to break. I want to see the pain in her eyes, to know she craves it as much as I do. Don't stop, she gasps, her hips rising to meet mine. The plea undoes me. I drive into her harder, her body trembling beneath me until we both shatter. As I collapse over her, my lips brushing her throat, I catch the glimmer of tears in her lashes, but also something darker, something that mirrors the hunger in me. For a heartbeat, the urge to mark her, to claim her in blood, surges. But then she exhales, her fingers tangling in my hair, and the moment passes. I can't, not with her. Not like this. I've already crossed too many lines with Kasia. Taking things further would truly make me the monster I fear becoming. My lips brush her forehead gently, and she gives me a tender smile that only deepens my guilt. I'm no different from Serafina now. I try to pull away, but her legs lock around me, keeping me in place. "Day," she murmurs, her fingers tracing my lips while her other hand tangles softly in my hair. Her kiss is featherlight, but I can't meet her gaze. Shame burns through me. This isn't the first time I've given in to her, not the first time I've let desire blur the lines between captor and captive. But this time something darker lingers beneath the surface, something I don't want to name. "Kasia, I can't," she shakes her head, her smile fading into something hollow. Her eyes drift away, lost in thought. The silence stretches between us, heavy and suffocating. Then, in a voice so quiet it chills me, she says, "I was 10 when I met Serafina." My chest tightens. She was my best friend until she killed my parents. A single tear slips down her cheek, catching in the curve of her lip. I have no words, only the crushing weight of realization. There's no coming back from this. Fredrik shifts away, sitting back against the wall, his expression shattered. I move between his legs, pressing close, my bare skin against his warmth, his strength. It's the only thing that grounds me. His arms tighten around me as I speak. "My parents were kind," I whisper. "They loved me, but Serafina hated them. She called them evil." I pause, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my back. His breath is warm on my shoulder, but he stays silent, holding me like he's afraid I'll disappear. So I tell him everything just as I remember it. 23 years ago, the strange girl next door became my only friend. I never saw her with her family. I never knew what she really was for months. I had no clue a little girl lived next door. One afternoon, while hiding in the old shed behind our house, my usual escape from the noise, I caught the sound of someone singing. Curious, I slipped out quietly, careful not to alert my dad to my secret spot, and edged along the side of the yard. Peering through a narrow gap in the tall wooden fence, I saw her for the first time. Her dark hair fell just past her shoulders, and she wore pink shorts with a tiny rainbow on one side, a detail that caught me off guard because I owned the exact same pair. She sat cross-legged in the grass, cradling a worn-out stuffed lamb while flipping through a thick coloring book. It struck me as odd. We seemed around the same age, but I'd already ditched coloring books for chapter novels. Her voice was soft and sweet as she hummed, scribbling wildly with a red crayon. I leaned in closer, squinting to see what she was drawing, but the distance blurred the details. Then suddenly she froze. The singing stopped, her head snapped up, and for a heartbeat she just listened. I held my breath, pressed against the fence like some weird backyard spy. Part of me wanted to bolt, but another part, the part that would later realize how unsettling she could be, kept me rooted in place. Too late. A twitch in my stiff shoulders gave me away. She stood slowly, clutching that raggedy lamb, and walked toward me. Up close I could see its matted fur and one loose button eye. "Hi," she said, tilting her head to peer through the gap. "Who are you?" "Kasia," I answered. "You, Serafina." Her grin was all teeth, and despite everything, I grinned back. There was something magnetic about her. We sat on opposite sides of the fence, leaves crunching under us as we talked. "You don't go to my school," I noted. "Nope. My mom teaches me at home." Through the slats, I watched her finger trace the lamb's frayed ear. "How old are you?" she asked. 10, same, but my birthday's next week, so I'll be 11. "I just turned 10 last month," I said. "Got a bike." Her nose wrinkled playfully. "That means I'm older." The way she said it, like it was some grand achievement, made me feel oddly small. Then her expression dimmed. "I don't have a bike, though." For the first time, I wondered what it'd be like to have a sister. Someone to share secrets with, or maybe someone to be wary of. Being an only child was lonely, especially without any friends, until Serafina came along. Within minutes of meeting her, it felt like I'd found not just a friend, but the big sister I'd always wished for. There was a quiet sadness in her voice when she mentioned she didn't have a bike, and without thinking, I blurted, "You can ride mine any time." She let out a slow breath before answering, "Thanks, but my dad doesn't let me visit other people's houses." I snapped a twig off the ground and flicked it away. "Then maybe I could come to yours." She hesitated, then admitted, "They don't like that either, but we can still be friends." I didn't see how that would work with a fence between us and her strict rules, but we figured it out. Every afternoon, she'd slip through a hidden gap in the fence near my shed, our secret hideout. I'd loosen the boards with an old hammer so we could slide them aside and pretend nothing was out of place. Inside, we'd play with my old dolls and stuffed animals, and I even rediscovered my love for coloring. We were as close as sisters, but over time, I noticed the stark differences in our lives. One day, her father's voice boomed from their back porch, and Serafina froze like she'd been struck by lightning. She dropped to the ground, crawling frantically through the dirt and leaves toward the fence, terrified he'd spot her if she stood. I shoved the boards aside, helping her scramble through before sealing it shut. Moments later, her screams tore through the air, each one like a knife in my chest. The sharp crack of leather followed over and over until her cries faded into silence, but the blows didn't stop. I huddled in the shed, shaking, my face wet with tears and my stomach churning. For one awful second, I wished she wouldn't have to suffer anymore. A week passed before I saw her again, sitting alone in the grass just like the first day. "Serafina," I whispered through the fence, my voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. She refused to glance my way, but I could tell she heard me. "Serafina, are you all right?" Her head barely tilted toward me, but even that slight movement revealed the anguish in her expression. Despite the warm weather, she wore long sleeves and pants. I knew exactly. My stomach twisted, imagining the marks hidden beneath that fabric. We both hesitated, torn between fear and the desperate need for her to cross the fence. Finally, after a long silence, she slipped to the far edge of the yard and I guided her through the gap. Once we were safely hidden in the shed, I whispered, "Did he find out about you coming over here?" She shook her head, dark hair swaying, and focused on the stuffed lamb cradled in her arms. "No," she murmured. "He was angry because I left my clothes on the floor." The absurdity of it hit me like a punch. Out of everything, that was what set him off. I stared at her, speechless. Serafina rarely met my gaze, and now she sat stiffly as if every movement hurt. I noticed her tugging at the waistband of her purple pants like the fabric was irritating her skin. A cold, uneasy feeling settled in my chest. I wanted to ask, but the words stuck in my throat. Then, abruptly, she looked up. "I have to go," she said, struggling to stand, the lamb tucked against her side. "I need to get back to my project." "What project?" I asked, curiosity flaring. To my surprise, she smiled, bright and sudden, like she hadn't just been trembling in pain moments before. She reached out, helping me up. "Just something I'm working on," she said. "I'll explain later." And just like that, she was gone, slipping back through the fence without another word. Fredrik's arms tighten around me now, his grip almost suffocating. His lips press against my hair, his heartbeat steady against my back. When I tilt my head to look at him, I see the glisten in his eyes, something I've never seen before. It reminds me of the stories he shared about his own past. I press a kiss to his knuckles. "I'm sorry if this is bringing up bad memories," I whisper. "I can stop." He shakes his head, swiping at his eyes before any tears escape. "Don't," he says softly. "This isn't about me, just keep going." I take a shaky breath and continue. "Serafina changed after that last beating, but not because of me or my mother, because I tried to help. One night when my dad was out, I sat my mother down and told her everything. 'Mom,' I pleaded, 'he hurt her so badly.' The sound of her screams haunted my dreams, leaving me shaken every night. My mom shook her head as she stabbed a forkful of salad, chewing slowly before speaking. 'Stay out of it, Kasia,' she warned, her voice firm. 'And don't breathe a word to anyone else, got it? If you do, you'll land yourself in serious trouble.' She pointed the fork at me for emphasis. 'Her father's some high-ranking government official, dangerous. We don't cross people like that, understand?' She drained her water glass, her expression unreadable. I nodded, though I couldn't wrap my head around why my mom, usually so kind and sharp, wouldn't report what was happening next door. But if she was scared, there had to be a reason, so I kept quiet. 3 years passed. By the time Serafina and I turned 13, her just a few months ahead of me, she wasn't the same girl I'd met in the yard clutching that stuffed lamb. The beatings hadn't stopped, but the fear in her eyes had. Then one day, she just showed up at my door, strolling up the walkway like it was nothing. I froze when I saw her standing there, her grin sharp. "You gonna let me in or what?" she asked. The lamb was long gone. She'd tossed it, she said. Later, I found its charred remains in the backyard. She never gave me the full story about her so-called project, just that it was her way out. I stopped pressing her. That afternoon, we holed up in my room, flipping through channels and talking about nothing. She flashed a stolen bottle of her mom's perfume, shoving her wrists under my nose. The scent was sweet, almost cloying. But when my dad's car pulled in that evening, Serafina went rigid. Her breath hitched, her fingers twitching like she was bracing for a fight. It didn't make sense. She'd stopped flinching at her own father's voice, so why did mine send her into lockdown? "Kasia," Dad called from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready." Serafina's gaze locked onto the door, unblinking. "I'll climb out the window," she muttered. "Your parents can't know I was here." That's when it hit me. She wasn't fearless. She'd just gotten better at pretending. I nodded, watching as she slipped into the fading light. "All right," I muttered, crossing to my window and unlatching it with a quick flick. The cool evening air rushed in as I pushed the pane upward. "Kasia," Dad's voice boomed from downstairs, sharp enough to make me flinch. "Get in here now, dinner's ready." My breath caught. He wasn't usually this harsh, though he'd never been one to tolerate backtalk. Serafina froze halfway out the window, her dark eyes flashing with irritation as she shot me a glare over her shoulder. I frantically motioned for her to hurry, my pulse thudding as footsteps echoed in the hallway. "Since when does he yell at you like that?" she hissed, her fingers tightening on the sill. I kept darting glances between her and the door, my stomach twisting. The last thing I needed was another week stuck in my room. Long shifts at the factory put him on edge, I whispered. Just go. After a tense moment, she dropped into the bushes below and vanished toward the broken slat in the backyard fence, not the bold front door exit I'd expected from the girl who'd strolled up to my house like she owned it. A week later, I was scribbling in my journal behind the shed when Serafina appeared like a shadow. Her grin was all teeth, the kind that made my skin prickle. She flopped beside me, her knee bumping mine, and pressed a quick kiss to my cheek. You love me, right? I rolled my eyes. Duh. You're basically family. She tilted her head, fingers lacing together. Remember when you promised we'd stick together no matter what, that we'd always choose each other? My chest warmed. Of course I remembered. She was my person, the one I pictured beside me at graduation, at weddings, decades from now, with matching grey hair. Yeah, I said softly. Her smile turned razor-thin. Perfect. Pack a bag. We're leaving tonight. The journal slipped from my hands. Wait, what? My throat went sandpaper dry. This wasn't some game of pretend. Serafina tugged me close, her grip feverish as she traced the veins on my wrists. New York, she breathed. I've got it figured out. Bus tickets, cash from my mom's emergency fund. We just act like we belong. You've seen those teen movies, right? No one asks questions if you walk like you own the place. She flicked my chin. A little mascara and you'll pass for college kids easy. I was already shaking my head, but she talked faster, her words tumbling like dice. The shed walls seemed to shrink around us as she spun visions of neon streets and unlocked doors, her voice dipping into something between a plea and a dare. I want to be a singer, Serafina said, her eyes shining brighter than I'd ever seen. She squeezed my hand so tight my fingers tingled. And Kasia, you should come with me. You've got a voice way better than mine. My cheeks burned as I stared at our tangled fingers. I don't know, Serafina, I whispered, glancing at the shed door like my parents might burst in any second. My mum checks on me before bed and my dad does one last round before midnight. They'd notice I was gone before we even hit the highway. And how would we even get there? I don't have a dime saved. Serafina's grin turned wicked as she reached into her back pocket and slapped a thick stack of bills into my palm. Lifted it from my mom's secret stash, she said, her voice dripping with satisfaction. This'll cover 2 tickets to New York easy. I swallowed hard, staring at the money like it might bite me. Every fear crashed through me, getting caught, being dragged back, grounded until I turned 30. But the scariest thing, the way Serafina looked at me like she already knew I'd say yes. What if my parents wake up? I whispered. What if they find us before we even make it out of town? They won't, she said, so sure it sent a chill down my spine. I've got a plan for that too. By the time she slipped out of the shed that evening, I'd agreed, no turning back. Now, lying with my head in Fredrik's lap, the memory hits me like a truck. His fingers trace slow circles through my hair, comforting and heavy at the same time. I can tell he's hurting, maybe more than I am. He's got scars he'll never talk about, wounds deeper than anything I've lived through. What did Serafina do to your parents, Kasia? His voice is barely above a whisper. I fix my eyes on the blank TV screen across the room, watching the past replay in the darkness. Then finally I answer. She slit my dad's throat while he slept in his recliner. She grabbed the gasoline can from the backyard shed and doused the entire house before striking a match. Flames swallowed everything. My mother never made it out of her room. Sometimes I still feel the loss, but most days it's just a hollow memory, faded by time. I didn't leave with Serafina, I say, my voice distant as her face flashes in my mind, the way she stared at me through the police car window, her fingers pressed white against the glass. I told the authorities everything, she confessed. They took her away and I thought that was the end of it. My hands tighten around the bedsheet. Until a year ago when she showed up at my apartment in New York, tried to finish what she started. She thinks she saved me by killing my parents, probably hers too, before mine. But I turned her in, and now she wants revenge for the life I took from her. Fredrik stays silent for so long I start to wonder if I've shattered him. Does he still love her knowing what she's done? I never meant to destroy that, but part of me hopes he'll finally see the truth. Fredrik, his voice is barely there when he answers, yeah, like the word itself is heavy. His world's just collapsed, every memory of Serafina, every moment they shared now poisoned. There's no fixing this. No saving her, she's dangerous, unhinged, especially to Kasia. I knew she was broken when we met 8 years ago, but not like this, not this far gone. We both had scars, but mine didn't turn me into a monster. I've done terrible things, but I know where to stop. I feel the weight of it. Serafina, she doesn't know guilt, no remorse. How could I have been so stupid? Love, she was right about that. It's a slow death. Kasia lifts her head from my leg, her bare skin warm against me. Talk to me, she whispers, brushing her lips against my cheek. Are you okay? I manage a faint smile, but it doesn't reach my eyes. She studies me, worry darkening her gaze. Gently, I tilt her chin up. Your turn, I murmur. What's going on in that head of yours? She hesitates, throat working before she meets my eyes again. The fear there is quiet but unmistakable. Even after you find her, will you still keep me safe? My heart feels hollow, drained of everything except for Kasia. It barely holds on for her, though I don't know how much longer it can. I lean in, pressing my lips to her forehead, my fingers tangled in her hair as I hold her close. Eyes shut, I try to memorize this moment. Soon I'll have to face something I've been dreading, but for now I'll give her whatever comfort she needs. No one will ever hurt you again, I murmur, pulling back. Not Serafina, not anyone, that's a promise. Kash's expression softens with gratitude before she rests her head against my lap. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the slow rhythm of my fingers through her hair until sleep finally takes her. Carefully, I slip out from under her, draping a blanket over her before securing the shackle around her uninjured ankle. The key had been on the nightstand all along. I never took it back after my last angry exit. She could have run, but she didn't. Still, I can't risk it. Upstairs, I sink onto the couch in just my boxers, staring into the dark. The weight of everything presses down until dawn spills through the curtains, pooling at my feet. Fredrik, what's wrong? Isabel's voice sharpens over the phone, picking up on my tension. I need to talk, I admit, the words heavy. If there's anyone I can trust with this, it's her. Are you back in town? Where can we meet? Just got in. Nicholas and Dorian are wrapping things up in Seattle. Job was simple, only 2 guys on their end. Good, not here though, somewhere else. You're scaring me, she says. First you, Druid Hill Park, I interrupt. Same spot as before the Vanderbilt job, 2 hours. A pause, then fine, I'll be there. The call ends. Greta slips inside, offering a nervous smile. She's always been uneasy around me, but after freeing Kasha without asking, she's practically walking on eggshells. Dropping her purse on the counter, she grabs the cleaning spray under the sink, keeping her gaze fixed anywhere but on me. I tug on my black sweater, already bundled up in jeans and my favorite worn-in Converse, then grab my coat from the hook. I'll be out for a while, I say, pulling the collar snug against my neck. Don't you dare unchain Kasha. Got it. I snatch my black beanie off the table and yank it down over my ears. Greta barely glances up as she mutters, "Understood, Mr. Gustavsson." Keys jingle in my hand as I pat my back pocket to check for my wallet. Greta scrubs at a stubborn stain on the counter with unnecessary force. One more thing, I add, watching her stiffen. Kasha might start talking to you about what she's remembered. Her sponge freezes mid-swipe. She remembered something, seems that way. I step closer, forcing her to meet my eyes. But keep your mouth shut. If she talks, let her. Don't encourage it. Greta's penciled eyebrows knit together, but she nods. Will you be back for dinner? She calls as I stride toward the door. I don't answer, just shove outside into the biting air. The gas station coffee tastes like burnt cardboard, but I drink it anyway, flipping through a newspaper I don't care about. 2 hours to kill, 2 hours to overthink. Why am I even doing this? Isabel can't fix anything. Since when do I run to someone else for answers? The only people I ever trusted was Serafina, and before her, Willa, back when I was just a scared kid trapped in hell. But here I am, desperate enough to call Isabel. Victor's reliable, sure, but he's a man, and men like me don't bond with other men, not after everything. The park's empty when I finally pull in, engine idling as grey clouds threaten snow. Note to self, retire somewhere without winters. Isabel's Merced slides in beside me and she bolts into my car, shivering. Jesus, it's freezing. She slams the door, rubbing her hands together. I pass her a coffee. You're a lifesaver, she says, cradling the cup. She blows on it, takes a sip and winces. Okay, talk, what's got you dragging me out in this weather? She smooths out her crisp white coat, tugging it free from where it's tucked beneath her before slipping her keys into the pocket. Her auburn hair is tied back in a sleek ponytail, swaying slightly as she moves. I let my hand slide off the steering wheel and into my lap, hesitating longer than I should. Leaning back against the headrest, I exhale slowly. Before you jump to conclusions, she cuts in, I did tell Victor I was meeting you. I never doubted you would, I say, glancing at her with a half smile. What, did you think I lured you here for something sinister? Isabel chuckles, nudging me with her elbow. Victor knows everything, you know how it is, she replies, grinning. And let's be real, you wouldn't actually hurt me. I raise an eyebrow. Oh, you're that sure of yourself? Newsflash, sweetheart, nobody's untouchable. She grins wider and I relent. Okay, fine, you're a little special, but don't let it inflate your ego. I could still take you out. She rolls her eyes, resting her head back for a second before turning to study me. Is this your idea of easing into a serious conversation? Because whatever you're about to say, I can tell it's heavy. It is, I admit. She looks ahead, fingers tapping lightly on the dashboard. Just remember why I told you about Victor. I know, I say, because you don't hide things from him. She shifts to face me fully. I respect that about you, I add, the honesty, it's non-negotiable. 1, I love him. 2, lying to him might get me killed one day. I shake my head. Victor wouldn't hurt you. She gives me a sidelong look, amused. You haven't seen him lately, all that influence, it's intimidating. Her laugh is light, but her eyes betray her real feelings. Listen, she says, tone shifting. You're like family. If you ever needed me to keep something private, I would, but I wanted you to be sure whatever you're about to say, it's something I should know. I get it, I reply, and I appreciate the warning, but I'm not reckless, well, except on Wednesdays. A slow smirk spreads across her face. Fredrik, today is Wednesday, I sigh. Yeah, I know. Her smile fades instantly as the weight of my words sinks in. She watches silent as I grab my phone from the console and pull up the live feed from my basement. The screen flickers to life and I scan it carefully before turning it toward her. Her gaze locks onto the video, tension thickening the air between us. Kasia paces the small room, the chain around her ankle scraping against the floor as she moves. The oversized blue robe she wears over her nightgown swallows her frame, making her look even more vulnerable. Her expression is tense, restless, like she's waiting for something or someone. I wonder if Greta has already been down here to bring her breakfast. My grip tightens around the phone as I hesitate, weighing the consequences of what I'm about to reveal. Finally, I pass it to Isabel. She takes it slowly, her eyes flicking between me and the screen before she finally asks, "Who is that?" Her name is Kasia, I say. Isabel stares at the feed a moment longer, then lifts her gaze to mine, waiting. That's a live feed, I admit, from my basement. Her frown deepens. You have a girl locked in your basement. What the hell is going on? I exhale, struggling to find the right words. Isabel's sharp. She'll notice if I leave anything out. I needed her help to find Serafina. Help. Her voice is laced with skepticism. What kind of help involves keeping someone chained up? How long has she been down there? She glances back at the screen, her expression hardening. Are you seriously restraining her? Yeah, I admit. She tries to rationalize it, grasping for some justification. Okay, so she's involved with Serafina. She knows something, right? This is some kind of interrogation. I shake my head. Number Kasia's innocent. I've had her down there for almost a year, since a few months after the New Mexico job. Isabel goes completely still. A year. Her voice is barely above a whisper. And she's done nothing wrong. Fredrik, what is wrong with you? I close my eyes briefly, bracing myself. Just let me explain. She takes a slow breath, her gaze locked onto mine. Victor was right, she says, and the name makes me tense. When he sent you home from Seattle, he told me he suspected you were still tangled up with Serafina. I didn't even know she was alive until recently. She shakes her head, disbelief etched across her face. The only reason he told me anything was because I was worried about you, about how off you've been. Fredrik, you can't keep doing this to Kasia, no matter what connection she has to Serafina. If she's innocent, you have to release her. Isabel, I reply gently, careful not to reveal too much. Kasia isn't asking to leave. She's afraid of Serafina. She wants to stay with me. Isabel's frown deepens as she processes my words. After a pause, she shakes her head. Wants to stay. Fredrik, she's literally chained in a basement. If she truly wanted to be here, why the restraints? Her hands gesture sharply as if the absurdity of my reasoning is physically painful. It's just temporary, I mutter, though even I hear how weak it sounds. Isabel's skeptical look confirms she isn't buying it. Then suddenly her expression shifts like she's cracked some hidden code. Oh my God, she says, eyes widening. You're in love with her. The accusation catches me off guard. That's why you won't let her go. It actually explains a lot. I should deny it, but part of me realizes this misunderstanding might work in my favor. If she believes this is about love and not control, maybe she'll back off at least long enough for me to figure things out. And she must love you too, Isabel continues, warming to her theory. Stockholm Syndrome, it fits. The irony is her logic does make a twisted kind of sense. Too bad none of it's true. Isabel leans closer, frustration creeping into her voice. Fredrik, this is insane even for you. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence. I cut in, forcing a dry laugh. She rolls her eyes but softens slightly. You know what I mean. I do, but the moment of levity fades fast. My attention drifts to the rain-streaked windshield, the world outside as bleak as my thoughts. Victor and I could help you find Serafina, she offers, shifting in her seat. Don't have to do this alone, and definitely not by holding some girl hostage. What does Kasia even have to do with it? My fingers tap restlessly against my leg. The truth is heavier than I can say. After a long pause, I share Kasia's story with Isabel, how she first crossed paths with Serafina. Isabel's expression shifts from shock to something darker, her lips slightly parted as the weight of the tale settles over her. I avoid her gaze, knowing how deeply it's cutting into her. Telling her was a mistake. Of all people, Isabel understands the kind of horror Kasia endured. She spent nearly a decade trapped under Javier Ruiz, a brutal cartel leader who twisted her into the fighter she is now. When I finish, the silence stretches between us, thick and suffocating. I watch as the pain in her eyes mirrors my own, the kind of scars time never fully erases. Fredrik, her voice is barely above a whisper before she turns to me. You need to walk away from her, right now. I shake my head without thinking, my grip tightening on the wheel. Letting Kasia go isn't an option, no matter what Isabel says. Why did I even bring this up? Her fingers clamp around my arm, sharp enough to bruise. Listen to me, she snaps, her tone cutting through the tension. After everything she's survived, her parents murdered, her childhood stolen, she's locked in a basement, convinced she loves you. That's not love, Fredrik, that's trauma. Her nails dig in as her voice rises, filling the car with raw fury. For a second, she looks like she's ready to tear someone apart. Then, just as suddenly, her grip loosens. "I'll help you," she says, softer now. "We'll hide her somewhere safe until Serafina's dealt with." No. The word hangs between us, heavy and final. Guilt coils in my chest, but I don't back down. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this," I mutter. "But Kasia stays. She's the only way I find Serafina. It's my only chance at finding Serafina." The silence stretches between us before Isabel finally speaks, her voice heavy. "Then I don't know you at all." The sudden click of the door handle makes me flinch as winter air floods the car. "What are you doing?" I keep my voice steady, not turning. She shoves the door wide and steps onto the pavement, then leans back in, gripping the frame. Her glare burns through me, a storm of betrayal and fury. "If you won't walk away from that girl," she hisses. The door slams like a gunshot, rattling the windows. I'm out in seconds, my boots crunching on ice as I round the hood. "Isabel, stop, you don't understand." She stands rigid by her door, arms locked across her chest, her coat whipping in the wind. "God, I was such an idiot," she spits, shaking her head. "You don't care about Kasia, you're still obsessed with that manipulative witch. So obsessed you'll destroy someone's life just to track her down after everything Serafina already put her through." Her voice breaks. A couple with a child edges past us toward the museum, the father shielding his daughter as they glance back nervously. We wait until they disappear inside. The quiet between us feels like glass about to shatter. "I can't walk away," I say, quieter now. She wrenches her door open, but I shout her name so hard my throat aches. She freezes, half in the car, trembling with the effort not to leave. For the first time, the weight of what I'm asking crashes over me. My shoulders slump. I can't let her go, because Kasia is Serafina. Isabel goes still. The door drifts open wider as she steps back, her face blank, but her eyes, God, her eyes are a hurricane. She moves toward me like she's wading through deep water, one hand lifting slowly. When her fingers brush my cheek, it's like she's pouring every unsaid thing between us into that touch. Her breath hitches, tears clinging to her lashes, and suddenly I feel it all, the doubt, the grief, the terrible dawning realization. As if it's my own, it hits me suddenly. I do the exact same thing. "Oh, Fredrik," she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper as she shakes her head. That's all she manages before her icy fingers slip away from my cheek, her arm falling limp at her side. I swallow hard, refusing to let the tears come because they're absurd and have no place here. I don't deserve them. I don't even want to. Shoving my hands deep into my coat pockets, I steel my expression until all that remains is Fredrik Gustavsson, the specialist, the jackal, anything but the broken man who forfeited his right to feel anything years ago. "I need you, Isabel." She gives a slow, understanding nod. "Start from the beginning," she says. Chapter 19. Fredrik. We escaped the cramped car and the biting cold. Isabel insisted she needed space after what I'd just revealed, and find refuge inside the desert house at the Botanical Gardens. The secluded bench is nestled between jagged rocks and towering cacti, the air thick with warmth, a stark contrast to the winter chill outside. We shed our coats, draping them over our legs before sitting, and I yank off my black beanie, stuffing it into my pocket with my keys. "Why are you staring at me like that?" I ask, unable to ignore the sorrow in her emerald eyes. "Pity, no, she should know better. It's just, I know how much Serafina meant to you," she says, each word heavy with shared pain. "I never got the full story, but I know enough to understand how impossible this must feel. How could any of this even happen?" I stare at my hands, clenched between my knees. "Truth, I don't have answers," I admit, voice hollow. "I didn't piece it together until last night." My gaze flicks to Isabel. She remembered, or thinks she did. "I'm just as lost as you are." My fingers trace the ridges of my ring, the engraved words, "The Jackal," a permanent reminder of what I am, a failsafe against forgetting. Isabel leans in. "What do you mean, remembered?" I scan the room, half expecting intruders among the agave and succulents. Kasia Serafina hasn't known who she was since I pulled her from that shelter after the fire. 1 year earlier, New York City, 2 weeks of trailing her after spotting her face on a Times Square news feed, just a blur in the crowd behind some reporter. I'd spilled scalding coffee across my keyboard when her image flashed on-screen. 6 years of searching, and there she was for 6 long years. I believed Serafina had disappeared, or worse, died, after that final brutal night. She'd taken 3 innocent lives because of me, drugged me unconscious, torched my home, then dragged my limp body into the open field behind it, leaving me to wake up alone in the ashes. That was the last time I saw her until a year ago. I should have known better. Serafina never just vanished. She thrived on the chase, the violence, the twisted game between us. I expected her to leave a string of victims in her wake, each one a taunt meant for me to follow. But there was nothing, no bodies, no clues. Until that night in New York. I'd left Baltimore behind, chasing whispers of her presence in the city. 2 weeks of searching led me to an upscale jazz club, the kind of place where the air hummed with old money and older secrets. The scent of bourbon and expensive perfume clung to the velvet curtains, and the stage was bathed in dim, golden light. And there she was, not as Serafina Bragado, the ghost I'd hunted for years, but as Kasia Carrington, a singer with a polished smile and a life so ordinary it made my teeth ache. She had an apartment, bills, even a neighbor who called her a friend. No trace of the woman who once slit throats between kisses. I sat at a shadowed table near the stage, dressed in the tailored suit she used to love, my fingers tight around a glass of whiskey I barely tasted. The band tuned their instruments behind the mic stand, and the low murmur of the crowd buzzed in my ears. Memories crashed over me, her lips against mine, the way she laughed when I bled for her, the way she'd looked at me before setting my world on fire. My hands shook, not from fear but from the raw, clawing need to finally finish what she started. The lights dimmed, the crowd hushed. And then she stepped into the spotlight, her voice smooth as poison. I kept my cool, though inside I was burning up with a restless energy only Serafina could ignite. The band slipped onto the stage without fanfare, followed by the backup singers in sleek black dresses that clung to their curves. Then she appeared, Serafina, radiant under the lights, more breathtaking than ever. Gone was the dark, brooding look she'd always worn. Instead, golden waves cascaded over her shoulders, each strand perfectly placed, framing her face before curling just above the waist of her cream-feathered dress. The delicate sequins caught the light as she moved, and her heels sparkled with every step. It was like watching a ghost from my past reborn in sunlight. The woman I knew had always been shadow and smoke, all black leather and smoldering glances. Now she was something else entirely, soft, luminous, untouchable. The first notes of Wicked Game hit, and my fingers clenched around my glass. That voice low, aching exactly as it had sounded years ago when she'd sung it just for me. Did she know I was here? Had she planned this? Serafina was no ordinary performer. She was a phantom, a hunter who'd spent years vanishing into the dark. If she wanted to find me, she would have. Yet as she swayed, her gaze drifting over the crowd without pause, doubt crept in. Maybe she hadn't seen me slip into the club. Maybe she didn't care. Then just as the final chorus began, her eyes flicked to mine and slid away like I was just another stranger. No flicker of recognition, no hidden smirk, nothing. The realization hit like a punch. She didn't know me at all. Or maybe, after everything, she'd simply chosen to forget that night in the crowd. I was just another face to her, another stranger caught in the spell of her voice, imagining things I couldn't have. It tore me apart. The woman I'd loved more than anything didn't recognize me, and in that moment I lost myself. 6 years without her had been agony, but I'd held on to the hope that we'd find our way back. Now nothing, no plan, just desperation. I started trailing her obsessively. I even broke into her third-floor apartment and planted listening devices. Watching her live as Kasia was surreal, paying bills, complaining about rent, laughing with her neighbor. The neighbor kept pushing her to date, joking that she'd been off the market way too long. Then one night I overheard them together. It wasn't love, just two friends blowing off steam. That didn't shock me. Serafina had always been free with women, but men, that was different. I'd been the only one until Marcus, except this wasn't my Serafina. Without the dark hair and smudged eyeliner, she barely resembled the woman I knew. For a second, I wondered if she had a twin. But then I remembered her on stage, singing our song with the same raw emotion. She was her, yet she wasn't, and I had to know why. 2 weeks later, I was heading to her place when sirens cut through the December chill. Smoke thickened the air. I ran, my breath fogging in the cold, until I saw it, her building swallowed by flames. Neighbors huddled on the sidewalk, wrapped in coats and fear, their faces lit by the fire's glow. I stood frozen, watching the blaze claw at the sky, and knew nothing would ever be the same. The flames had erupted from her unit, devouring the building as firefighters scrambled to contain the blaze. My chest felt hollow, as if something had withered inside me. I was certain she hadn't made it out until movement caught my attention. Past the chaos of emergency crews and flashing lights, she lay curled on the icy pavement, EMTs hovering over her beside a heap of discarded furniture. My breath hitched. She was alive, and for a split second as they lifted her onto the stretcher, I swore she locked eyes with me through the smoke and crowd. A jolt shot through me. She recognized me. The chase was back on, or so I believed. But then, half an hour later, she stepped out of the ambulance, brushing off the EMT's insistence she go to the hospital. With a dismissive wave, she vanished into the night, limping away from the wreckage. I trailed her, weaving through bystanders, the sirens fading as we moved deeper into the city's edge. Block after block, her pace was erratic. Was she lost, playing me? Either way, she led me on a winding path until finally she collapsed on the steps of a shelter, pulling the thin blanket around her shoulders. When I approached, her gaze lifted, wary. "Hello," she murmured. I searched for that earlier spark of recognition. It was gone. "What are you doing out here?" I asked. She lifted her gaze just enough to see me before quickly looking away, her fingers tightening around the frayed edges of the blanket draped over her lap. Her bare feet were tucked beneath her, toes curling against the cold concrete. Each exhale formed a small cloud in the frosty air. "Just resting," she murmured, her voice distant, like she wasn't entirely sure why she was there either. I hesitated, half expecting her to lunge at me with some hidden weapon. The way she kept adjusting the blanket made me uneasy. Stepping back, I lowered myself to her level, my coat brushing the ground. Streaks of dirt mixed with dried blood marked her face, one side raw with deep scratches as if she'd been dragged across pavement. Her whole body trembled, though whether from cold or fear I couldn't tell. "Please," she whispered, eyes darting up but never meeting mine. "Just go." I caught myself before saying her name. "What do people call you?" Her brow furrowed. "Why does it matter?" "I don't know you. Tell me your name," I pressed, "and I'll walk away right now." She couldn't. Part of me still doubted her amnesia or not. I was certain the moment her memories returned, the old game between us would resume. And this time I wouldn't let her slip away. With careful persuasion, exploiting her confusion, I convinced her to come with me. By the time we reached Baltimore, she wasn't a guest anymore. She was mine. I'd make sure she remembered everything, especially who she belonged to. Chapter 20. Fredrik. Except when her memories did come back, they weren't the ones I expected. They belonged to a stranger. The words dissolve as I stare blankly ahead, the past replaying like it's happening all over again. Isabel sits so close I can hear the quiet rhythm of her breathing, sense the unspoken questions tangled in her mind. She shifts on the bench, turning toward me. "You never told her?" she finally asks. "If she didn't know her own name, why not just say it?" I shake my head. I came close, but there was something fascinating about her not knowing, the way she moved, the fragility in her voice. I'd never seen someone like her break so completely, and for it to be her, I wanted to see how deep it went. Isabel leans in, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then what happened?" "I put her through hell," I said, the weight of my actions pressing down on me. Even as I hurt her, something inside kept screaming that she didn't deserve this. Every cut I made tore at me just as much as it did her, but I couldn't stop, because no matter what, she was still Serafina to me. Kasha's voice cracked as she twisted against the restraints, her body trembling in the chair. "Just tell me who you think I am," she begged, her bare skin slick with sweat. "I don't understand any of this." I circled her slowly, the razor catching the light as I turned it between my fingers. Her breath hitched when she saw it. "You'll figure it out on your own," I murmured. "And you'll say it because I decide how this goes now." I leaned in close, watching her flinch. "We can keep doing this for years if we have to, until you remember, until you tell me who you really are." "My name is Kasha Carrington," she shrieked, her throat raw from screaming. The leather straps dug into her skin as she fought against them. I pressed the blade to her thigh and she went rigid. Hearing her say her own name hit me harder than I expected. Just days ago, when I'd pulled her from the street outside that shelter, she hadn't known anything. Now, under terror, fragments of her past were resurfacing. It was working. Fear would drag Serafina back to me. Pain would force her to remember. And then Isabel's fingers brushed my shoulder, pulling me from the thought. "Eventually what?" she asked gently. I swallowed hard. Eventually, with intimacy, but I couldn't say it. Every time I'd touched Kasha that way, shame coiled tighter in my chest. It was too broken, too good, and I was the one breaking her further. "Doesn't matter," I muttered, staring straight ahead. Isabel let her hand drop just as the family from earlier stepped into the room. Their eyes flicked to us before they quickly turned away. "What happened to her?" Isabel asked quietly, studying my face. "She looks shattered." "Fredrik, as much as I despise her for what she put you through, part of me still feels sorry for her," Isabel admitted. I rubbed my temples, exhaling sharply. "I don't even know what's happening with her anymore," I muttered, my voice heavy with frustration. My hands dropped to my knees, gripping them tightly before I finally looked up again. "I thought I was ready for anything, even killing her, Isabel. After everything, I was prepared for that. I'd spent years steeling myself for the moment I'd face her again, but this—" I shook my head, staring blankly at the pavement. "This wasn't part of the plan." "Why tell me all this now?" she asked. "'Cause I'm out of options," I admitted, straightening my posture. "Every time I think I've figured it out, everything changes. I keep starting over and it's exhausting. You can't just Google your way out of something like this." Nearby, the laughter of a family, parents and their little girl, grew louder as they wandered closer. I stood, pulling on my coat, and Isabel followed. "Fredrik," she said quietly, "are you asking for advice, or do you just want someone to tell you you're right?" I hesitated, frowning. Truth was, I didn't know. "I can't be with someone like Kasha," I finally said. "We're too different. She deserves better." Isabel studied me, her expression thoughtful. "You didn't say Kasha just now, you said someone like her." Why? The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. "Because when this is over," I said darkly, "she might not even be Kasha anymore." Isabel's gaze softened. "Then maybe you should love the one who's still here," she suggested gently. Love, was that sympathy or a challenge? Before I could respond, the family reached us, forcing the conversation to end. We walked in silence toward the parking lot, the cold biting through my coat. "Just curious," Isabel said as we reached our cars. "What were you planning to do to Serafina when you found her?" "Everything," I answered simply. She nodded, leaning against her car door. "I won't tell Victor you're on leave. This is personal. He'll get it." I gave a stiff nod, shivering as the wind cut through me. "Appreciate it, sweetheart. But when Victor wants you back in action and you're still benched because of this mess, I'll have to explain why." "I get it," I murmur. "For now I'll dig into Kasha Carrington," she says. If Serafina Bragado was a dead end, maybe her other name will give us something. I give a slow nod. I'll keep you posted. She swings open her car door but hesitates, turning back to me with something heavy in her expression, a quiet sorrow neither of us names. And if you need anything else. Anything, Fredrik, you know I'm in. We hold each other's gaze, the weight of what she's really saying hanging between us like a storm cloud nobody wants to acknowledge. I avoid home for hours, needing space to think, though no amount of time seems enough. By 6, my head's still empty. By 8, after aimless driving, I'm just angrier, too scattered to string together coherent thoughts, let alone fix this, because there is no fixing it. Some things just happen, and all you can do is brace for impact. Need a refill? I jerk my head up, fingers untangling from my hair. The waitress, dark-eyed, polite, glances at my empty mug. How long have I been zoning out here? No, thanks, I mutter. She leaves, and part of me wishes she'd stayed. The old me would have flirted, spun some half-hearted charm, then taken her to some cheap motel and wrecked her just to feel something. But that guy's gone. The longer this drags on, the more I feel myself sliding back further, into the version before Serafina, the one who didn't care who got hurt. I've held on to the man she helped me become, clinging to the hope I'd see her again. Now that's gone, and if I let the darkness take over, I'll lose everything: Victor's trust, the life I've built, the few people left who matter. I'll be the jackal again, and that's a road with no exits. Fredrik sat in his car, the engine still running, acutely aware of Greta's eyes tracking him from behind the kitchen curtains. He couldn't bring himself to step inside just yet. The cramped silence of the car felt safer, like the steel frame could somehow cage the thoughts he didn't want to face. Gwen from the bar, the waitress at the diner, their faces flickered through his mind, but none of them lingered the way they used to. Not since that night in New York when he took Kasia. The realization had crept up on him like a slow poison. He couldn't touch another woman without the weight of guilt pressing down on his ribs for days. Gwen had been the first, and only one he'd brought home in the year Kasia had been in the basement. He'd planned to use others to recreate the twisted games he and Serafina once played, hoping it might spark something in Kasia through the surveillance feed. But every time he tried, something inside him recoiled. A flicker of movement caught his eye, the kitchen light dimmed as Greta let the curtain fall back into place. Enough stalling, he muttered, shutting off the engine and stepping into the cold night air. Inside, Greta stood by the counter, her expression softening as he entered. She's asleep, she said quietly. Fredrik tossed his keys onto the counter. How is she? Better, Greta admitted, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. More settled now that she remembers, but Mr. Gustavsson. She hesitated, her fingers tightening around the edge of her coat. What happened to her? It's monstrous, and while I still don't agree with keeping her locked away, I understand why you think it's necessary. Serafina is dangerous. Fredrik didn't respond, his jaw tightening. Greta pulled on her coat, her movement slow, deliberate. Take tomorrow off, he said abruptly. I'll handle Kasia. She hesitated. Are you sure? His temper flared, sharp and unearned. What, you think I can't manage for one damn day? Greta flinched. That's not what I meant, sir, he exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. Sorry, just go, I'll call when I need you. Digging into his wallet, he pressed a stack of bills into her palm before she could argue. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving him alone with the quiet hum of the house and the weight of what waited downstairs. She glances at the extra cash in her hand, a mix of surprise and gratitude crossing her face. This means a lot, thank you for helping with Kasia. Greta doesn't respond, but the warmth in her eyes says enough. Once she's gone, I lock the front door and linger in the hallway, my feet refusing to move toward the basement. Every step feels heavier, my chest tight with reluctance. I don't want to face her, not when she's already unraveling me. The basement stairs are dim, lit only by the faint glow from her bathroom. I left my shoes upstairs to keep quiet, and the cold concrete bites at my bare feet. But the air is thick with heat from the vents, making the space uncomfortably warm. Kasia lies on the bed, the blanket barely covering her, her golden hair tangled against the pillow. The chain around her ankle stretches across the floor, a stark reminder of everything wrong with this. I shouldn't touch her, I shouldn't even be here. But my fingers move on their own, brushing her hair back from her face. She stirs, her eyes fluttering open. Fredrik, she murmurs, and just hearing my name from her lips twists something inside me. I missed you. Her smile is soft, her fingers grazing mine, and suddenly I'm powerless again. Her touch is light, but it presses down on me like a weight. What's wrong? She asks, her voice gentle. I can't answer. Instead, I flip my hand over, covering hers. Are you staying tonight? She whispers. For a second, I almost say yes. But then I exhale, pushing back the storm in my chest. No, I pull the blanket aside and fish the key from my pocket. Give me your leg. The shackle clicks open, the chain clattering to the floor. Before she can ask, I lift her into my arms. Where are we going? She asks, clinging to me. I don't answer, I just carry her upstairs. Take me to your room. Kasia rests her head against me as I lift her and carry her upstairs into the house. A place she's only ever glimpsed through the glow of her TV screen since the night I first brought her here. The hallway is dim, shadows stretching along the walls as I move through it, stepping into my bedroom. The bed is layered with dark sheets, the comforter thick and inviting. When I set her down, the moment her fingers slip from mine, something twists inside me, something I can't quite name. I fight the urge to stay close, to let her keep holding on, but instead I pull away, stripping off my sweater, letting it fall to the floor. The t-shirt follows. She watches, quiet and curious, as I undress completely before sliding in beside her. I never sleep in clothes, she knows that. This isn't some grand gesture, just a need to have her near. Kasha shifts, curling against me, her head settling over my heartbeat. I tighten my arm around her as if she could somehow get any closer. "Why did you bring me back?" she murmurs, pressing a kiss to my skin. "Because I'm finally thinking clearly," I say, brushing my lips against her hair. "Fredrik, yeah," my eyes stay fixed on the ceiling. "I'm sorry for what Serafina did to you. Don't be, that wasn't on you." Her breath is warm against my chest. "Doesn't matter, I can still be sorry." There's a quiet ache in her voice. I turn my head, catching the glimmer of tears in her eyes, even in the dim blue light of the room. "Why are you crying?" I ask, swiping my thumb across her cheek. She hesitates, then whispers, "Because I'm scared that once you find her, you'll forget I exist." A sharp breath fills my lungs, my throat tightening. I roll over, caging her beneath me, my hands framing her face. My lips meet hers once, soft but deliberate. The warmth of her skin, the scent of her, the way her pulse races under my touch, it's intoxicating. "Stop worrying," I murmur against her mouth. "You're not going anywhere." I kiss her again, deeper this time, my hands sliding down, slipping her panties off. She gasps when I push inside her, a sound that unravels me. At first she stiffens, but then she yields, melting into me, her body fitting perfectly against mine. Every moan, every whimper, every shudder, it's all new, all overwhelming. I've never felt anything like this. Never. My mouth claims hers, stealing her breath, losing myself in the heat of her. The heat of her mouth against mine sends waves of pleasure through me. When I pull back, my lips trace the curve of her neck, the dip of her collarbone, then lower, tasting her skin, teasing with soft nips that make her gasp. "Stay with me," she whispers, her breath shaky against my ear as she arches closer. The way she moves against me drives me wild, but I pause, holding her tight. "I'm not going anywhere," I promise, before losing myself in her again, her quiet cries urging me on. Kasha's fingers twist in my hair, her legs locking around me. As her head tilts back, I trail kisses along her throat before claiming her lips once more. This kiss is fierce, desperate, because she's mine. No matter what she believes, no matter what she's been told, she belongs to me, always has, always will. Chapter 22. Kasha, something's wrong. I can't place it, but the unease lingers. Fredrik finally stirs long after sunrise, and for a moment I half expect the scent of Greta's Thursday pot pie drifting upstairs. Instead, sunlight floods the room, sharp and unfamiliar after so long in the dark. I blink against the brightness, watching the swirl of colors behind my eyelids as I lie tangled in Fredrik's sheets. He's nearly out the door when he notices I'm awake, pausing mid-step. His gaze locks onto mine and my pulse stutters. "Shower with me," he says, extending a hand. The faint smirk on his stubbled face warms me, though a small voice wonders if this is just another way to keep me close. But I push the thought aside. Right now he wants me here, and that's enough. Still, an odd heaviness settles in my chest. How can I feel both elated and hollow at once? His fingers tighten around mine as he pulls me up, steadying me when I wobble, unused to the absence of the chain. The hallway feels endless, his grip both an anchor and a tether. Every step is a reminder, I'm free but not really. And yet for now I'll take what I can get. The dark hardwood floors feel cool beneath my bare feet as I take in the elegant hallway, cream-colored walls and ceiling making the intricate crown molding pop. A sleek marble console table stands at the far end, topped with a delicate Grecian figurine. Even the ceiling light with its crystal-cut glass dome holds my gaze longer than it should. But when my eyes land on the basement door, my breath catches. Memories of last night flash through my mind and I freeze, fingers tightening around Fredrik's. "It's okay," he murmurs, giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. "We're not going down there." We stop at the bathroom instead and I exhale as we step inside. He flips on the shower, steam quickly filling the space. Part of me wants to admire the room, the sleek tiles, the modern fixtures, but I can't tear my eyes away from him. The way his sun-kissed skin stretches over defined muscles, the powerful curve of his calves, the sharp V of his torso leading down. My fingers still remember the ridges of his abs from last night, the way he moved over me, inside me. It wasn't just passion, it was something deeper, something that left me aching in the best way. A flush creeps up my cheeks as he turns, his deep blue eyes locking onto mine. He pulls me under the warm spray, his hands working shampoo through my hair with slow, deliberate strokes. His lips brush my shoulder, then my neck, sending sparks down my spine. "Where do you want to go today?" he murmurs against my ear. I twist slightly to look at him, his fingers still tangled in my hair. "Seriously?" I ask, half laughing. He kisses the corner of my mouth. "Anywhere you want." He tilts my head back under the water, rinsing away the suds. When I finally blink up at him, I hesitate. I don't know, I admit. His grin is playful. Not one place. I bite my lip, considering, then it hits me. Manhattan, Greenwich Village, I murmur, the name stirring something deep inside me. God, I miss those street vendor hot dogs. Fredrik's smile warms me more than the shower ever could. He takes such care with me, washing every inch of my body while carefully avoiding the still healing wounds around my ankle. His lips find my skin beneath the water, my shoulders, the hollow of my throat, the curve of my jaw. Each kiss feels like a promise. Part of me wants to give in completely, but there's something beautiful about the way he holds back, his restraint only making me ache for him more. When the water stops, he guides me to the fogged-up mirror, his body pressed lightly against mine. I can feel how much he wants me, yet he doesn't push. Instead, his fingers trace the scars along my back, his lips following in a slow, reverent path. Where did these come from? He asks between kisses. The question catches me off guard, not because it's too personal, but because I honestly can't recall. I don't know, I admit, frustration creeping in. How could I forget something like this? Fredrik has always been drawn to these scars. From the very first night, he'd lay me down and explore them with his fingers, his tongue, as if trying to decode a story written on my skin. I never even knew they existed until he showed me. It's okay, he says softly, lifting his head. You don't have to remember everything. There's something in his voice, relief, but that doesn't make sense. After everything we've been through to uncover my past, why would he be glad I don't know? My fingers drift absently to the scars on my thighs, 6 neat lines on each side, precise and deliberate. These I remember. Fredrik's hand covers mine, pulling it away. These are his, the ones he gave me in that basement, in that chair. I'm sorry, he whispers, his voice thick with regret. Don't say you forgive me, I don't deserve it. But his fingers press gently against my lips, silencing me. Things are going to change, he murmurs against my neck. And with a tenderness that makes my chest ache, he wraps me in a towel and begins to dry me off, as if he could somehow erase the past with every careful motion. Fredrik, I murmur, barely louder than a breath, why did you change your mind? He gently presses the towel against my damp hair, the fabric absorbing the water. That's not important, he says, his voice steady. I don't want you dwelling on any of it. But what about Serafina? I ask, my fingers tightening around the edge of the counter. His hands still, and I hear the quiet exhale behind me. Especially her, he says, his tone heavy. I don't want her taking up space in your thoughts. She's searching for me, I whisper. I know you can keep me safe, but when you're not here, when it's just Greta and me, that's when the fear creeps in. The towel slips away and his hands settle on my arms, warm and grounding. He presses a kiss to the top of my head, his height making the gesture feel both tender and distant. It's meant to comfort, but something lingers beneath it, something like sorrow. Kasia, he says softly, what if I told you she couldn't touch you unless you let her? I try to turn, but his grip holds me in place. Then his hand moves, wiping away the condensation from the mirror. My pulse jumps, my stomach twisting for no reason I can name. I stare down at the countertop, my voice unsteady. I don't understand. How would that stop her? Something's wrong, I can feel it, but I don't know what. Fredrik keeps clearing the fog from the glass, methodical, deliberate. I don't look up until his hands settle at my waist, just above the curve of my hips. You give her too much power, love. That word sends a thrill through me every time. Stop letting her in, live without fear, not for me, not for her, just for yourself. Can you do that? I nod, hesitant, then finally turn to face him, my back to the mirror. Rising onto my toes, I kiss him, slow and sweet. His lips curve into a smile. I'll try, I say, matching his grin. Later, we sit at the kitchen table like we've done this forever, coffee steaming between us, Fredrik pretending to read the newspaper while stealing glances at me over the top. Every time our eyes meet, my cheeks warm like I'm 16 again, giddy and weightless. We talk for hours about nothing and everything, his voice wrapping around me like a favorite song. By the time breakfast ends, I've decided against New York. Not just because driving 3 hours for a hot dog is insane, but because no matter how much Fredrik tells me to forget her, Serafina's shadow lingers. New York is where she nearly ended me, and even now, miles away, she's still there in my thoughts, in my fears, in the way my hands still shake when I least expect it. Fredrik tilts his head, studying me. What's really keeping you here? He asks. I glance away, tracing the edge of the kitchen counter with my finger. Maryland feels like home now, I murmur. A quiet laugh escapes me. Honestly, I haven't even explored beyond this neighborhood. His brow furrows, but I quickly reach for his hand. Don't overthink it, I say, squeezing his fingers. I'm not upset with you. The word slips out before I can stop it. Love. His expression shifts, something unreadable flashing in his eyes. Did I mean it? Maybe. It felt right, like something we've earned. He smooths the newspaper between us, that familiar smirk playing on his lips. All right, if New York's off the table, where do you want to go? His grin widens. I'm free all day. Heat creeps up my neck. Surprise me, I tease. He taps his chin, pretending to consider it. I bite my lip, fighting the urge to lean in. Fredrik, the candlelight flickers between us, casting shadows across Kasia's face. Baltimore's most exclusive restaurant, and all I can think is, this isn't real. We look like any other couple, laughing, sharing dessert, her fingers brushing mine. But the voice in my head won't shut up. You don't belong here. The old me, the broken me, claws at the edges of this fantasy. Then there's her. The way she glows, like she's absorbing all the light in the room. It terrifies me. Happiness isn't something I've ever trusted. It'll shatter, the darkness whispers. You'll ruin her like you ruin everything. Kasia smiles, fragile as spun glass, and for once I tell that voice to screw off. She's wearing the outfit I picked, soft white sweater slipping off one shoulder, that skirt hugging her curves. I remember dressing her this morning, the way she hesitated when I handed her the shopping bag. You don't have to, she'd started, but I kissed the words away. Later, my lips traced the scars on her back, each one a reminder of sins I can't undo. Outside, snow crunches underfoot as I guide her to the car. The engine's already purring, remote start, because I won't let her shiver for even a second. Fredrik, she says softly, cheeks pink from the cold or maybe from the wine. It's like we've always been together. I grip the steering wheel tighter. If only she knew. A quiet smile touches my lips, though it doesn't reach the rest of me, and she keeps talking. If I told anyone how I feel about you, given how we met, they'd probably call me insane. Greta definitely thinks I've lost it. Her gaze lingers on mine, searching for agreement or denial. I can't bring myself to tell her the truth. Instead, I turn the key in the ignition, letting the engine hum to life. Greta doesn't judge like that, I say, keeping my eyes on the road. But does it even matter what other people think? She asks, her voice wavering. I glance at her briefly. No, I answer, though I'm not sure I believe it. Feelings are personal. Nobody gets a say in them but you. I keep it vague on purpose. She grins, clasping her hands together. It's just, I feel like I've known you my whole life, she admits. I can't explain it, but it's right. Does she want me to echo her words? What is she really asking for? I shift into reverse and pull out of the parking spot. The day unfolds exactly as I promised, just me and Kasia. Slowly, she relaxes, even starts suggesting places to go. None of it surprises me. She picks simple things, nothing flashy or expensive. I would have emptied my bank account for her, bought her the most ridiculous luxury car on the lot. But all she wanted was a cheap movie, popcorn and soda in a dim theater, our feet kicked up on the empty seats ahead. I hadn't done anything like that in years, maybe ever. It was ridiculous and freeing and stupid in the best way. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. For someone so slight, Kasia eats like she's training for a competition. Lunch, popcorn, then fast food before sunset. By nightfall, we end up at a cozy bar in the nicer part of town, her pick. She's been steering the day since before the credits rolled. I used to sing at a bar back in New York, she says, watching people drift in and out of the building, couples in wool coats laughing, some swaying slightly as they head to their cars. Really? I feign surprise, though I'm more focused on the way her fingers tap against her knee, lost in thought. Yeah, she says, snapping back. It was just a job, though. I smile. I bet you sounded amazing. The kind of voice that stops people mid-conversation. She ducks her head, cheeks flushing under the dim glow of the streetlights. She laughs softly, a hint of pride in her voice as she admits, okay fine, I am pretty amazing, then immediately flushes at her own boldness. I lean across the center console, tilting her face toward mine as our lips meet, a kiss that steals my thoughts as much as her breath. I should pull away, God knows I should. But the way she tastes, the warmth of her, it's like coming up for air after drowning. The moment shatters when we break apart, her brown eyes searching mine while I struggle to separate memory from reality. Fredrik, her voice reaches me through the fog, tentative now. You okay? The neon sign of the bar flickers nearby, casting erratic shadows across her face. Suddenly, the idea of sitting in some crowded dive feels unbearable. Let's skip it, I murmur, brushing my lips against hers again. We've got better options. Your couch, that bathtub big enough for two, maybe even that terrible rom-com you love. Anything to avoid the past lurking in places like that bar, the kind of place where last time a Connie Francis song had unraveled everything. Kasia doesn't hesitate. Home then, she agrees, and the word lodges in my chest. Home, Serafina's back, but it's Kasia's hand I reach for as we walk away. Chapter 23. This isn't just want, it's something worse, need. Serafina carved her name into my bones years ago, but Kasia, she's stitching up the parts of me I thought were beyond repair. The parts Serafina's shadows couldn't touch. Funny how light works. You spend your whole life in the dark and then someone flips a switch and suddenly you're blinking at things like tenderness, like hope. I cancel Greta's shifts, spend days tangled in Kasia's laugh, her stupid puns, the way her fingers trace idle patterns on my skin. But by Sunday night, the old hunger starts gnawing at my ribs. It's not frustration, it's rage at her, at myself, at the lie I'm playing house with. The monster in me doesn't do domestic, it doesn't share. And the louder Kasia's light gets, the more it howls for me to drown her out the only way I know how. Her nails scrape lightly against my scalp as she perches on the armchair beside me. I close my eyes. One more day, I tell the beast, but we both know I'm lying. Can I ask you something? Kasia murmurs, her bare legs brushing against mine as she perches on the armrest of the oversized leather chair. I keep my gaze fixed on the iPad screen, determined not to let her presence distract me. Sure, I reply, though my fingers hesitate over the tablet. She leans closer, her floral perfume mixing with the scent of her skin. Tell me about you and Serafina. In bed. My jaw tightens as memories flash behind my eyelids. Kasia's fingers trace idle patterns through my hair, sending a slow shiver down my spine. That's not a conversation we should have, I say, swiping absently at the screen. But my focus is shattered, her warmth against my side, the way her tank top slips just enough to tease. She shifts suddenly, sliding into my lap, her thighs framing my hips. My breath catches as she settles against me, the thin fabric of her panties barely a barrier. Fredrik, she whispers, tilting her head. You were different with me before, sometimes intense, like you were holding back something wild. Her hips roll deliberately and my grip tightens on the chair. Now you treat me like I might break. I exhale sharply, fighting the heat coiling low in my stomach. Would you rather I didn't? I challenge, hoping guilt will derail her. She pulls back just enough to meet my eyes, her expression unreadable. No, she admits, fingers curling into my shirt. The way you touch me, I've never felt anything like it. Her voice drops, almost pleading. I don't want you to change. Then why does Serafina matter? I counter, mirroring her tilted head. She shrugs, a careless gesture that shouldn't be so damn enticing. Maybe I just want. A sharp pang of possessiveness cuts through me and she notices instantly. My hand slides down her arm, my thumb tracing the inside of her wrist. You said you've never felt this before, I murmur. Does that mean there were others? Her gaze drops to where her hands rest against my stomach, but there's no shame in her pause, only quiet defiance. Her expression is just as empty as when I questioned her about the scars on her back a few nights ago. She still can't remember. Her gaze lingers on mine, hesitant. Not that I recall, she murmurs. Definitely not from my time in New York, but before that, I don't know. Anything at all before then, I press. She shakes her head, shame flickering across her face. I pull her close, my hand cradling the back of her head as she leans into my shoulder. Don't stress over it, I tell her. Fredrik, her voice is small. Yeah, if I'd been with other men, would you still want me here? My fingers tense in her hair and I tighten my hold, my other arm wrapping around her. The truth, I don't know. Yes, I say anyway, it wouldn't change anything. But it's a lie. With anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But Kasia isn't just anyone. She wasn't untouched when we met, but the way she refused to talk about her past told me enough. Whoever it was, she needed to erase him. She called me her real first. Hated men in general, yet let only me close. Others who tried, they didn't last long. Neither did Marcus from Safe House 16, 10 days after I found out he was gone. Kasia shifts, pulling back just enough to meet my eyes with a slow, knowing smile. Then, deliberate, she presses against me and my breath catches. A rough sound escapes my throat. Kasia, I warn, gripping her thighs, ready to lift her off. Not now. What's gotten into her? Not that I mind, far from it, but there's something calculating in this. Like she's not just trying to claim my heart, but replace Serafina entirely. Her smile falters. Don't, I say. Cutting her off, I snatch the iPad from the coffee table and toss it aside, files about Seattle's missing persons scattering across the rug. Leaning forward, I drag the table closer as she locks her arms around my neck. Then I lay her back against the wood. What are you doing? She asks, more intrigued than uncertain. Whatever I want, I reply, hooking my fingers into the waistband of her panties and tugging them free. Gripping her ankles, I position her feet on the edge of the table. Her breath hitches, mine does too. Her legs part and I steady them, hands firm on her thighs, until she takes over, holding herself open. Kasia's breath hitched as I traced a slow path between her thighs, teasing before pressing deeper. Promise me, I murmured, my voice low, never to mention Serafina again, and I'll give you exactly what you want. Whenever, wherever, even when you least expect it. Her fingers dug into the edge of the table, knuckles pale, her chest rising in quick, uneven breaths. I leaned in, tasting her, savoring the way her body trembled under my touch. But you have to mean it, I warned, my lips brushing against her skin. She arched against the table, her blonde hair fanned out against the dark wood. I swear, she gasped, her voice unsteady. I didn't let up, working my fingers inside her while my tongue circled her clit. Not good enough, I teased, pulling back just enough to watch her squirm. Her frustration was delicious. I stretched back in the leather chair, legs sprawled, enjoying the sight of her laid bare before me. Say it like you mean it, I demanded, my fingers still slick from her. I swear, Fredrik, she cried, desperation sharp in her voice. I'll never bring her up again. A smirk tugged at my lips as I considered her plea. You've made promises before, I mused, dragging my fingertips along her inner thigh, her breath caught. This time is different, she whispered, her voice breaking. I promise. That was all I needed. My fingers plunged back inside her, slow and deliberate, coaxing out every gasp and moan. I could have spent hours like this, unraveling her piece by piece. But then the front door creaked open, keys jingling. I didn't stop, not until Kasia's thighs clenched around me, her wide eyes locked on the doorway. Greta stood frozen, her mouth hanging open in shock. Kassia's face flushed crimson, but I just leaned back, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. "You might want to knock next time," I said, grinning. I stay where I am, glancing over at her. "Could you give me another minute or two?" I asked, doing the math in my head. Greta hesitates, shifting uncomfortably like she's forgotten what intimacy feels like. "I'll wait in the car," she finally says, already backing toward the door. "Just signal when you're finished." The door slams shut behind her. She must have bolted the last few steps. Oh God, this is mortifying. "Relax," I tell her, gripping her hips to reposition her. "Stay still." "But I can't." "You can, trust me, now lean back." She obeys, and I resume what I was doing. Later, while Cash is getting dressed in my room, Greta returns, avoiding eye contact harder than usual. "Mr. Gustavsson, I'm so sorry," she stammers, setting her purse down before attempting and failing to hang her coat on the bar stool. It hits the floor twice before she manages. "You said to let myself in, but I didn't expect." "Not your fault," I say, moving past her toward the fridge. "I knew you were coming, just got distracted." "No kidding," Greta mutters. I ignore it. Kasia walks in wearing my sweatpants and a tank top, her cheeks still flushed. She gives a timid little wave. "Hi, Greta." "Hello, sweetheart," Greta replies, clearly flustered. "You've been keeping busy, I see." I smirk at their discomfort but stay quiet. Kasia looks like she's mentally digging her toes into imaginary sand. It's wild how different she is from Serafina. "Everything's been perfect," Kasia says, beaming. Greta's gaze flickers to mine just long enough for me to catch the concern there. I don't push it. She's always been protective of Kasia, and lately I've started valuing that more. Then Kasia's smile falters as she turns to me. "If Greta's here, there's only one explanation. You're leaving." Her voice wavers and it stings. "Yeah," I say, twisting open a water bottle. "Meeting someone in an hour, it's important." Important, but also unsettling. The thought of facing Isabel at the cafe knots my stomach. Whatever she has to say, I'm not sure I want to hear it. Kasia steps closer, searching my face. "Please don't leave," she whispers, her voice barely audible. I set my glass down and pull her close, pressing my lips to her forehead. "It's just for a little while, you'll be okay." Across the kitchen, Greta busies herself with putting away dishes, though I notice how she slows her movements to catch every word. Kasia's face is drawn tight with worry. It's not just about me leaving. She's terrified of being sent back to that basement again, even though I haven't said it outright. Taking her hand, I lead her away from the kitchen, flipping on the harsh overhead lights as we descend the cold concrete steps. The air grows heavier with each step, and I hate that this place feels like a cell, even to me. If only I could let her move freely through the house, open the windows, step outside without fear. But that's not an option, maybe never will be. "You swear you'll come back soon?" Her voice is small, muffled against my chest as she clings to my shirt. I hold her tighter, my fingers tangling in her hair. "I swear." When she pulls back, her eyes search mine, wide with unease. "Fredrik." I brush my lips against her forehead. "What's wrong?" "I'm scared." Cradling her face, I kiss her softly, feeling the way her lips tremble. "You don't need to be." "But I am," she insists, her grip tightening on my collar. "I don't think that'll ever change." She hesitates, then forces the words out. "Fredrik, promise me she won't hurt me again." Tears gather at the corners of her eyes. "I know you love her, I know you always will, but please, don't let her near me." For the first time, I see only Kasia, no ghosts, no shadows, just her. "She won't touch you again," I say, pressing another kiss to her forehead. "And I don't think I want to find her anymore." Silence settles between us as I fasten the cuff around her ankle. Then I climb the stairs alone, leaving her in the dim light below. Kasia, a flicker of something, relief, hope, tries to surface, but it fades before it can take hold. My arms fall limp at my sides, the chain coiled beside me like a sleeping snake. I should be happy about what he said, I want to be, but instead there's this hollow feeling like I'm standing at the edge of something I don't understand, and I don't like it. Fredrik, keys in hand, I pause in the kitchen doorway. Greta stops wiping the counter, the dish towel forgotten as she meets my gaze. "Listen carefully," I say, my voice low. "Kasia isn't safe." Her expression hardens instantly. "Sir, I thought we were past this." She steps closer, unflinching. "What aren't you telling me? From the moment I started looking after Kasia, you warned me to be cautious. You claimed she was untrustworthy, but then, I remember what I told you," I interrupt. "Yes, I later said it was fine, but I was wrong. I never should have let you relax around her. That was my error." Greta tightens her arms over her blue sweater, her expression defiant. "Kasia isn't a threat. After everything you've both been through, after what I just walked in on, how can you still call her dangerous?" I keep my voice firm. "I'll explain more after my meeting with Isabel tonight. Until then, stay alert around her." Greta exhales sharply, stepping back toward the kitchen. "For the record, and you can hate me for this, I trust her more than you, sir." The words sting, laced with resentment. She sees Kasia as kind, trapped unfairly, nothing like the monster I've made her out to be. "Duly noted," I reply, gripping the door handle. "The cameras are on, don't test me." Her jaw clenches. "I won't." The coffee shop parking lot is nearly empty when I arrive. Isabel sits in the corner 15 minutes early, her expression grim. That hollow, pitying smile tells me everything. Whatever's coming will wreck me. For a second I consider leaving. If I don't hear it, maybe it won't be real. I drop into the chair across from her, silent. She pulls a thick envelope from her bag, her manicured nails resting atop it like a shield. I hate it on sight. That envelope is a grenade, and I'd rather watch it burn. Isabel studies me. How is she? Perfect, I say too quickly. No flashes of Serafina. I even took her out dinner, a movie, me at a theater. The memory tugs a grin from me, fleeting but genuine. Her sympathy kills it. Fredrik, she hesitates. Can I ask you something personal? I lean back, fingers laced tight over my stomach. Go ahead. Isabel's fingers linger on the envelope, her grip just tight enough to make it clear she's hesitant to let me see what's inside. The tension between us is thick, unspoken. Did you ever have a childhood? She asks, catching me off guard. I stiffen. No one knows about my past, not really. Victor Faust and Vonnegut might have dug up enough for their files, but even they only got fragments. Serafina was the only one who knew everything. Close enough to yours, I guess, I mutter, my gaze drifting past her to the cafe's peeling wallpaper. Victor won't tell me anything about you, she says, her voice softer now. I get it, it's not his place, but I had to ask. Maybe you'd trust me enough to share. I exhale sharply. What's my history got to do with whatever's in that envelope? My eyes refuse to focus on it, like staring at it might make it real. It's just a question, she insists. I lean in, keeping my voice low. No, it's not. But fine, yeah, I was trafficked too, longer than you, and no one ever picked me first. The words come out harsher than I meant, and the flicker of hurt in her eyes makes me regret it instantly. I rub my temples. That didn't come out right. She nods, her expression easing. I know. Then why bring it up? I press. What's this got to do with Serafina? Nothing, she admits. I just need you to know you're not alone. I see it in you, the same isolation I lived with for years. The girls in the compound, they never lasted. Soul dead, gone. I had no one. And I know that hollow feeling, Fredrik, that weight. Her hand inches the envelope forward, but she doesn't let go. Her eyes hold mine, raw and knowing. It's not just lately. From the moment we met in LA, I recognized it. The way we carry our pain, thinking we fooled everyone but people like us, we spot it in each other instantly. I reach for the envelope, and after a beat, she releases it. My fingers tighten around it, but I don't open it, not yet. This is touching, Isabel, but Fredrik, she interrupts, her voice urgent. I'm scared for you. Why, is this what you're worried about? I press my fingertip against the envelope without glancing down. Whatever's inside, I can take it. Nothing in there will break me. Isabel exhales sharply. Just remember, Serafina isn't the only one who ever gave a damn about you. My grip tightens, crumpling the edges of the paper. Maybe, I admit, but she was the only one who really got me. Isabel tilts her head, considering. Yeah, but that doesn't have to stay true forever. I snort, flashing her a grin. What, are you confessing your undying love now? She rolls her eyes but sobers fast. I'm serious, I've got your back no matter what. Finally, I tear open the envelope, hands steady despite the hammering in my chest. James would have dug up everything on Kasha Carrington, Isabel says as I unfold the documents. Turns out she wasn't hard to track down. The words blur before snapping into focus. June 25th, patient, Kasha Honor Carrington, age 13, primary diagnosis, dissociative identity disorder. The report details a girl convinced that Serafina Bragado, a figment of her fractured mind, had killed her parents to save her from the same horrors Serafina endured. The doctor's notes are chilling in their precision. Kasha's alternate identity confessed to the murders, believing she was protecting her. Then another page. August 1st, patient, Kasha Honor Carrington, age 13. This time the words steal my breath. A missing boy from her neighborhood, Philip Johnson, found buried in the woods behind her house. Serafina led them straight to him. The room tilts. Some truths don't just hurt, they rewrite everything you thought you knew. Serafina insisted that Johnson had attempted to force himself on Carrington, prompting her to intervene. To shield Carrington, she lured Johnson into the forest and ended his life. September 21st, patient, Kasha Honor Carrington, age 14, diagnosis, dissociative identity disorder. Kasha hasn't resurfaced in months. She's convinced she's Serafina Bragado, and I worry this alternate identity is solidifying its control. The longer this persists, the harder it will be to reach Carrington if she's even still there. October 29th, patient, Kasha Honor Carrington, age 15, diagnosis, dissociative identity disorder. For a fleeting moment this week, Carrington returned only for Serafina to reclaim dominance almost immediately. But in that brief window, I discovered something crucial. Mirrors unsettle Carrington deeply. Serafina gazes into them without hesitation, but Carrington flinches away. I suspect she doesn't see herself in the glass, just Serafina's face staring back. Still, the reflection alone isn't enough to force a switch. After repeated observation, the shifts remain unpredictable, though a mirror can sometimes act as a catalyst. April 20th, patient, Kasha Honor Carrington, age 17 Diagnosis, Dissociative Identity Disorder. It's been more than a year since Kasia last surfaced. Serafina's hold is unlike anything I've encountered, so absolute it's as though Kasia has vanished entirely. Then there's the unsettling visit. 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, arrived today flashing government credentials. Their names cleared security, granting them 3 unsupervised hours with Serafina. No recordings, no oversight. When I pressed her afterward, she refused to say a word about their conversation. First patient, Kasia Honor Carrington, age 17, diagnosis, dissociative identity disorder. Carrington's gone, transferred abruptly to a facility in New York, though the details are hazy. My supervisor demanded I relinquish her files and close the case. The dismissal letter crumples in my grip before I let it fall. 10 more pages sit untouched. I won't bother. I'm sorry, Fredrik, don't be. I already told you I can handle this, I said, slumping back in my chair with a bitter laugh. Unbelievable, my arms folded tight across my chest. Of all the women in the world, I had to fall for the one with the most shattered mind. Isabel didn't crack a smile, not even close. Guess she was right about us never hiding pain from each other. All right, I muttered, waving a hand. So she's sick. I knew that. Deep down, I even suspected the multiple personality thing, but I didn't want to believe it. It's rare, right? Why her? This is insane. I can't even. My words trailed off as I dropped my hands into my lap, staring blankly at the crumpled paper in front of me. Isabel stayed quiet, watching, waiting, probably searching for the right words that didn't exist. Then I'll get her help, I said, meeting her gaze. She's been fine as Kasia. Jesus, Isabel, Serafina was never real. Every moment, every touch, every whispered promise, it was always Kasia. Serafina was just a ghost. The realization hit me like a wrecking ball, threatening to shatter what little sanity I had left. I'll get her help, I repeated, more to convince myself than her. Fredrik, Isabel said carefully, I don't think anyone can help her. My jaw tightened. Why would you say that? She glanced at the paper. You should finish reading. No, I snapped. She's sick, not beyond saving. Doctors don't just lock people away, they treat them, medicate them. They do, Isabel cut in softly, unless those people are murderers. I read the whole file. Fredrik, her parents, maybe they had it coming, but Philip Johnson, he wasn't the first innocent she killed. There were others, all men. Then there were the blonde women 6 years ago. How many more were there? Which version of her did you love more? I looked up. I never said I still loved her. You didn't have to. My gaze fell again. I loved Serafina because she was like me, I admitted, her dark eyes and sharp features burning in my mind. When we met, I was a different kind of monster. She was my answer. She taught me control, showed me how to survive without getting caught. We were perfect together, Isabel. I never believed in prayers or dreams, yet she became both, the miracle I never asked for and the fantasy I never imagined. She was my entire world. And Kasia, Isabel's question pulls me back. Now all I see is Kasia, her golden hair, effortless beauty, the way she never needed makeup. Only now do I understand why she couldn't face a mirror long enough to apply it. Kasia gave me something Serafina never could, peace. She showed me light in the darkest corners of my life, made me feel like I wasn't broken. My gaze locks onto Isabel's. She was my light. Isabel studies me, pain flickering in her eyes. You deserve someone whole, Fredrik, she says, firm yet gentle. Someone who's both light and shadow, who gets you like Serafina did but also brings you peace. She leans forward, fingers laced together. But Kasia isn't that person. You know, she's too far gone, unstable, unpredictable. One wrong moment and she could turn on you. I turn away, my chest tight. I don't want to hear it because deep down I know she's right. You'll find someone else. No, my voice cuts sharp. If it's not Serafina or Kasia, then it's no one. My jaw clenches. Don't mistake this for desperation, Isabel. I never chased love. When I met Serafina, all I wanted was solitude. But she understood me in ways no one else did, and that was my downfall. A bitter laugh escapes me. Love screwed me over just like life did the day I was born, in a gas station bathroom to a woman who walked away. I lean in, letting her see the defiance in my eyes. There's no after for me, just the hollow man I was before her. Isabel's worry deepens. What are you saying? I shove the envelope into my coat and stand. That I might not belong in your world anymore. She rises, her auburn hair spilling over the white fur trim of her coat. The cold still lingers on her cheeks. She was part of it, wasn't she? Her voice drops. The killings. My pulse stutters. I glance at the barista, then the floor. No, I murmur. She just pointed me to the right targets, people connected to her past. The people I took out under her order were all deserving, no question about it. I glance away, hoping she doesn't catch the guilt in my eyes. Before Serafina, she murmurs, glancing at the barista before lowering her voice further. How did you handle things? I sink back into my chair with a shrug. Street-level targets, dealers, traffickers, gangbangers, the kind no one misses, but I trail off. But what? She presses, staring at my boots. I admit, a couple times, just a couple, I got it wrong. Last year I tortured a guy. It was around the time you were running from Mexico with Victor. My voice tightens. Turns out he wasn't the guy I wanted, just some dad with 2 kids, not even a speeding ticket to his name. Her face brightens slightly. But you didn't kill him. No, I say flatly. If my instincts hadn't kicked in late thanks to the bloodlust fogging my head, I wouldn't have stopped. I let him go, even threw $500,000 at him like money could fix what I'd done. Exhales, but I'm not done. There was another one, a woman in San Francisco, sister of one of Dorian's marks. She lied, said she was involved in her brother's job, confessed right to my face while Dorian handled him in the next room. Isabel's expression darkens. She wasn't guilty. I shake my head. She wanted out, used me to do it. The memory sits like lead in my chest. Still don't know how Francois Moreau, some French client with no obvious ties, knew I was the one who pulled it. Isabel's eyes narrow. Moreau ordered the hit on the brother. The revelation hits me like a gut punch, but I push it aside. Some questions don't have answers worth chasing. She pulls another envelope from her black bag on the table and sets it in front of me. After the shock of the first one, I barely look at it. Speaking of Paul Fortright and Kelly Bennings, she says, nudging it closer, but I don't take it. You were right. About what? She tilts her head toward the envelope. Just open it. I hesitate, then finally do. The document inside confirms what I already suspected about Kelly Bennings. I toss it back onto the table. Why are you showing me this? Serafina is the only thing on my mind. Why drag me into something unrelated? Isabel taps her fingers against the wood, a nervous rhythm. That's why I asked if Serafina helped you kill, she admits. I wasn't sure, but I had a feeling she played a part in managing your impulses. I lean back, arms crossed, and she exhales, steadying herself. I thought you might need an outlet after what you learned tonight. Her voice firms. You can act like it doesn't faze you, but you're offering me a victim. I cut in, disbelief sharp in my voice. Does Victor know? Silence. She won't meet my eyes. Jesus, Isabel, you're handing me a target tied to one of our jobs behind his back. I shove the paper back at her. She slams her palm down, stopping it. I never had a real family before you and Victor, she says, voice tight. Even Nicholas, as much as I hate to admit it, you're my family. I want to help. I don't need this. I stand, putting distance between us. I can handle my own business. You're risking too much. Her eyes flash. I want you to kill her, she snaps, the words finally breaking free. I freeze mid-step as I'm about to walk away from her. Wait, what? She rises abruptly, her voice low but fierce. I had every intention of handling it myself when I discovered what she'd done. Last night I nearly boarded a flight, told Victor I was visiting Dina just to cover my tracks. Wouldn't have been a complete lie. Her fingers clutch my coat collar, yanking me closer. But then James Wood had handed me the details on Cass Serafina, and I realized this wasn't my fight. It's yours. You need this more than I ever could. She releases me with a sharp exhale. I don't need it. I just want it. What? Her jaw tightens. Because of what she sacrificed, her own daughter, another girl's future, all for some worthless man. She glances past me as the cafe door chimes, a new customer stepping inside. A woman like that doesn't deserve to breathe, let alone walk free. And who better to make sure she pays than you? Her purse swings onto her shoulder, the movement quick, angry. I recognize the shadow in her eyes, the same old wound, the mother who sold her to a cartel boss, leaving her trapped for years. Normally I'd needle her, accuse her of passing the kill to me, but Isabel doesn't outsource revenge, she enjoys it. You need this, Fredrik. She steps close, her gaze softening. Your family, let me help you the way Serafina did. A pause, and after what you said earlier about fading into nothing, consider it my mission to pull you back. I won't lose anyone else. It isn't a request, I don't answer, but she doesn't expect me to. The paper crumples in my grip. Thanks, Isabel, I mutter. She nods once and is gone. I can't face Kasia tonight, not until I decide my next move. Better to act on my own terms than wait for fate to ambush me, though experience says it will anyway. But more urgent than distance from Kasia is the hunger coiling inside me, the need for violence simmering just beneath the skin. Before heading to the airport, I called Greta with strict orders. Stay away from her until I return. What if she needs something? How long? 2 days, I said, no more. No less. Kasia can handle herself for that long. Greta's irritation seeped through no matter how hard she tried to mask it. What Isabel did for me, that's something I'll have to deal with later when all this is over. Right now I can't afford distractions, and I sure as hell won't let her put herself in danger for me again. The last thing I need is Victor getting the wrong idea. That man wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger if he thought I was a threat where Kasia's concerned. I know the feeling all too well. I was the same way with Serafina. And now Kasia. Dorian sprawls out, one leg in the aisle, sinking low into his seat. Outside the window, the night sky stretches endlessly as we cruise at 40,000 feet over Washington. I don't know what's up with you lately, he mutters, tilting his head back and folding his arms, but you're really starting to let me down. I almost laugh at how grave he sounds. I was warned, he continues, that working with you would be a nightmare. Like some kind of modern-day Sweeney Todd. I chuckle anyway, but honestly, you're just indecisive. Want me to give you a turn in my chair? I grin. Yeah, hard pass, jackass. He shifts, pulling his foot back, but I am putting in for a transfer after this. Don't bother, I say, eyes fixed on the seat in front of me. Victor already promised Seattle's our last job together. His head snaps toward me. Seriously, I nod. Huh, his tone sharpens. Funny he didn't mention that to me. Maybe the job wasn't as finished as you thought. He shrugs, staring ahead. Guess that's why we're heading back. Sure, if Victor had sent us, but this trip, it's personal. Isabel was right. I need my own mission to take the edge off, like an addict chasing a high. Never said I was any different. Kelly Bennings and I have unfinished business for me and for Isabel. Dorian glances over. No offense, he adds. I just work better with people who think like me. You get it, I say, still not looking at him. And trust me, I'll be just as glad to be rid of you. He smirks. Good luck finding another partner like me when I'm gone. Won't need one, men like me work alone. Enjoy the solitude, Gustavsson. He shuts his eyes. Dorian's not wrong about one thing. If I were anything like him, I'd lose my damn mind living this way. But here I am, trapped in my own head with nothing but ghosts for company. The truth is, solitude has been my only constant. If life had gone differently, Serafina wouldn't have turned on me all those years ago. She wouldn't have taken those lives. She wouldn't have vanished, leaving me to rot in this hollow existence. Worst of all, she wouldn't be dying now. Maybe then we'd still be together and I wouldn't be drowning in this silence. But maybe that's the point. People just drag you down. Love makes you soft, gives the world something to use against you, and I've had enough of that. By dawn, Dorian and I are rolling into Seattle. We grab a rental, check into a cheap motel, and spend the morning digging through files on Kelly Bennings and Ross Emerson, the guy who hired us to deal with Paul Fortright. Turns out Bennings and Emerson have history. Apparently, Fortright messed with Emerson's kid. The details are all in my pocket, but the rest, that's just instinct. And my guts never lied to me, except that one time a mark played victim so well it almost cost me. But instinct, when you trust it, is sharper than any blade. I learned that young. If I hadn't, I'd still be someone's property. Night falls and we're parked outside Bennings' job, some rundown liquor store. We tail her to a gas station, a burger joint, and finally to Emerson's apartment. When she finally heads home, we're waiting. Now she's back in the same warehouse, tied to the same damn chair, still spitting fire. I wipe her saliva off my face with my handkerchief before stuffing it into her mouth. Her muffled screams are probably a masterpiece of profanity. The chair screeches against concrete as she fights, wild-eyed. Wish I had my usual setup, this would go smoother. Dorian leans against the steel wall, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. I grab an empty chair from the corner, drag it over and drop it in front of her, just like last time. Her glare hasn't changed, icy blue eyes, tangled hair, pure defiance. Some people never learn. Her muffled screams are barely coherent, but the rage behind them is unmistakable. I shift in my seat, crossing one leg over the other as I study her. My gaze lingers on the grimy bandage wrapped around her hand, secured to the chair's armrest. A faint smile tugs at my lips. I still remember the rush of satisfaction when I drove Isabel's blade through her flesh. Slowly, I draw my own knife from inside my coat. Bennings' eyes lock onto the steel and her shouting dies in her throat. Leaning in, I trail the cold edge down her bare shoulder, not breaking skin. Stripped down to mismatched underwear, she shivers against the chair, her ribs stark beneath pale, unhealthy skin. Dark hollows shadow her eyes, and I don't need to ask what poison keeps her this thin. Heroin, probably. But does she really deserve what's coming? I keep my voice low, steady. Spit on me again, and I'll carve out your tongue. Tears streak her face as she nods frantically. With a gloved hand, I yank the soaked cloth from her mouth and let it drop to the floor. What the hell do you want? She rasps. I arch a brow. Lower your voice, you're giving me a migraine. Her glare says everything, defiance, fury, but she bites back the words. Brave but stupid. That mouth will be her downfall. You arranged the hit on Paul Fortright with Ross Emerson, I say, reclining in my chair. Her breath hitches. That's bullshit. Lying won't help. I rest the knife on my thigh, fingers drumming lightly. Worse than the hit, you tried framing him for child molestation. Prison wasn't enough, you wanted him ruined. Her face twists in disbelief. You're insane, why would I? Because you're trash, I cut in, flicking my wrist dismissively. A waste of oxygen, it's disgusting, sharing air with you. My grip tightens on the knife. When the accusations failed, you and Emerson decided a bullet was cleaner, all to erase him from your life. Her lips part, but no denial comes, just fear. You're a damn lunatic. She writhes violently in the chair, her voice raw with panic. Get me out of here now. Her screams echo off the walls, shrill and desperate. Jesus, make her stop. Dorian's voice cuts in from somewhere behind me, but I'm already moving. The blade bites into her skin before he finishes speaking. A thick line of crimson spills down her arm as she howls, her body trembling against the restraints. The metallic scent fills the air, mixing with her ragged sobs. God damn you, her voice cracks, dissolving into whimpers as the fight drains out of her. Fine, I helped Ross, but why do you even care? Weren't you hired to take him out? I tilt the knife, catching the dim light just enough to silence her. You destroyed an innocent man for someone else's sake, I say, my tone flat. You could have walked away. She jerks against the ropes, her breath coming in sharp gasps. I didn't have a choice, she spits. Paul would have taken my daughter. Don't lie to yourself, I reply, her face twists, part fury, part guilt. I love my child, she cries, but the words sound hollow even to her. I lean back, rolling my shoulders. Oh sure, I drawl, you loved her so much you framed her own father as a predator. The blade drags across her other arm, slow and deliberate. Her scream is almost satisfying. And let's not forget what you and Ross did to his daughter, coaching her, twisting her mind until she believed your lies. No proof, but I don't need it. The truth is written in her flinch. You're pathetic, Bennings, truly. Dorian's gone now, coward, but he has his own role to play. Please, she whimpers, her voice shaking. Ross will pay you double what he owed you for Paul. Just call him his number S in my phone. Her eyes dart to her jacket crumpled on the floor. I stretch my legs out, relaxed. Won't be needing that, I say, but tell me, why would Ross lift a finger for you? My lip curls as I study her, the answer already clear. Some people never learn. You're a pathetic sight, I say, watching her flinch at the words. Bennings jerks against the chair, her face twisted in fury. Screw you, she snaps, and I can't help but admire her stubbornness, even now when she's clearly outmatched. The knife in my hand taps lightly against my jeans, leaving faint streaks of red. So I continue, voice calm, are you going to answer me or do I need to get creative? Truthfully, I hope she stays silent. There's something satisfying about her defiance. Her icy glare locks onto me, the sharp angles of her face accentuated by the dim warehouse light. Sweat clings to her skin, strands of hair plastered to her neck despite the chill. I tilt my head, waiting. Ross would die for me, she finally says, voice cracking. And I'd do the same for him, anything. Why? Because we belong together, because love doesn't need a reason. Her voice rises, desperate. I exhale, amused. Funny, I was thinking you'd need a better excuse for destroying an innocent man's life. Paul Fortright, remember him, or those kids you used like pawns? My fingers tighten around the knife. Give me one good reason, just one, and I walk away. You and Ross go free. Her breath hitches, then realization flickers in her eyes, wild and panicked. Wait, what do you mean, let us go? Her voice wavers before turning shrill. Where is he? Tell me where Ross is. She thrashes against the ropes, chair scraping concrete. Other room, I say, nodding toward the steel door behind me. You're lying, but the fear in her eyes betrays her. Or what? I smirk. You've got nothing left to bargain with, Bennings. Just answer the damn question. She snarls, hair sticking to her lips as she shouts, love is enough. We'd burn the world for each other. That's what it means. You wouldn't understand, you heartless piece of... She spits at my feet, her glare pure venom. My jaw clenches. That last part stings more than I'd like to admit. Keeping my gaze locked on her, I shout to Dorian, get Emerson in here now. The metallic screech of the break room door cuts through the warehouse's hollow silence as Emerson stumbles forward, Dorian's pistol digging into his spine. Ross, oh God, Ross. Bennings sobs, rocking violently in her chair until my knife taps against her thigh. Control yourself, I warn, tracing the blade along her skin. Unless you'd like to lose that loud little tongue of yours. She chokes back a whimper, tears streaking her cheeks. Ross, please forgive me, I didn't mean for this to happen. Dorian shoves Emerson forward, the gun doing all the talking. He positions himself just outside the camera's sightline, always professional. Emerson's a wiry guy, late 20s, reeking of stale coffee and motor oil instead of soap. His hands are bound, shoulders hunched like he's waiting for the sky to fall. He won't even look at her. Ross, Kelly, stop, Emerson mutters, voice frayed. Just don't. You hate me now, she whispers, raw with guilt. Emerson's face crumples. Never, you're everything to me. I exchange a bored glance with Dorian. Seat our guest, would you? Dorian's grin is all teeth. My pleasure. The gunshots crack like thunder. Emerson howls as his knees buckle, blood soaking his jeans before he collapses face first onto the concrete. You monsters, Bennings shrieks, thrashing against her restraints. He's innocent. In one motion I'm on her, fingers digging into her jaw, tilting her head back until she gags. Her tongue writhes under my grip, slippery, panicked as I press the knife to its base. Mercy, Emerson rasps from the ground, writhing in his own blood. Please, she didn't have a choice. His breath comes in ragged bursts. Paul swore he'd destroy her if she walked away. Took their kid, ruined her, we were desperate. The blade doesn't waver. Somewhere behind us, a pipe drips, the sound echoing like a ticking clock. The threat of taking custody of Abigail and forcing her to pay child support hung in the air. Emerson paused, catching his breath as pain shot through his legs. It was my idea to accuse him of molesting my daughter, he admitted. We just wanted him locked up, gone, better than killing him. I shook my head, incredulous. Better to ruin his life, brand him a monster, and turn his own daughter against him. A bitter laugh escaped me as I pressed the blade harder against Bennings' tongue. Blood welled up and she whimpered, too terrified to move. Emerson stayed silent, jaw clenched against the pain. Look at me, I demanded. Tell me what you see, be honest, I won't punish you for it. Bennings' eyes darted between us, but Emerson was too low for her to see. He hesitated, wary, then stammered, why, you're a man of justice. I rolled my eyes, exasperated. Dorian snorted behind me. That's rich, he muttered. If you want the real answer, ask me. I didn't ask you, I said flatly. Dorian chuckled. Just saying, if honesty's what you're after. I ignored him, keeping my focus on Emerson. I said the truth, but that is the truth, he insisted. With a frustrated sigh, I released Benning's tongue. She gasped, swallowing hard. Then you tell me, I said, turning to her. What do you see? This is your one chance to speak freely. Her lips curled in disgust. You're a twisted bastard, deranged. You get off on this, don't you, cutting people up like some psycho. She spat on the floor. That's what you are, a sick, broken monster. A slow smile spread across my face as I stepped back. What you're really seeing, I said, is the product of people like you. You spread your poison, corrupting the innocent, snuffing out their light before they even have a chance. Me, Isabel, Kasia, all casualties of their cruelty. You're the infection, I continued. And you're right, I am a sick fuck because someone had to become the nightmare you created. I'll never quit because being the twisted monster who enjoys making people like you suffer, the ones who turn me into this, is the only identity I can see for myself. I drive the blade into Benning's other hand, piercing straight through flesh and bone until it lodges in the armrest. Her scream tears through the room, raw and desperate. Emerson jerks forward, helpless, his fingers twitching toward her. Stepping just out of the camera's sight, I glance at Dorian. Maybe wait outside, I suggest. He doesn't hesitate, shoving his gun into his waistband as he bolts for the door. Holy hell, he mutters under his breath, voice fading down the hallway. I need a damn. The heavy door clangs shut behind him, sealing Bennings and Emerson in with their grim reality. No point delaying the inevitable, I get started without ceremony. Fredrik, the airport parking lot is freezing, exhaust fumes curling into the night as I grip the steering wheel. How's Kasia? I ask Greta, phone pressed to my ear. She's stable, Greta replies, hesitation threading her voice. But sir, this feels wrong. She knows I'm here. Why haven't I gone to her? She'll figure it out. A pause. When are you coming back? Tonight, just landed, got loose ends to tie up first. Midnight at the latest, I promise, though the words taste hollow. Hanging up, I exhale hard. This is the crossroads. If I step into that house before deciding, one look at her and logic evaporates. Outside, travelers haul suitcases over slushy sidewalks, their lives orderly, predictable. Business trips, family visits, mundane routines I've never wanted. The only life I ache for died with Serafina. Instead of heading home, I end up at the same diner, same cracked vinyl booth. The waitress from last time approaches, ponytail swinging, her smile polished. Twice in 1 week, she says, tapping her pen against the order pad. Coffee to start. I offer a thin smile. Please. My hands rest on the table, steady. For now, as she walks away, I can't help but notice the way her figure moves, the sway of her hips, the way her dark hair escapes the ponytail, brushing against the nape of her neck. But my mind isn't on her. It's on Kasia. Before the waitress even returns with my coffee, I'm out the door, driving home under the dim glow of streetlights. The house looms ahead, 2 windows lit, one from the kitchen, the other flickering with the muted glow of the TV. I sit in the car for a long moment, gripping the wheel, thinking about Kasia, about Serafina, about how everything spiraled so far out of control. I've made up my mind. I'm going to help her, whatever it takes. The files Isabel gave me flash in my memory. The treatment only works if the personality being treated is the dominant one. But Kasia's been here for over a year, living as herself, building a life in New York. That has to count for something. That has to mean she can be helped. Stepping out into the chilly night, I move quickly up the walkway, but something feels off. No movement behind the curtains, no shadow shifting in the light, no eager footsteps rushing to greet me. My gut twists. The silence inside is unsettling, just the faint hum of the TV in the den. Greta, I call, but there's no answer. Then the pipes groan, the shower shutting off. Relief washes over me, but only for a second. I toss my keys onto the counter, shrug off my coat, and brace myself against the cool marble, head bowed. Then I hear her. I thought you'd never come back. Kasia stands in the doorway, damp hair clinging to her shoulders, wearing nothing but one of my dress shirts. But the way she looks at me, something's not right. My hands stay locked on the counter, my body frozen. That voice in the back of my head screams, "This isn't Kasia, not really," and I don't know what to do. She approaches me and I'm frozen in place, unable to move even as she breezes past and circles behind the bar. "Where's Greta?" I ask, keeping my voice steady. Kasia cracks open the fridge, her gaze drifting over its contents without really seeing them. Was that her name? She replies, her tone so offhand it sends a chill down my spine. She shuts the fridge, beer in hand, and locks eyes with me. With a quick flick of her wrist, she pops the cap off against the counter and takes a slow sip, never breaking contact. "Where is she, Serafina?" I press, forcing myself to breathe deeply to keep my composure. She smiles, soft, almost sweet, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Setting the bottle down, she watches me as I finally push away from the bar, my hands falling to my sides. "I missed you," she murmurs, and the words twist inside me. "I don't know how you tracked me down or why I was chained up in that basement, but here you are. I always knew you'd come." She moves closer, the scent of her skin wrapping around me like a memory I can't escape. Even with space between us, the pull is unbearable. I want to shove her against the wall, to lose myself in her. My chest aches. "Yeah, I found you," I manage, my voice rough. Her hands press against my chest, warmth seeping through the fabric. I was going to run, she admits, resting her head against me. But I'm done hiding, Fredrik. I just want to stay with you where I'm supposed to be. Without realizing it, my arms tighten around her. I close my eyes, drowning in her nearness, the familiarity of her body against mine, but reality crashes back in. Gently, I pull away. What's wrong? She asks, tilting her head. Where's Greta? I demand again. The basement, she says, shrugging like it's nothing. Then she grins, gripping my hand. Come with me. She tugs me forward, past the den where the TV casts flickering shadows, toward my bedroom. Every instinct screams at me to stop, but I'm too tangled in confusion and longing to resist. She spins into the room, stopping at the edge of the bed. Her fingers work at the buttons of my shirt, the one she's wearing, until it falls open, slipping to the floor. She stands there, bare and unashamed. I shake my head, stepping back. No, I say, even as my body betrays me. I want her, but not like this. The desire for her burns through me, stronger than anything I've ever felt, but guilt is tearing me apart. This isn't happening, Serafina. She moves closer, her body swaying with that hypnotic grace only she possesses. Her fingers trace my chest, searching for buttons, but I catch her hands and gently push them away. You could hurt me again, she murmurs, turning to reveal the scars I left behind. Just the sight of them sends a rush through me. It's been so long, how have you survived without me? I force myself back when every instinct screams to pull her in, to lose myself in her like before. But I can't. All I see is Kasia, her golden hair, her bare face, and the thought of betraying her twists my gut. What's your problem? Serafina snaps, frustration creeping into her voice. She studies me, her brown eyes soft and confused, then steps forward, lips trembling with regret. I can't do this. Fredrik, my hands rake through my hair as I choke out the words. I can't, Serafina, you betrayed me. The anger surges, raw and unstoppable. You were my everything, my dark angel, my reason to keep breathing, and you threw it all away. My voice cracks. 6 years, 6 damn years I searched for you. My fists clench at my sides as she inches closer, arms outstretched. I know, she whispers, tears welling, and I'll never stop hating myself for it. You destroyed me. The words tear from my throat, echoing through the room. She crashes into me, clinging to my shirt. Because I loved you, not anyone else, just you. Why won't you believe me? I thought I'd shoved her away, but my arms are locked around her instead. I forgave you, I admit, voice ragged. For years I swore I'd end you when I found you, but I couldn't. Her tears spill over, hot against my skin. I would have made you suffer, yeah, but killing you, never. Her palms press against my neck, sending heat spiraling through me like the burn of good bourbon. But I'm here now, she murmurs, her dark eyes burning into mine with an intensity that makes my chest ache. All that longing, that raw devotion I've craved for years spilling between us. Her fingers twist into my collar like she's anchoring us together. We can fix this, Fredrik. We can go back to how things were before. A desperate edge creeps into her voice as she leans closer. We're not like other people, you know that. Alone we're broken, but together, that's where we belong. For a heartbeat, I almost believe her. Then Kasia's face flickers in my mind, same lips, same voice, but everything else twisted wrong. The illusion shatters. I step back, shaking my head not just at her words, but at how badly I wanted them to be true. Her expression hardens instantly. Who is she? The question drips venom. I blink, thrown. What? Her hands ball into fists. Don't play dumb, was it? Her breath hitches, voice turning jagged. That librarian, you threw us away for some wrinkled hag. No, I reach for her, but she crumples instead of exploding. Serafina, proud, vicious Serafina, drops to the floor sobbing. I ruined everything, she chokes out. I ran because I was scared of you, of how much it hurt to love you. The name slips out before I can stop it. Marcus. Even now it tastes like rust. I sink down beside her, pulling her shaking body against mine. This isn't the woman who once put a bullet between a stranger's eyes for looking at her wrong. This is something shattered. Serafina, I whisper into her hair, feeling her ribs shudder under my palms. It was never about Greta. She jerks back, searching my face. When I kiss her forehead, she freezes. Then who? Kasia. The name hits like a live wire. She recoils, scrambling upright so fast her elbow cracks against the wall. Kasia. The name tears from her like a curse. I grab her before she can bolt. Yes, because you are her. My shout bounces off the walls. Or you were before you buried her so deep even you forgot. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, eyes wild like a cornered animal. Somewhere down the hall, a neighbor's TV blares a laugh track, absurdly cheerful against the wreckage between us. Fredrik's grip tightened as desperation clawed at his chest. You have to understand. His voice cracked, the sting of unshed tears making his throat ache. He shook Serafina again as if sheer force could bring Kasia back, but he already knew she was gone. Both of them were. Every piece of the woman he loved had slipped through his fingers. Serafina shoved against him, her body trembling with fury. She ruined me, Fredrik, years locked away because of her. You are her. His fingers dug into her arms, leaving marks. You are Kasia. The words tore from him, raw and pleading. He just wanted her to remember, to be whole again, but that was impossible. Don't do this, he choked out, his voice breaking. His heart was screaming, logic long gone. She twisted free, bolting for the door, but he caught her waist and dragged her back against him. Let me go, she shrieked, writhing. Not until you tell me who you are. He held her close, her bare skin warm against his chest, his lips brushing her ear. His hands shook, his heart foolishly hopeful, knew this wouldn't last. You know who I am, her voice wavered, defiance crumbling. Say it. His eyes stayed shut, clinging to the illusion. I'm Serafina, your wife, the only one who ever loved you. Her sobs shook them both, her fight fading as she sagged against him. Why her? She whispered, broken. Of all people, why Kasia? Fredrik lowered them both to the floor, cradling her. Because she is you, he murmured, pressing a kiss to her temple. And you're her, let me help you, but you have to let her go. A hollow laugh escaped her. I killed Greta, she admitted, her voice eerily calm, strangled her with the chain, took the key. Fredrik's fingers stilled in her hair. You didn't have to. Yes, she said, cold certainty in her tone. I did. Why? The silence between them was heavier than any answer. Why did you have to do it? She spins around, her grip tightening on my sleeves. Because she refused to call me anything but Kasia, she says, her voice hollow like she's replaying the memory in her head. And because she wouldn't let me go. Her eyes lock onto mine and I fight to keep myself together. I love you, Fredrik, more than anything. You're the only one who ever mattered to me. I swallow hard, pulling her close as she sobs against my shoulder. The memories flood back, those 2 years that felt like a lifetime. How she changed me, shaped me, loved me in ways no one else ever had. Just say your name, I beg, my voice breaking. Tell me and it'll all be over, we can fix this. The silence stretches between us, suffocating, my pulse stalls, my lungs refuse to work. Please just say it. Serafina, she murmurs, and my world shatters. The air rushes from my chest in a ragged gasp. My fingers find the knife hidden beneath the bed, and with a heart turned to stone, I drive it into her. A scream tears from my throat, raw, broken, something I didn't know I was capable of. The heat of her blood soaks into my skin, but I can't bring myself to look. After years of inflicting pain, I can't bear to see it now. Her head lolls back, blood trickling from her lips. I press my mouth to hers, tasting iron as my body shakes with sobs. I'm sorry, I choke out. God, I'm so sorry it had to end like this. You're the only one I'll ever mourn. Her fingers brush my cheek, weak but tender. Don't, she rasps. You set me free. Kasia, my vision blurs. She smiles, just barely, her thumb grazing my lip, and I know it's her, my Kasia. I kiss her again, holding her tighter, the knife's hilt digging into my ribs. Her eyelids flutter, her body growing slack in my arms. I tuck her hair behind her ear, smearing blood across her temple, but I can't let go, not yet. I loved you, I whisper against her mouth. Every part of you, always. Her hand slips away, her head falls back. And just like that, she's gone. The sight of her lifeless eyes fixed on the ceiling makes my throat tighten, hot tears scalding my cheeks as I pull her limp body against mine, my cries raw and ragged until my ribs ache. Chapter 27. Isabel. Fredrik's front door is ajar when I show up with the cleanup crew. His call came 2 hours ago, his voice nothing like the man I knew. Fredrik, what's wrong? I asked, startled by the sudden contact. Silence stretched between us. Fredrik. Come here, he murmured, the words so faint I wondered if he was half asleep. Are you okay? I pressed, gripping the phone tighter. Victor stirred beside me, his arm sliding over my waist. Who is it? He mumbled. I turned away from the phone, lowering my voice. Something's off, I don't know what, but I have to go. Victor flicked on the lamp as I sat up, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. Fredrik, I said, sharper now, tell me what's happening. I'm coming, but I need to know what I'm walking into. Victor padded naked toward the bathroom while I waited, pulse hammering. Then Fredrik's voice cracked through the line. I killed her. The words hit like a punch, my breath caught and I was on my feet before I realized it. Victor reappeared, reading my expression instantly. Tell him you're on your way, he said, steady. I swallowed hard, forcing calm into my voice. Fredrik, stay right there, don't move, I'm coming. Silence. Fredrik. Victor's gaze held mine, his concern mirroring the dread coiling in my chest, not for myself but for Fredrik. The line went dead. I stood frozen, phone still pressed to my ear, half convinced he might whisper something else. Victor gently pried it from my grip, snapping me back. What if Fredrik did something reckless? The thought sent a chill down my spine. Go, Victor urged, handing me my clothes. I'll arrange a ride. I dressed in a frenzy, hands shaking. As I turned to leave, Victor caught me, his kiss firm. When you get back, he murmured, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, we're talking about Serafina Bragado in his basement. My stomach dropped. He knew. I stared at him, heart pounding, not just from fear of his reaction, but because I realized with a sickening clarity that I could never outrun his perception. Victor's thumb brushed my cheek. I get it, he said softly. Now go and keep me posted. I nodded, then fled into the night. I eased through Fredrik's front door, pausing in the threshold to scan the shadowed interior. Moonlight spills in thin blue streaks through the windows, barely illuminating the suffocating silence. No creaking pipes, no hum of appliances, just the rapid thud of my own pulse. Behind me, Victor's men shift impatiently. Hold here, I murmur, raising a palm. Don't cross the doorway until I signal. They retreat to the porch, leaving the door ajar. The den stops me cold. Fredrik slumps on the couch, elbows on his knees, hands limp between them. His posture is rigid, his gaze locked on the floor. The coffee table lies shoved against an armchair, one leg snapped. "Fredrik," I say, voice low. Every instinct screams that he's unraveling, a live wire coiled too tight. He doesn't flinch. I edge closer, boots whispering against hardwood. "Talk to me, get her out," he rasps, still motionless. "And the one in the basement." I bite back questions, barking orders to the cleanup crew waiting outside. 2 bodies, basements confirmed, track the other. They scatter like roaches. When I turn back, Fredrik hasn't blinked. I shrug off my coat, draping it beside him as I sit. The silence stretches, broken only by distant footsteps and the muffled scrape of a stretcher. They're smart enough to use the back exit. Studying Fredrik's hollow stare, I realize the man I knew is gone. Whatever happened here has hollowed him out, left something jagged and unrecognizable. It's the same gnawing dread I felt in that Mexican prison, watching Javier's shadow swallow the light. Some wounds don't heal, some darkness doesn't lift, and right now, staring at the wreckage of my best friend, I'm not sure either of us will ever claw our way back. The urge to touch Fredrik's arm is overwhelming, but fear holds me back. Why the hell am I so scared? I push through it anyway, my fingers brushing his sleeve. He doesn't pull away, but he doesn't welcome it either. Does he even register the contact? "I would have done it," I murmur, choosing my words with care. "It didn't have to be you." Silence stretches between us. "You did what was necessary," I continue, treading carefully, sensing the weight of each syllable. "You gave her peace, I believe that." A pause, then softer. "If it were me, I'd want the same." "I know I gave her peace," he finally replies, motionless. Trying to offer comfort, I let my hand linger against the crook of his elbow before he shifts, letting my touch fall away. "I'll stay," I offer, voice gentle, "right here on the couch if you need me." No, his refusal is quiet but firm. "I'll manage, I just needed help with the bodies." "I get it," I concede, though we both know he's far from okay. "Maybe you should." His head snaps toward me, his gaze sharp, haunted. I said no. I nod, but the words claw their way out anyway. "I know you loved her, every part of her. And I know you think you'll never forgive yourself for how it ended, that you'll always be alone because no one else could ever be like her." I brace for interruption, but it doesn't come. The absence of his anger unnerves me more than if he'd shouted. "This might sound crazy," I press on, "but I felt the same after Javier. Even after everything he did to me, I convinced myself no one else would ever want me. Killing him was like losing half of myself. If not for Victor, Victor Faust will get you killed, Isabel." He cuts in, his voice icy. His eyes lock onto mine. "If you really want to help me, remember that, one way or another, you'll die because of him, because you love him." The words sting, but I bite back my protest. "This isn't about me." He turns away before I can reply. "Tell Victor whatever punishment he thinks is fair for what I've done, I'll take it." "Fredrik, just go," he muttered, staring at the hardwood beneath his feet. "I promise I'll be okay. Don't waste your energy worrying about me." "But Isabel, enough," he snapped. I rose from the couch, holding his gaze for a long moment before grabbing my coat off the cushion. I didn't even slip it on as I turned toward the door. Pausing in the doorway, my back still to him, I kept my voice steady. "I'm not walking away. I helped Kelly Bennings, and I'll help you too, no matter how long it takes." Silence again. I stepped onto the porch, the night air biting at my bare arms. Down the walkway, the cleanup crew froze mid-step at the sudden explosion of sound from inside, shattering glass, splintering wood, the violent thud of furniture slamming into walls. Their eyes flicked to me, but I couldn't look away from the house. Behind those walls, Fredrik was unraveling in ways I couldn't begin to fix. Every piece of furniture became a target. Splintered against the walls, tables collapsed under my fists, as if destroying them could undo the fact that Kasia was gone. That Serafina was gone. I roared, raw and wordless, before seizing the last chair and hurling it straight through the TV. Glass rained down, glittering across the floor like some sick mockery of stars. Then my legs gave out. I crumpled in the wreckage, knees pulled to my chest, hands pressed against my face as sobs tore through me. Just like when I was a kid, broken, bleeding, alone. But this pain was worse, 100 times worse. Even with my eyes open, all I saw was black. And in that darkness her face flickered, light brown eyes, that teasing smile, blonde curls one day, a sharp black bob the next. She'd haunt me forever, and I'd let her. Desperate, I scrambled into the kitchen, yanking open the cabinet under the sink. Bottles clattered as I shoved them aside, my breath coming in ragged gasps. There had to be something, anything, to make it stop. Frustration boils over as I tear through the kitchen, flinging open cabinets and sending packaged goods crashing to the tiles. My search ends when I spot the lighter fluid above the microwave. Clutching the bottle, I charge toward the hallway, only to stumble over scattered wreckage. The impact sends me sprawling, my palms sting against hardwood as my spine collides with the wall. But the second I regain my balance, I'm sprinting again, nearly losing my footing as I barrel down the basement stairs 2 at a time. The basement reeks of memories. I douse everything, Kasia's mattress first, until the bottle runs dry. My knees lock as I stand there, paralyzed, staring at the empty container, the chain on the floor, the corner where she'd curl up waiting for me. A wave of grief hits so hard my vision blurs. Then the rage returns. I scour the room for an ignition source, coming up empty before racing upstairs and back down in a frenzied loop. That's when I see it, her nightgown pulled near my shoes like a ghost. For a heartbeat, I consider pressing it to my face, chasing that fading trace of her. Instead, I flick the lighter. The fabric catches instantly, a tiny inferno in my palm before I hurl it onto the bed. Flames erupt, climbing the walls with terrifying hunger. As heat washes over me, the truth crystallizes. There's no undoing this. 2 months later, Boston's outskirts, Victor Faust's new headquarters could grace a magazine cover, gleaming marble floors, restored stone walls, oil paintings in gilded frames. The man himself strides beside me, face unreadable until the barest smirk appears. Impressed, he asks, though he already knows the answer. This isn't just a building, it's a statement. No more dank safe houses or alleyway meetings. Vonnegut's people might still lurk in shadows, but we're done hiding. Well, mostly. I catch Victor glancing at his phone at the locked screen photo of Isabel, the only chink in his armor. He'd burn cities to keep her safe. Too bad she'll never know the private office feels imposing, its towering bookshelves crammed with leather-bound volumes stretching from the hardwood floor to the ornate ceiling. A polished mahogany table dominates the space, flanked by 8 plush leather chairs on either side with 2 more positioned at each end. Victor and I aren't the only ones here. Isabel, Nicholas, Dorian, and even James Woodard, Victor's newly appointed intel specialist, fill the seats. Woodard's grown on me, I'll give him that. Dorian, not so much. Well, well, Dorian drawls, flashing a smirk from his chair. Look who decided to grace us with his presence, the king of chaos himself. Dorian's been reassigned to Evelyn Stiles, a former CIA operative with a sharper tongue and even less patience for his antics than I ever had. She's still proving herself, though, so she's not at this meeting. Woodard, on the other hand, earned his spot faster than most. Victor trusts him, and that's enough for me. I slide into the seat beside Isabel. She offers a quiet smile but stays silent. We haven't spoken much since Baltimore, since the night I ended my wife's life. The distance between us is my doing. I can't let her back in, not the way she wants. The man she knew, the one who loved her as Sarah, is gone. Love is just another leash, and I refuse to be led. I'll protect Isabel, fight for her, even kill for her, but love her, no, not as a sister, not as a friend. I won't let her become another casualty of my past. Yet here she is, convinced she'll step into Serafina's role, handling interrogations like some twisted therapist. She's wrong. I have other arrangements. Woodard clears his throat, his chubby fingers sliding a newspaper toward me. Thought you'd find this interesting, sir, he says, voice tight with nerves. Victor settles at the head of the table as I unfold the paper, a Seattle edition. My gaze lands on 2 grainy mugshots, Kelly Bennings and Ross Emerson. The article details their arrest after a violent abduction by unidentified assailants left them singing confessions to the police. Video evidence sealed their fate. Leaning back, I drape one leg over the other and mutter, "Justice served." I don't bother reading the rest. The thought slips from my mind as quickly as it came. Victor leans forward, fingers interlaced on the polished oak table. I called this meeting because things are about to change, he says, commanding the room's focus. Vonnegut's faction has joined forces with Sébastien Fournier's network in France, and we all know why. His index finger lifts slightly for emphasis. Because they're terrified, Nicholas cuts in, the unlit cigarette bobbing between his teeth. Dorian grins, tossing his blonde hair back. Why drag it out? Let's wipe them off the map. Isabel crosses her arms. Easier said than done. They've been ghosts since Victor left the order. Not entirely, I counter. We've been dismantling their support system, eliminating loyalists, turning the rest. James Woodard nods a little too eagerly in my direction. Mr. Gustavsson makes a valid point. I ignore the sycophantic praise. Victor exhales sharply, drawing everyone's attention again. That's not the real issue. He steeples his fingers, eyes darkening. I have credible intel sources undisclosed that US intelligence is onto us. The order isn't our only problem anymore. The FBI and CIA might be hunting us too. Isabel stiffens. Might? What exactly do they know? The room holds its breath. Victor's gaze drifts over us. I'm keeping that close for now. But let's be realistic. An operation this size can't stay invisible forever. What I will say is, they know enough to suggest we have a traitor in this room. Woodard flinches when my eyes land on him, sinking into his chair like a scolded child. Isabel and Nicholas exchange sharp glances while Dorian's smirk falters. Suspicion thickens the air. You're saying one of us is a rat? Isabel demands. Dorian scoffs. Not me, sweetheart. Woodard's hands fly up. Sure as hell ain't me. Nicholas plucks the cigarette from his mouth, slouching back with deliberate calm. The tension is a live wire and no one's blinking first. Other than my brother, Nicholas declares, his voice thick with pride, I'd be the last person at this table to drag this messed up government into anything. I can almost see him spitting in disgust at the mere mention of US intelligence, but he keeps his composure. You'd be my first choice, Isabel fires back, her delicate features twisting into something sharp. Nicholas responds with a crude gesture. Real mature, she scoffs, rolling her eyes. Victor takes a slow breath, drawing everyone's attention. I never claimed the mole, if there even is one, was sitting here. For all we know, Vonnegut tipped off the CIA and FBI as a final attempt to take us down. The real question is, if they know where to find us, why haven't they moved in? That's a solid point, I say. If they've got intel, how long have they had it? Victor shrugs. No clue. But stay sharp, not that any of you need the reminder. Dorian and Nicholas exchange knowing smirks. Just another Tuesday for me, Dorian mutters. Victor shifts gears abruptly, almost too fast. Next up, a $50,000 job in Miami. Evan bets. He glances to his left, and Nicholas, you're on it. Nicholas scowls. You're pairing me with a rookie. He looks downright insulted. Meanwhile, Isabel grins like she just won the lottery. Bets is green, Victor counters, but he's got skills. I only trust this table to vet new blood. Nicholas relents, though Isabel's grin sours into something venomous. The meeting drags on another 20 minutes before wrapping up. Everyone files out except me. Victor asked me to stay. I've been sidelined since the incident 2 months ago, though I expected worse than a vague personal leave. Keeping Kasha a secret didn't register as betrayal to him, which says a lot about Faust. He's no tyrant, just a man who buries his conscience deep. But my time away wasn't some soul-searching retreat. No epiphanies, no healing, no sunlit revelations. Instead, I stood in front of a bathroom mirror, still streaked with blood after taking down a Detroit gang leader. The shower steamed up the glass, but the reflection staring back wasn't me anymore. Just a hollowed-out shell filled with new shadows, new ghosts, and a past that wouldn't scrub clean. I moved forward, but not toward the light. That fleeting moment of brightness with Kasha had been nothing more than a mirage. I need to be straight with you, Victor says from behind me. I'm not entirely sure you're yourself right now. I give a slight nod, my hands clasped behind my back. You're not wrong, I admit. Victor moves around the table, mirroring my stance, his fingers laced together just like mine. If this were anyone else, he continues, I wouldn't take the chance. But all I'm asking is that you step back from our work the second you feel like you might jeopardize us. Can I count on you for that? Another nod. You have my word. Victor's gaze flicks to the wall, then back to me, as if that split second gave him the clarity he needed. I trust you completely, Fredrik, but I'd be lying if I said you weren't teetering on the edge. I've seen that look before. Hell, I've seen it staring back at me in the mirror. Funny how those cold, unfeeling sheets of glass reflect the worst in us. I'd ask how you ever walked that line, I say, but we both know you won't answer. A faint smile touches Victor's lips. And you'd be right, he echoes, his tone as steady as mine had been moments ago. Then the smile fades. Even though I've accepted this, he says, there's something I need to make clear. I stay silent, bracing myself. This is where Victor sheds his understanding and slips into something sharper. Isabel, he begins, of course he'd start with her, has convinced herself she's going to. He twirls his fingers, searching for the right word. Assist you in tracking down people to interrogate, but we both know that's not happening, right? Right, I agree. I don't need or want her help. I handled it alone before. I can do it again. If she tries, I'll remind her you'll be the first to know. Good. I hesitate, then push forward. Does it bother you, I ask, that she and I were so close? No, he answers without hesitation. Not in the way you're thinking. I trust her with you, with anyone, if that's what you're asking. Partly, I admit, but I meant more than that. She kept secrets for me. Your family to her, he says simply. She never had one before. I'm glad she has you. There are things you can give her that I might never be able to. I shake my head. Not anymore. He doesn't flinch. You realize it'll destroy her if you shut her out. I nod. I know. Pushing her away now is better than watching her die because of me later. Part of that warning was meant for Victor too, though I doubted he'd catch the meaning behind my words. Victor simply nods and motions toward the massive oak door behind me. Glad you're back, he says before walking off. Isabel corners me in the sterile hallway, its polished floors reflecting the dim overhead lights. She waits until Victor disappears around the corner before stepping closer. I know he probably warned you because of me, but Fredrik, he didn't need to. I cut her off. I made it clear if you interfere, I'll report it to him immediately. My stare doesn't waver. But Fredrik, I'm scared for you. I just want to help. The best way to help is by staying out of it. Pain flickers across her face. Why are you shutting me out? I move past her, but she grabs my arm. Stop, please. I pause, letting her say her piece. This would be the last time. I won't watch you self-destruct, she snaps, frustration boiling under her words. You can curse me out, push me away, but I'm not letting you disappear, not from us, not from yourself. Turning, I adjust my cuffs, the smooth fabric of my suit brushing my wrists. You're a little late for that, I say before walking off, my polished shoes clicking sharply against the tile. Chapter 30. Frederick, Baltimore, Maryland. I grip the woman's dark ponytail, yanking her head back as I drive into her, the bedframe rattling with each thrust. Jesus Christ, she gasps, her fingers twisting in the sheets. Her teeth sink into her lip as I push deeper, her body arching against mine. Don't stop, God, don't you dare stop. Her voice cracks, breathless. The heat around me tightens, her muscles clenching as she nears the edge. I lean over, forcing my fingers past her lips, gripping her jaw. My other hand pulls her hair harder, her neck straining dangerously. The rhythm turns punishing, a release for everything but the emptiness inside me. A tear streaks down her cheek, darkening the pillow beneath her. She whimpers, pushing back desperately, but it's not enough. Nothing ever. I pull away just as she's about to reach her peak, standing up from the bed with my body tense. Gripping myself, I slow my own rhythm to keep from finishing too soon. The woman lifts her head from the mattress, her expression shifting from pleasure to confusion, like I'd just betrayed her in some unforgivable way. After removing the condom and tossing it aside, I motion for her to come closer. She hesitates but obeys, rising from the bed and standing before me, every curve of her body exactly as I'd pictured when I first saw her at the diner. "Kneel," I tell her. She does, her fingers wrapping around me before I even give the command. I watch her for a moment, the way her ponytail falls against her back, the way she holds me like she can't stand the thought of letting go. "Did I say you could touch me yet?" My voice is low, controlled. She shakes her head, those wide green eyes locked on mine. I let the silence stretch, savoring the anticipation. "Now," I finally say, "take me in your mouth, slow." She does, her lips parting as she eases down. The heat of her breath, the way she struggles to take all of me, it's exactly what I wanted. My hands grip the back of the chair as she works, but then she stops, murmuring an apology for grazing me with her teeth. That kills the mood, not the slip-up, but the fact she felt the need to say sorry. Before she can babble another excuse, my hands tighten in her hair, guiding her back where I want her. "I don't give a damn if it hurts," I growl. "I like it rough." She doesn't fight me, even when she chokes a little, even when her eyes water. The sounds she makes, the gasps, the muffled protests, only drive me harder. When I finally let go, I keep her there until she's taken everything. Then I lean back in the chair, spent, while she stays on her knees, catching her breath. I don't move. Neither does she. My gaze stays fixed on the blank wall, my thoughts circling only her, though her name slips through my fingers like smoke. Kayla, Kelsey, Kaitlin. God, I hope she doesn't ask. She emerges from the bathroom, moving toward me with deliberate steps, part confidence, part performance. Shy one moment, bold the next, playing whatever role she thinks I want, and that's exactly why she leaves me cold. I'd held out some hope for this one, but here we are again, another miss in the endless game of dating roulette. "Let me take control," she murmurs, her eyes glinting with mischief. I almost laugh. "Why ask when you could just do it?" "Sure," I say, voice flat, "go ahead." I grab another condom from the nightstand and toss it to her. "You put it on." She obeys without hesitation, her fingers skilled, lingering just a second too long before pulling away. Then she's there, straddling me, hands braced on my shoulders. The heat of her against me is instant, electric. For a while it's the chair, then the edge of the bed, then the wall, then the mattress again, her body moving over mine until I finally tell her what to do next. Time blurs, later, steam still clinging to my skin from the shower. I hear her voice, lazy and satisfied. "Round two?" she asks, stretching like a cat. I barely glance at her as I pull on my clothes. My watch tells me I'm already late. "Can't," I say, buttoning my shirt. She frowns, padding across the room, bare skin and tousled hair. "Seriously, I'll make it good." Her fingers brush my chest, but I sidestep her, finishing my cufflinks. She exhales, shoulders slumping. "Please give me your number," she says. I shrug into my coat. "Not happening." Her face falls. "Why not?" I pause at the door, offering her one last look. "It was fun," I say, "and then I'm gone." I never meant for her to feel like she was just another notch on my belt. "This is the last time we'll cross paths," I told her. Her face froze, mouth slightly open, eyebrows knitted together in disbelief. Without another word, I turned and left. Baltimore wasn't a homecoming for me, not by a long shot. I had one purpose, and it wasn't pleasure. My car rolled to a stop behind a grimy convenience store, wedged between a dumpster and the stink of gasoline from the nearby pumps. The electronic chime dinged as I pushed through the door, but the clerk didn't glance up from whatever busywork kept him occupied. The air inside was thick with the greasy scent of fried food and the sharp tang of bleach. A scrawny kid with messy blonde hair darted out of the restroom, nearly colliding with me before shoving his way outside. A gust of cold air rushed in as he bolted to a waiting car, scrambling into the backseat before it peeled away. Then I saw him, Dante Furlong, standing behind the counter like he was living some kind of clean, respectable life. The shelves were neatly stocked with junk food and tiny cans of bean dip, the floors freshly mopped. No sign of the dirtbag who used to trade favors for drugs. His eyes locked onto me and the color drained from his face. He staggered back, knocking over a display of painkillers and cold medicine. "You," his voice cracked as he pointed at me. "I swear, man, I'm clean. I haven't touched any of that since." I took my time walking toward him, hands in my coat pockets. He'd got himself some new teeth and his hair was washed, but the fear in his eyes was the same. His whole body trembled, his knuckles white where they gripped the counter. Funny how a little motivation can turn a man's life around. Too bad for him, I wasn't here to congratulate him on his progress. Dante keeps glancing between my face and my coat pockets, probably wondering what I've got hidden in there. A syringe, a pair of pliers, maybe a knife to shut him up for good, not even close. I swear I haven't told a soul, he stammers, holding up a shaky hand. I've kept my mouth shut. I haven't done anything. His eyes dart around the convenience store. Got myself a legit job now, pays peanuts, but it's honest work. When I stay silent, his voice cracks. I mean it, I'm clean. I know, I finally reply. Been keeping an eye on you since that night. My gaze lands on a display of novelty gum by the register, each piece wrapped in shiny plastic. Mind if I grab one? Take whatever you want, he blurts, waving at the shelves. Seriously, man, it's on me. His grin is more of a grimace. I unwrap a piece and pop it in my mouth. New teeth, huh? I chew slowly. He nods like a bobblehead. Yeah, there's this dentist, helps guys like me, gave me a deal on dentures, couple more months and they're paid off. I slide my hands back into my pockets. How'd you like the real deal? Permanent implants. His forehead wrinkles. I don't follow. The air smells faintly of ammonia. I grimace. This gum's disgusting. Kids love it, he mumbles, still eyeing me like I might lunge. Dante, I say, shifting gears, I've got an offer for you if you're interested. He hesitates, weighing his options. What kind of job? I spit the gum into its wrapper and toss it in the trash. Been thinking you'd fit the role. First paycheck covers those dentures, a month and you could afford implants. There'd be tests, physical, background, the usual, random drug screenings too, but you strike me as the right guy, so. He scratches his head. Yeah, but what's the job? I mean, well, I'd kinda like to know what I'm signing up for before I say yes, if that's cool. His voice wavers, uncertain. The sharp scent of urine hangs in the air. Without a word, I slide a cashier's check across the counter, his name printed in bold. His eyes flicker down, torn between staring at the numbers and keeping me in his peripheral. Jesus Christ, the words die in his throat as the amount sinks in 5 digits clear as day. He picks it up like it might vanish, fingers trembling before finally meeting my gaze. His blue eyes, wide beneath messy dark curls, lock onto mine. That's your monthly pay, I tell him. If you do exactly what I ask, stay clean and don't screw up. A grin spreads across his face, the same eager look he had before recognizing me. Now it's pure hunger, like a kid handed the keys to a candy store. At this point, he'd probably agree to anything. You got yourself a deal, he says. I smirk, pulling a 20 from my wallet and tossing it on the counter. Fill up my car, I'll be outside. He grabs the cash, then hesitates. Wait, how do I? I'll call you. I cut him off, pushing through the door. Dante Furlong became my right hand. He's connected dealers, addicts, women who have done worse than just hustle. The kind of people who'll never change. He knows the underworld, not just in Maryland, but up and down the East Coast. The jargon, the shortcuts, the places to find the kind of people who'll eventually sit across from me. Sometimes when Serafina crosses my mind, because she still does, just like Kasha, I wonder why I didn't find someone like Dante sooner. No strings, no emotions, no messy goodbyes. If I had to put a bullet in him, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. And when I need company, there's always another woman waiting. No names to remember, no feelings to fake. Just motion, destruction, moving on. But every damn day, the ache in my chest reminds me I'm alone, really alone, and it's turning me into something worse. Victor's new assignments, they're getting bloodier, my patience, gone, mercy. I don't even remember what that feels like as I continue my brutal punishments for those Dante sends my way. I find myself growing crueler, sparing fewer lives with each passing day. A tiny sliver of conscience lingers, just a whisper warning me that one day I might not stop until every last one is dead. The more blood I spill, the deeper I sink into others' suffering, the quieter the voices in my head become. The screams fade, and so do the haunting visions of her, the woman who was everything to me. My radiant swan, my salvation and my ruin. Curious about Fredrik's past with Serafina, dive into the 4th book of In the Company of Killers series, Seeds of Iniquity, a prequel exploring Fredrik Gustavsson's origins. Coming soon, stay tuned for a glimpse into the darkness. Prologue January 1, 1979, Stockholm, Sweden. Her hands trembled as she clutched her swollen belly, her back pressing hard against the glass door of the corner store. With a desperate shove, she stumbled inside, her worn sneakers slipping on the slick tiles. A sharp pain tore through her, freezing her mid-step as she scanned the dimly lit aisles for a restroom. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself against the wall, waiting for the agony to pass before forcing her legs forward. But the hallway led nowhere, no bathroom in sight. She sucked in ragged breaths, fighting the rising panic as she leaned against the cold wall, her navy coat masking the grime and dampness beneath. The baby wasn't supposed to come yet, not like this. Another contraction hit, white hot and relentless, buckling her knees. A strangled cry escaped her clenched jaw as sweat and tears streaked her face. "Miss," the clerk's voice cut through her haze, laced with worry. "Do you need help? Should I call someone?" Staggering back toward the counter, she gripped her stomach like it might split open any second. "Where's the bathroom?" she demanded, her voice raw. "Tell me now." The clerk hesitated, then gestured toward the rear exit. "Outside," he said, his eyes wide with alarm. The woman rushed back outside, gripping the rough brick wall for support as she stumbled toward the side of the building. Every step sent sharp waves of pain through her body. The baby was coming fast, its weight pressing down, making her legs buckle. She gasped, biting back another cry as she shoved open the restroom door. The dim, flickering light revealed a cramped space with cracked tiles and a single rust-stained sink. She barely made it to the larger stall before collapsing against the door, forcing it open with a loud clang as it hit the metal divider. Slumping onto the grimy floor, she clawed at her jeans, yanking them down just in time. Another contraction hit and she arched back, slamming her head against the stall in frustration. Thud, thud, thud. Maybe if she knocked herself out, the agony would stop. But life wasn't that kind. With a final, desperate push, the pressure finally gave way, leaving her breathless and shaking. For a second there was silence, just her ragged breathing and the stillness of the tiny, unmoving body between her legs. "Don't look," she told herself, "just walk away." But even as the thought crossed her mind, her hands moved on their own, scooping up the limp infant. His skin was too pale, his lips tinged blue. She wiped her face with the back of her hand, smearing sweat and tears. "Leave him, you know you can't do this." But her fingers trembled as she rubbed his tiny chest, clearing his airway with a shaky touch. She didn't want this, didn't want him, but she couldn't just let him go. Not like this. She had been called many things: addict, lost cause, a burden to the world, but she drew the line at becoming a killer. Pressing her lips to the infant's tiny mouth, she forced air into his lungs until a weak, shuddering cry broke free. The sound clawed at her, equal parts relief and dread. Clutching the wailing newborn against her aching chest, she denied him the comfort of milk, her fingers instead scrambling for the toilet paper. She unrolled every last sheet onto the grimy tiles, then laid him there, trembling as she dug through her coat for the switchblade she never left home without. The cord was severed in one quick motion, the afterbirth following soon after. Still he screamed, tiny fists jerking, face mottled red and purple beneath the waxy film clinging to his skin. "Don't do it. Walk away, Elin." The voice in her head, cold and familiar, drowned out everything else. It always won, always would. She turned her back, leaving him curled on the floor beside the reeking toilet stall. By the time the gas station clerk pushed open the restroom door with cops at his back, the baby lay swaddled in nothing but paper, his mother's final act of neglect drying on the tiles beside him. After weeks in the hospital, once the headlines about the restroom baby faded, he was handed over to an orphanage. There the headmistress, a woman the children whispered about behind cupped hands, christened him Fredrik Gustavsson, borrowing the clerk's name before tacking on her own twisted flourish. That day didn't mark a birth, it marked an ending. The death of potential, of innocence, of every path not taken. What crawled out of that bathroom wasn't a child. It was something sharper, harder, forged in abandonment before it ever drew breath.